Chapter 110. Yu Mingkong's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Gu Xian'er. She came back to her senses slightly and looked at the cold and proud young girl in front of her. Her expression gradually warmed, as if she was the big sister next door looking at her younger sister. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, as if she came out of a painting. She was tall and had a pair of impressive long legs. However, they were tightly covered by her green skirt, not revealing a single bit of her skin. She knew that this was something one of Gu Xian'er's masters told her. When cultivating outside, girls should pay attention to protecting themselves. This was something that Yu Mingkong couldn't stop laughing at when Gu Xian'er mentioned it to her in her previous life. Yu Mingkong, why are you looking for me? At this time Gu Xian'er asked, breaking the awkward silence between the two of them. After all, from her attitude, it didn't seem like she came with bad intentions. Regarding this point, Gu Xian'er was very clear about it, so she let down her guard a little. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong said with a gentle expression, "Don't be so formal. I'm a few years older than you can just call me sister." As she spoke, she took a few steps forward, closing the distance between the two of them. On the other hand, she was Gu Changge's fiancée, and Gu Xian'er was Gu Changge's cousin. There was nothing wrong with calling herself sister. Gu Xian'er was a little confused. She didn't understand why Yu Mingkong had such an attitude. However, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Yu Mingkong didn't have any grudges with her, so Gu Xian'er's slightly cold attitude eased a little. She asked, "Why are you here?" She was a little confused. Why did Yu Mingkong look at her with such a pitiful expression? Was it because she was pitiful? This made Gu Xian'er, who had some pride in her heart, feel a little uncomfortable. However, she didn't show anything on her face. "I heard that you were cultivating with the first elder and had nothing to do, so I came to see you," Yu Mingkong said with a smile. She also knew that Gu Xian'er was very vigilant, so she didn't say anything else. She didn't want Gu Xian'er to suspect that she had ulterior motives. Really? Gu Xian'er didn't believe it. She looked behind Yu Mingkong and frowned. "Didn't Gu Changge come?" she asked. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. She wasn't used to not seeing Gu Changge's annoying face, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yu Mingkong was here, but Gu Changge was not? How long had it been since he had left her at the peak of the mountain? Gu Xian'er was still thinking that now that he had broken through to the titled Marquis realm, he could finally spar with Gu Changge. Because along the way, she had always defeated the strong as the weak, and it was easy for her to fight those above her level. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Gu Changge was very strong, but she wasn't much weaker than him. Not to mention, she had the skills of many schools, and had been carefully taught by various masters since young. She had many secret arts and abilities. He left the sect and went to ancient Dao Celestial City. "I don't know what he's doing," Yu Mingkong explained. Gu Changge didn't tell her, so she wouldn't ask. And according to her understanding of Gu Changge might have gone to ancient Dao Celestial City to scheme against someone. In any case, he was full of evil tricks, and thought about stealing all kinds of opportunities all day long. However, Yu Mingkong was a little confused. Why was it that Gu Xian'er didn't have much hatred on his face when he mentioned Gu Changge, but was very calm, and even a little disappointed? She caught this subtle expression. Gu Xian'er was actually a little disappointed because he didn't see Gu Changge. What exactly happened? Shouldn't Gu Xian'er hate Gu Changge to the bone? Yu Mingkong suddenly couldn't figure it out. But very quickly, she stopped thinking about it and continued, "Actually, I've already heard about what happened that year. Gu Changge did go overboard, but in the future I will think of a way to protect you. Gu Changge is a very dangerous person. You can't imagine what he's capable of. Before you're sure, don't get into a conflict with him." This could be considered as some of the persuasive information she could reveal for now. As for whether Gu Xian'er believed it or not, that was her own business. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little confused. Yu Mingkong came to find her just to talk about this? But she could still feel Yu Mingkong's good intentions. "I understand. Thank you for your good intentions. But I'm still a little confused. Aren't you Gu Changge's fiancé? Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "That's not why. I can only do my best to make up for the guilt and uneasiness in my heart." Yu Mingkong heard this and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered. I'll help him pay for the evil he did. Hearing this, Guxianer couldn't help but be stunned. She fell silent. She didn't doubt the truth of Yu Mingkong's words. In fact, she was a little shocked. How much did she love someone to say something like that to help him pay for the evil he did? Speaking of which, Yu Mingkong was a pitiful person. Thinking of this, Guxianer's cold expression faded. It wasn't that she couldn't feel other people's good intentions. Then Yu Mingkong smiled and took the initiative to chat with Guxianer. Some things couldn't be stopped once they started talking, especially when she found out about Guxianer's hobbies. For a moment, Guxianer even felt like she had found a confidant. But in the course of their conversation, they couldn't help but talk about Guchanga. In particular, Guxianer kept asking Guchanga what he was doing. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before she came to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, what happened between Guchanga and Guxianer? Why didn't Guxianer's attitude be as hostile as she thought it would be? Instead, she kept asking about Guchanga? Of course, this kind of question couldn't be asked casually. After all, it involved some secret matters. And just as the two of them were chatting, the void in the distance became blurry, and there was a wave of fluctuation. Head Elder walked out with an ugly expression. He saw Yu Mingkong at a glance. He didn't have a good expression towards Guchanga's fiancé. Master, Guxianer said respectfully. Greetings, Head Elder. Yu Mingkong also stood up and greeted. After all, she was trespassing here without permission. She felt a little abrupt. Of course, she trusted Head Elder's character and wouldn't blame her for such a small matter. Guxianer broke through to the Marquis realm? Very good, very good. Much faster than Guchanga back then. Head Elder noticed Guxianer's realm and couldn't help but feel gratified. This relieved his gloomy mood. Then he looked at Yu Mingkong and nodded. Where's Guchanga? Where is he? Yu Mingkong's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Changa isn't in the sect right now. He went to ancient Dao Celestial City to deal with some matters. In front of outsiders, she didn't directly call Guchanga by his name, because this would make her relationship with Guchanga seem distant, and it would make Guchanga lose face. Even if Guchanga wasn't here, she still seemed to be very protective of him in these small details. Guxianer noticed this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, she was so considerate in terms of etiquette. Head Elder wasn't surprised. Guchanga definitely didn't want to come here and look at his face. It just so happened that he didn't want to look at Guchanga's face either. However, some things still had to be faced. Head Elder pondered for a while and said, Then this old man will go to the Supreme Peak and wait for his return. With that, he flung his robe and the void in front of him blurred. A passage appeared. Head Elder took the lead and walked in. Seeing this, Guxianer naturally did not want to continue to stay on the mountain peak. After all, she had been on the mountain peak for so long and she was almost bored to death. Then she followed Yu Mingkong and entered the mountain peak. The spatial passage soon disappeared. Supreme Peak. Inside the palace, Guchanga paced with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep, and his face carried a bit of contemplation. He had just returned from the ancient Dao domain. Inmei helped him find many good cultivation resources during this period of time. She was locked up in the dungeon, so he took the time to make a trip there. Now, his true cultivation had also broken through to the Heavenly God realm, and not the half-step Heavenly God realm from before. The difference of half a step was not just a little bit. Below the Heavenly God realm, all were ants. This sentence wasn't said for nothing. For a Heavenly God realm existence, it was enough to look down on true gods and other existences. Casually swatting them to death, it was boundlessly powerful. Guchanga himself was a young paragon and had endless means. If he really unleashed his full power, ordinary divine kings would be no match for him. Of course, Guchanga was naturally very satisfied with this kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed. It was even faster than him adding points. The immortal devouring demonic technique was indeed a taboo demonic technique. It lived up to the word taboo and the terrifying consequences one had to bear. It could devour origins, cultivation, essence spirits, and so on for one's own use. Together with the corresponding secret technique, it could be refined with the Great Tao Treasure Bottle. It could ensure that all kinds of energy would not conflict and create chaos and accidents. After all, the immortal devouring demonic technique could only be considered a cultivation method, not a real technique. It was similar to the kind that Guchanga added points, but it required various origins as nourishment to stack. In addition to the increase in cultivation, May had also been monitoring the movements of the White Tiger young master, Bai Lai, for Guchanga. She noticed that Bai Lai had left the ancient Dao domain and was heading to another ancient city in the immeasurable heaven. Guchanga guessed that Yiling should be there. Of course, he didn't alert the enemy. The inheritance of the ancient heavenly venerate of samsara naturally wouldn't fall into the hands of a mere Yiling. Moreover, as the son of providence, the benefits and opportunities on Yiling were definitely not as simple as the ancient heavenly venerate's inheritance. Now, Guchanga was in the dark while Yiling was in the light. It was actually very easy to deal with him. However, Guchanga considered that Yu Mingkong, as someone who had been reborn, should definitely know more about opportunities than Yiling. Moreover, she should also know about Yiling's future development trajectory. Foresight was the greatest cheat. Ignoring Yu Mingkong to care about a mere Yiling was like throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Yu Mingkong, that fellow. I just went out for a while. Why is she not here when I return? Guchanga frowned. Yu Mingkong was not at the Supreme Peak now. He couldn't figure out where she would go at this time. Could it be that she had secretly run to the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals when he left the mountain gate? Or was she thinking of a way to kill Yiling? He couldn't be bothered to ask the other disciples. She should have gone to look for Gu Xian. Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly. That was possible. Speaking of which, Gu Xian and Yu Mingkong both wanted to kill him. It wouldn't be a problem for the two of them to join forces. He didn't take it to heart. The two of them wouldn't be able to do much even if they joined forces. The recent events in the immortal ancient continent were his main concern. Guchanga. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation outside the palace. A space passage appeared. The Great Elder's expression was slightly gloomy as he walked out of it. Gu Xian and Yu Mingkong followed behind him. "Oh, Great Elder, why have you come to the Supreme Peak?" Guchanga glanced around and asked calmly. He had already guessed the Great Elder's intentions. It definitely had something to do with the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. All the elders had been discussing this matter recently. Of course he knew about it. And it was very likely that Yu Mingkong had gone to look for Gu Xian to discuss how to deal with him. Coincidentally, the Great Elder had just finished his discussion and brought the two of them over. He had already expected that the Great Elder would come to him for help today. Guchanga was calm and collected. He wasn't anxious at all. Even if the Great Elder was unwilling, he would have no choice but to follow his orders today. "Do I need your permission to come to the Supreme Peak?" Seeing Guchanga's expression, the Great Elder's expression darkened. He was faintly angry. He had cultivated for so many years. His state of mind had long reached the point where he wouldn't be happy with external things or sad for himself. However, he was repeatedly angered by Guchanga. This made the Great Elder wonder if there was something wrong with his state of mind cultivation. Of course not. But if there's nothing else, Great Elder, please go back. I have something to discuss with Mingkong. It's not very convenient to have an outsider here. Guchanga downplayed the situation and directly asked the Great Elder to leave. Chapter 111. They had just arrived at Wushang Peak, and Guchanga was already ready to chase them away? And he even said that it was inconvenient? Hearing this, Great Elder's veins were almost visible on his forehead. The sky above Wushang Peak started to darken, as if there were thousands of miles of dark clouds about to fall, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. All the disciples were frightened. Their faces were pale and their legs were weak, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Gu Xian and Yu Mingkong's expressions also changed slightly, as they were shocked by this pressure. After all, Great Elder was famous countless years ago, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Just the change in his mood could trigger terrifying changes in various star fields. Countless stars trembled and rustled, as if they were about to fall. Who would dare to provoke the Great Elder in such a manner? That would be suicidal. However, Guchanga didn't care at all, as if he didn't feel this terrifying pressure. His expression was calm, and he said with a faint smile, is Great Elder trying to intimidate me? Or are you trying to use Mingkong or Xian'er to threaten me? If that's the case, I think you've miscalculated. Guchanga, you, Great Elder was almost driven mad by Guchanga, and wanted to slap him to death, but at this time he could only suppress it. This was the first time he wanted to slap someone to death so much. Master. Gu Xian'er hurriedly persuaded, afraid that Great Elder would be angered by Guchanga. After all, even she was often angered by Guchanga. Guchanga was full of evil tricks, and with just a few words, he had angered Great Elder to this extent, but he still looked indifferent and didn't care at all. This made Gu Xian'er's eyes emit a cold light, as if she wanted to pierce Guchanga with a sharp knife, and settle old grudges together. Guchanga, shut up. Her little face was cold, and killing intent filled the air, as she held the jade sword in her hand. Strand after strand of hazy radiance appeared on its surface. Symbols shone resplendently, and terrifying sword radiance swirled about. Yu Mingkong also wanted to persuade him, but she gave up when she thought that Guchanga wouldn't listen to her. If he really angered the Grand Elder, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Even so, the Great Elder would likely not have the guts to kill Guchanga. At any rate, the Longevity Gu family was not something to be scoffed at. In the upper planes, there were few Dao orthodoxies who would casually offend the Longevity Gu family. No matter how special the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was, they would not dare to do such a thing. I was wondering where Xian'er got the guts to yell at me. So it's because you've broken through? Are you here to take revenge on me? Seeing the First Elder's expression, Guchanga was still as calm as ever as he sneered. He turned to look at Gu Xian'er and said calmly, Guchanga. Gu Xian'er frowned. She couldn't stand Guchanga's disdainful attitude. She had already broken through to the Marquis realm, but Guchanga didn't seem to care at all. Moreover, Guchanga didn't seem to care about her arrival. Wasn't his previous actions because he felt guilty and wanted to make up for what happened in the past? Why did he change his attitude so quickly after such a short period of time? Gu Xian'er's cold and aloof personality made it impossible for her to ask Guchanga what his motive was. She could only stare at him coldly. At this moment, the First Elder forced himself to calm down. He understood that it was not worth getting angry at a junior like Guchanga. He said Xian'er has already broken through to the Marquis realm. With her strength she might be able to fight you. I promised that I would teach Xian'er to defeat you. If I can't do that, I will personally make you my successor. Do you still remember that? Of course I remember that. But with this girl's cultivation, does the First Elder think she has a chance of winning? She just broke through to the Marquis realm and she wants to defeat me? Or does the First Elder think I will go easy on her? Guchanga let out a light laugh. Anyone could feel his disdain and disdain. The First Elder's expression froze. Gu Xian'er's expression was also cold. She just wanted to punch Guchanga's smug face. Also, does the First Elder think that the successor position is too important? You say it as if I really want it. Even if the First Elder gives it to me, I might not want it. Guchanga's expression didn't change as he continued to speak. In the eyes of the three of them, it was as if he was stubborn and pretended to be obedient after getting a bargain. You want to ask for an exorbitant price? Hearing this, the First Elder stared at him. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea of stars, flashed with gloominess. Don't make it sound so bad. Guchanga shook his head, still looking calm and composed. Can you call it asking for an exorbitant price? The First Elder almost laughed at Guchanga's shameless attitude. What an exorbitant price. Guchanga, you have really opened my eyes. You flatter me, First Elder. Guchanga smiled lightly. Speak, what do you want in order to agree? The First Elder stared at him and asked directly. He didn't mention the matter of Gu Xian'er fighting with Guchanga. He originally thought that Guchanga would say that he would suppress his cultivation to Gu Xian'er's level and have a fair fight. But this guy obviously didn't have the slightest intention to do so. He didn't even mention it. This made him feel helpless. He couldn't possibly ask Guchanga to suppress his cultivation on his own accord. And with Guchanga's craftiness and treachery, it would be strange if he agreed. This made the First Elder feel depressed. He was completely under Guchanga's control. He had no other choice but to agree to Guchanga's request. From beginning to end, he was led by the nose by a junior. This was the first time the first elder had encountered such a situation in his countless years of cultivation. Hearing this, Guchanga nodded and finally showed a satisfied expression. He said, "My request is very simple. The position of the future palace lord, plus a favor from the first elder. This favor includes anything within your power, and you can't refuse. But the first elder can rest assured that this favor won't involve anything that will make things difficult for you." Seeing that Guchanga didn't even think about it, the first elder's expression darkened. Obviously, Guchanga had anticipated all of this and had thought of his request long ago. At this moment he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate and a chill run down his spine. This young man was too scary. This was not the terror of his cultivation, but of his ability to calculate, predict, and control everything. "This old man agrees to your request," said the old man. The first elder didn't think for long. Since this was something that Guchanga had thought about, he obviously wouldn't back down so easily. Besides agreeing, he had no other choice. Most importantly, among the requests that Guchanga made, there was nothing difficult for him to fulfill, whether it was the position of the future palace lord or a favor from him. Even if Guchanga became the upper palace lord, what could he do? The palace lord was like water. The first elder was made of iron. This sentence was circulated among the orthodoxies in the upper realm, and it was not without reason. The first elder is straightforward. "But I'll have to ask you to swear on your Tao heart." Guchanga smiled. His change of expression was so fast that Yu Mingkong and Guxian didn't know what to say. "What this old man has promised I will naturally do." "Don't tell me you still doubt this old man?" The veins on the first elder's forehead throbbed again. Guchanga could always easily control his anger. Among the orthodoxies, who would doubt his character? However, Guchanga repeatedly said the same thing, which made the first elder so angry that his veins were throbbing. "If you don't doubt me, why would I ask you to swear an oath?" Guchanga said with a smile, but it was as if he was looking at a fool. You're pissing me off." At this moment, the first elder couldn't help but be stunned. When he realized what Guchanga said, his beard was almost crooked from anger. He almost slapped Guchanga. Guchanga. Seeing that the first elder was about to explode, Guxian couldn't help but shout coldly. Her small face was covered in frost and filled with murderous intent. "I swear on my Tao heart that if I go back on what I said today, I'll be struck to death by the chaos heavenly thunder. My soul will be destroyed, and my true spirit will be annihilated. I won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Then the first elder turned around and waved his sleeves. He instantly disappeared and left the place. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from slapping Guchanga to death. If it was anyone else with a bad temper, they would definitely turn this place into ashes. There was no other possibility. Guchanga dared to be so fearless because he knew that the first elder wouldn't dare to attack him. After the first elder left, the smile on Guchanga's face disappeared. He looked at Yu Mingkong and Guxian in front of him with interest. Yu Mingkong was very familiar with him. She instantly knew that he was up to no good. She said that she would protect Guxian so without thinking, she subconsciously stood in front of Guxian. "Oh Mingkong, what do you mean by this? Are you standing in front of Xian Are you going to protect her? You're a good sister-in-law." Asking for fresh flowers, Guchanga looked at her with a deep gaze. Yu Mingkong felt a chill down her spine. She remembered Guchanga's cold and heartless appearance in her previous life. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be destroyed by him. Just when Yu Mingkong was a little dazed, Guxian walked over from behind her. "Sister Mingkong, don't worry about me." Her face was cold and her expression was cold. She stared at Guchanga and said, "Guchanga, let's settle the grudge between us today." Guchanga looked down on her time and time again. Even after breaking through to the Marquis realm, he was still the same. She, who had a strong self-esteem, couldn't stand it at all. When Guchanga was her age, he was only a holy lord. Why did he look down on her? And the most important thing was that Guchanga's attitude towards her was completely different from what it had been before. Guxian was not used to this and felt uncomfortable. He clearly felt guilty and was ready to make up for what happened in the past. Now he was indifferent to her. Gu Xian'er, who had been thinking about whether there was any reason or secret behind what happened in the past, couldn't stand it. It was like she was thinking too much. Gu Chang'e's attitude was like he was treating her as a toy to be bullied. When he remembered something, he would bully her. When he couldn't remember, he would throw her aside and be indifferent. Settle the grudge of the past? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Then his expression turned cold. Gu Xian'er, you don't really think you have a chance, do you? Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong frowned. At this time she didn't know how to persuade him. Gu Chang'e definitely couldn't kill Gu Xian'er now, but it would be easy for him to make her suffer a little. But Gu Xian'er couldn't listen to her now. Chi. A sword light came from the void. It was dazzling like a river of stars. There were runes evolving in it. It fell from the sky one after another. It was incomparably dazzling. Gu Xian'er made her move. Her first move was a powerful sword Dao divine skill. The power she displayed had already surpassed the level of a Marquis realm cultivator. She was very confident. It wasn't without reason. When she was in the Marquis realm, she could totally fight against an Emperor realm prodigy. Clang! A crisp sound exploded in the void. It was like a fire appeared. But in the next moment Gu Xian'er's pupils shrank. She was in disbelief. The sword chi that filled the sky was blocked by Gu Chang'e's palm. Divine intent surged in it. It was like a huge millstone. The mana waves were extremely vast. It blocked it instantly. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. His actions were simple. He stretched out 2 fingers. They were slow but clear. With a buzz he caught her sword. This finger was like being suppressed by 100,000 boulders. It contained terrifying power. It directly caused fine cracks to appear on her jade sword. She couldn't break free at all. How? Gu Xian'er was a little shocked. Although she was slender, her physical strength was comparable to some of the immemorial great beasts. She was far stronger than her peers. But now, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free of Gu Chang'e's hand. Wang! At this moment, a dazzling immortal intent surged from her body. It was like her immortal bones were revived. Immortal light filled the air. The sound of the great Tao reverberated. It was dazzling to the extreme. Gu Xian'er shouted out. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. Kacha! The crystal-clear jade sword finally couldn't withstand this wave. It started to crack and was about to collapse. What a foolish sister! Gu Chang'e shook his head. His expression didn't change at all. He opened his palm. It was like a universe was closing in. It could envelop thousands of realms. Boom! The vast wave was incomparably turbulent. As his palm fell, Gu Xian'er's face turned pale. Her immortal bones were being suppressed. Then, with unwillingness, she was pressed to the ground by Gu Chang'e's palm. The gap between the two was too big. It wasn't something that talent could make up for. You want to kill me when you just broke through to the Marquis realm? Gu Xian'er, are you arrogant? Or do you think I can't lift my blade? Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. He walked over and squatted down. He didn't care about the cold and unwilling expression on her face. He directly pinched her nose. Gu Xian'er was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Chapter 112. Breaking through to the Marquis realm made you so arrogant? Or is it because I haven't bullied you for so many days that you're itching for a beating? Gu Xian'er, don't tell me that you want to become the master? With a playful smile, Gu Chang'e squatted down and pinched Gu Xian'er's delicate nose, which made Gu Xian'er gnash her teeth in anger. Her beautiful light brown eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. What did he mean by her arrogance? That she couldn't lift her blade? Although these words sounded strange, it was clear that Gu Chang'e was mocking her. She was about to go crazy from Gu Chang'e's actions. Of course, the main reason was that she was discouraged and unwilling. She had worked so hard to cultivate for so long, sitting cross-legged on the green rock every day, drinking the 9 heavens' morning glow, refining the essence of the sun and moon, and cultivating peerless abilities. What was all this for? What she wanted was to take revenge one day and rub that hateful face of Gu Chang'e's into the ground. She wanted him to regret his actions and the endless pain he had caused her. Just now she was so aggressive and confident. She felt that she had already broken through to the Marquis realm, and could not find anyone in the same generation who could match her. After all, she had reached a level that Guchanga could not achieve at this age. What right did he have to look down on her and not care about her? Therefore, Guxianer only wanted to prove that she was stronger than Guchanga. She wanted to defeat him and end the enmity of the past. But she didn't expect that before she could show her most powerful strength, she would be easily suppressed to the ground by Guchanga's palm. This slap to the face was too fast. This made Guxianer unwilling, depressed, sullen, distressed, and discouraged. In short, she had mixed feelings. She only wanted to use her own strength to defeat Guchanga. She did not want to rely on the treasures her masters gave her. But if Guchanga wanted to kill her, she would not allow herself to be captured. Thinking of this, Guxianer's eyes became as cold as a sword. He glared at Guchanga, as if he wanted to poke a bloody hole in him. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose in terms of spirit, especially in terms of momentum. This sentence was also told to her by her third master. Guchanga, don't be so smug. Right now, your realm is higher than mine. Once my realm catches up, I'll definitely suppress you. At that time, I'll return all the humiliation I've suffered today to you, Guxianer said coldly. So why don't you catch up? With your current ability, you want to kill me for revenge? Guxianer, aren't you overthinking things? At this moment, Guchanga's clear yet indifferent voice once again reached Guxianer's ears. High and mighty with a hint of casual contempt. This caused her to be slightly stunned. Then she was so angry that she simply gritted her teeth. But that giant hand formed by the divine ability was still suppressing her, making her unable to struggle. Then her nose was tightly pinched by Guchanga. This made her almost go crazy. She was in despair. Guchanga, don't go too far. I'll kill you. Guxianer shouted angrily, gritting her teeth. At this moment she was like an angry kitten. I gave you a chance to kill me for revenge, but you didn't cherish it. Guxianer, what you said really disappoints me. Guchanga's expression was also very indifferent. At this moment in Guxianer's eyes, he was as cold as a celestial being from the ninth heaven, without a trace of emotion. Guxianer's head buzzed. Then she was a little stunned. Disappointed in her? Why would he be disappointed in her? She couldn't beat him and was casually suppressed by him. Shouldn't he be happy? What did Guchanga mean? Did he want her to cultivate and kill him? Guxianer couldn't understand. She stared at Guchanga with wide eyes. But Guchanga didn't say anything more. In his opinion, Guxianer was just itching for a beating. Her cold personality was so good, but she just had to be a little arrogant. She also liked to provoke him. He couldn't help but want to bully her. Wasn't it better to just cultivate at Great Elder's place and honestly improve her strength and realm? Not only did she think about all kinds of nonsense all day long, but she also looked as if she had done something bad and hated him. Although the blame for digging out the bones was placed on his head. But at that time his body was controlled by the demonic nature. In the end, it wasn't his intention. If the system had awakened earlier and solved the problem of the demonic nature suppression, Guchanga naturally wouldn't have dug out the bones. He had a better and more advantageous method. Guxianer wanted revenge and to kill him. The fact that Guchanga didn't want to kill her was already the greatest kindness. Until now, he was still plotting this. It was just that he didn't have time to care about her recently. He threw her at Great Elder's place and gave her a lot of cultivation time. He also provoked Great Elder to teach her carefully. Guchanga was just short of directly giving her opportunities and benefits. But this girl still had a silly look on her face. She didn't look stupid. How could she do such a thing? Was it because he didn't care about her for so long that she felt neglected? Was she throwing a tantrum? Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind. But since she took the initiative to come to him, then he would teach her a lesson. At the same time, he would let her know the difference between heaven and earth. Otherwise, when he broke through his realm soon, he would become arrogant and conceited again. Today is a small punishment. If there is a next time, I will directly throw you under the latrine pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. Then Guchanga opened his mouth again with a calm expression. Bah! Then accompanied by such a sound. Guxianer was suddenly stunned. She didn't dare to believe it. Then, her little face suddenly turned red. She was simply embarrassed and furious. In all her life, this was the first time someone dared to hit her like this. And it was Guchanga, the person she hated the most. Guchanga, Seeing this scene, Yu Mingkong was also a little stunned. Although Gu Chang's attitude towards Gu Xian'er was a little strange, it was naturally good that he didn't have any killing intent. As an older brother, it wasn't a problem for him to teach his disobedient younger sister a lesson. But she was already so old. Spanking her was a little too much. But since it was Gu Chang'e, this was a very light punishment. Couldn't be considered too much. After all, Gu Chang'e didn't have any killing intent. That was already something to be thankful for. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them here. Otherwise, if word got out, Gu Xian'er would be embarrassed to death. Xian'er, she was about to say something when she saw Gu Xian'er go berserk. Gu Chang'e, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fight it out with you. Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. Her face was as cold as ice. She couldn't wait to chop off Gu Chang'e's hand. But Gu Chang'e played it down and didn't seem to care. You want to kill me for revenge? Then show me what you've got. Don't make me look down on you. Then, he shook his head with a regretful and disappointed expression. He got up and prepared to return to the palace. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from Gu Xian'er. Her face was as cold as ice. She took out a pitch-black broadsword. Her murderous aura filled the sky. The broadsword light on it was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if it was going to tear apart the sky and cut the dome of heaven. In an instant, this pitch-black broadsword appeared in the sky. Many terrifying phenomena appeared. The blood of a great emperor, the death of a perfected immortal, and the collapse of the universe. The power contained in it was too terrifying. It was like a broadsword that could destroy the world. It had an unparalleled power, vast and surging. What is that? It's so scary. What happened on Wuxiang Peak? That's where true disciple Gu is. Could it be that someone is fighting there? At this moment, the countless disciples of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace were all shocked. They appeared on their own mountain peaks and divine islands, watching from the distance with incomparable horror. They looked in that direction and were stunned by that terrifying black broadsword. Even their souls were trembling. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. This kind of divine power had even surpassed the saint realm. It could easily destroy the world. Especially the disciples of Wuxiang Peak. They felt it the most directly. Their minds were under a terrifying pressure. It was unbearable. They almost suffocated. Who would have thought that Gu Xian'er could take out such a thing so easily? Power that surpasses the saint realm. How could Gu Xian'er have such a thing? If it weren't for her lack of strength, its power would be even more terrifying. Many elders appeared and frowned in the sky. They considered themselves as old monsters, but they also felt their hearts palpitate. Even though Gu Xian'er was young, her background was absolutely astonishing. No wonder the great elder treated her like this. They had investigated Gu Xian'er's background and knew that she was related to the everlasting Gu clan. However, they didn't know much about other things. Seeing this terrifying broadsword radiance, they couldn't help but sink into silence. They were even more curious about Gu Xian'er's background. Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian'er have quite a bit of conflict. However, as the inheritor of an everlasting family, Gu Chang'e shouldn't fear this broadsword radiance. However, he will definitely suffer a bit. They couldn't help but comment as they watched the scene on Wuxiang Peak. An old monster's broadsword radiance. He actually gave this little girl Xian'er this kind of thing. Gu Chang'e is courting death and asking for trouble. Don't blame this old man. In the void, the great elder had already calmed down. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Seeing this scene on Wuxiang Peak, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He was a bit happy. It wasn't easy to see Gu Chang'e's defeated appearance. It made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he drank cold spring water on a hot day. His entire body was comfortable. In his opinion, even if Gu Chang'e didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, Gu Xian'er was currently in a berserk state. He directly took out this pitch-black broadsword. It was a bit like meeting gods, meeting Buddha, killing Buddha. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, no matter how many tricks he had, he would still lose a layer of skin. However, in the next moment, the great elder's expression couldn't help but stiffen. He frowned as if he had seen a ghost. There weren't many things in this world that could shock him. Outside the palace, when Gu Xian'er took out the black broadsword, Gu Chang'e had already noticed it. He had already expected this. His expression was calm. He turned around, looking at this broadsword. Xian'er, don't. Yu Mingkong's expression changed slightly. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. It was with great difficulty that Gu Chang'e didn't have the intention to kill Gu Xian'er. But if Gu Xian'er really did so, it would be equivalent to tearing apart all pretense of cordiality. It would reveal the enmity between the two. At that time it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. With Gu Xian'er's current ability, if he really did tear apart all pretense of cordiality with Gu Chang'e, she had no chance of resisting at all, unless she went back to Peach Village to hide, or asked for help from her master. Yu Mingkong wasn't worried about Gu Chang'e, because she knew that Gu Chang'e had endless tricks up his sleeve. It was hard to imagine that Gu Xian'er's attack wouldn't be able to kill him. Right now, she was only worried that the situation would be difficult to clean up. At this time, Gu Xian'er, who had reacted, felt a bit of regret. Just now she was completely blinded by anger. Without thinking, she took out the black broadsword that her master gave her, wanting to chop Gu Chang'e into minced meat. This was not in line with her original intention of defeating Gu Chang'e fair and square. Moreover, Gu Chang'e only bullied and taught her a lesson. He didn't kill her. But now it was too late for her to stop. Gu Xian'er quickly withdrew the 4-2 power in the black broadsword. But how could she withdraw the terrifying aftermath? Just the sharp blade aura alone was enough to pierce through everything and cut through mountains and seas. Buzz! The void trembled. Many runes flashed explosively, as if they were about to fill the sky. Gu Chang'e, get out of the way. At this moment Gu Xian'er couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She hurriedly shouted at Gu Chang'e. She was the one who attacked just now, but she was also the one who made Gu Chang'e dodge. This made her very conflicted. She didn't want to defeat Gu Chang'e in this way at all. However, when she heard this, Gu Chang'e, who turned around and stopped in front of the palace, was very calm. He looked at her attack and didn't even have a trace of resistance. He didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. The expression on his face was so calm that it made Gu Xian'er panic. I'll return this attack to you first, Gu Chang'e said casually. Then, he quietly watched as the saber split open, falling from his shoulder and directly across half of his body. The terrible pain was almost tearing his body apart. But his expression was calm. He didn't even frown. Soon blood spurted out. One of the bones contained the runes of the Great Tao. It was unusually bright and looked very mysterious. Under this slash, a cracking sound could be heard, and fine cracks appeared on it. Yu Mingkong looked at this scene and was shocked. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to do nothing and just watch Gu Xian'er attack. With his ability, if he wanted to resist, he could definitely do it. Chapter 113. Why didn't Gu Chang'e dodge? What was he thinking? Returning this blow first, was it to pay back the grudge of digging out his bone? Yu Mingkong's mind went blank. At this moment she did not know what to do. Looking at the moment when the knife cut through Gu Chang'e's body, she was stunned. Then she could not help but feel her heart tighten, as if it was being gripped by something. She really hated Gu Chang'e. She hated his coldness and ruthlessness, but she still could not bear to see this scene. Which normal person could bear this kind of pain? But Gu Chang'e's expression was extremely calm. He did not even frown. Sigh. Yu Mingkong's heart was also in chaos because of this blow. She sighed and could not bear to watch anymore. She moved her head away. This was the grudge between Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian'er. She could not interfere, nor did she have the right to interfere. Gu Chang'e, what are you thinking? In this life I can't see through you. Did you really change your mind and want to make up for it, or did you have other plans? But how did he know that Gu Xian'er would suddenly stop? What if he guessed wrong? This blow would be the end of his life. Is he gambling with his life? And it's only to pay back the grudge of digging out his bone. Yu Mingkong's white hands held onto her sleeves. There was a bit of melancholy on her picturesque face. Her usual cold and dignified expression had long disappeared. She felt that she needed to calm down and think about the recent events. This is a ruthless person. In the void, the various elders saw all this and could not help but feel their eyebrows twitch. They gasped and looked at Gu Chang'e with eyes full of shock and disbelief. In any case, they knew that they could not be so ruthless. Gu Chang'e did not evade at all and directly took the blow. If Gu Xian did not withdraw a large amount of mana at the critical moment, this blow would have shaved the entire Wushang Peak into ruins. Gu Chang'e, this old man has underestimated you. In the void, the Grand Elder who was watching all of this sighed. Although he didn't have a good impression of Gu Chang'e, he still admired Gu Chang'e a little. In terms of methods and other aspects, this was definitely a person who was going to achieve great things. No one knew how far he would go in the future. Looking at the younger generation, there was indeed no one who could compare to him. Even he couldn't see through it. Gu Chang'e, in front of the palace. Gu Xianer was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chang'e could have dodged it. He had already retracted most of his mana. But why didn't he dodge? Why didn't they resist? And he even said that he would return this stab to him first? If he hadn't stopped just now, wouldn't he have died here? Why? What was the reason for all this? Or could it be that this was his true motive? Her head was a mess. Gu Chang'e's calm eyes made Gu Xianer very anxious. He couldn't calm down at all. He could scold himself, glare at himself angrily, call himself despicable and shameless, and take advantage of the chaos just now. But Gu Chang'e didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. This made Gu Xianer even more uneasy. It was as if she had done something wrong. Did she almost kill Gu Chang'e by accident just now? Now Gu Xianer's head was full of buzzing sounds. He was stunned on the spot. So much so that she didn't even know when Gu Chang'e pulled out the stab from his body, and when he left without a word. Gu Xianer suddenly felt like she had lost her soul. Her cold little face was incomparably blank. Yu Mingkong saw this and sighed. She went over to comfort him. But today's matter actually made her very confused. She never would have thought and couldn't understand at all. The moment he returned to the palace, the calm expression on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared. The terrifying pain made him frown slightly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he revealed a strange smile. The reason he did that just now was naturally to act out a trick of self-injury. After all, if he wanted Gu Xianer to completely trust him, he had to take that stab. Otherwise, with his methods, it would have been very easy for him to escape unscathed. No matter how strong Gu Xianer's talent and weapon were, she was just a small marquee cultivator now. Not to mention that she was soft-hearted just now. Facing her biggest enemy, she actually held back and withdrew her mana. But this was also within Gu Chang'e's expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't joke around with his own life. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e roughly knew why Yu Mingkong went to Gu Xianer. Presumably, in the timeline she experienced, Gu Xianer's ending was very tragic. Two main character templates, but she probably couldn't win against his demonic body. With this kind of personality, she couldn't achieve anything great. What a stupid little girl. How can you escape from my hands like this? Gu Chang'e then shook his head and scanned his current injury. The blood gushing out of the wound had already stopped. His body was very strong. In just a short while, the wound had already begun to heal. That black long sword had a strange aura that could destroy life. But under Gu Chang'e's forbidden demonic technique, this aura was quickly swallowed up by the Black Dao talisman scripts that appeared. It didn't affect him. With this injury, he would be able to heal as good as new in a short time. But Gu Chang'e wasn't in a hurry to do so. Buzz! He secretly channeled his mana. The wound that had already healed split open again. Fresh blood flowed out again. It looked even more terrifying. It was as if there was a layer of strange power that was stopping this process. Gu Chang'e nodded in satisfaction. Since it was a trick of self-injury, he naturally had to complete it. He couldn't waste the good opportunity that Gu Xianer had provided for him. He looked at the terrible wound on his body. He had almost been cut open by that sword. Even many of his bones had cracked. Of course, the bone of Dao wasn't that weak. Although that black sword was very strange, it wasn't to the extent that it could release such great power in Gu Xianer's hands. This was just Gu Chang'e's superficial trick. Soon, the bone of Dao shone with dense talisman scripts. The cracks quickly healed and disappeared. After all, this bone of Dao, he still had other purposes. He was still waiting for Gu Xianer to personally dig it out. He still left this for Gu Xianer. The many miraculous abilities and talents of the bone of Dao had long been imprinted in his heart. It was contained by the demonic heart. To Guchanga it was the same whether he had this bone or not. But when he thought of this, Guchanga felt that although this sword was very painful, it was still very worth it. It was also thanks to his strong willpower. In addition, his primordial spirit was hard to destroy. He didn't reveal any flaws. Then, Guchanga noticed the sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall. His expression changed slightly. It was Yumingkong, who had sent Guxianer away and returned. "Are you okay?" Yumingkong asked with a complicated expression. At the same time there was a trace of concern. She wasn't as cold and indifferent as usual. Looking at Guchanga's terrible injuries, she couldn't help but soften. Her tone was much gentler. Although she had been living with Guchanga on Wushang Peak these few days, they were together day and night. But their relationship didn't improve at all. She didn't have a good attitude towards Guchanga. The two of them had already fallen out. There was no need to feign civility. Guchanga had many things to deal with, so he couldn't be bothered to care about her. On the other hand, Yanji appeared from time to time. She looked like both a maid and a follower. She was in charge of Guchanga's daily life. Yumingkong couldn't stand this. Her heart was uncomfortable. She couldn't wait to cut Yanji with her sword. Yanji's strength was very strong. Although she looked very young, in fact, she already had the cultivation of the great sage realm. This made Yumingkong feel helpless. She also didn't have a good attitude towards Guchanga. She thought that he had changed some time ago. But he changed to be good to other women? What was this? If it wasn't for her state of mind cultivation, and the experience of her previous life made her understand that there was no need to fight for this kind of thing, she definitely couldn't help but make a move on Yanji. But Guchanga's actions today made Yumingkong feel disappointed, confused, puzzled, and at a loss for a moment. Many of the things she experienced in her previous life reappeared in this life. But something unexpected happened with Guchanga. Did that mean that Guchanga was actually a variable? She could try to change Guchanga, but she couldn't change the tragedy of her previous life. Yumingkong felt that it was necessary to try. She knew Guchanga very well, but in fact, she had never really understood him thoroughly. What had he experienced before? Why was he so calm in the face of this kind of pain that ordinary people would have fainted from? It made people panic. A hateful person naturally had a pitiful side. Perhaps Guchanga had always been hiding a secret that she didn't know. "It's okay. Mingkong, you actually care about your husband. Your husband is a little flattered." Guchanga glanced at Yumingkong and said with a casual smile. As he spoke, he began to rummage through the divine medicine and spirit pills in his storage ring, looking as if he was trying to heal his injuries. His expression was calm and composed. If one didn't look at the injuries on his body, it wouldn't be a big deal. But with this kind of terrifying injury, which was so deep that his bones could be seen, it was especially awkward and shocking. Yumingkong also didn't expect that Guchanga would still be teasing her at this time. She couldn't help but be silent for a moment, and then said indifferently, "Xian'er's blade contains destructive power. Normal healing pills are useless. Destructive power could destroy life and prevent wounds from healing. Even a physique with strong life force would suffer this kind of torture." "Is that so? I was wondering why it was so difficult to heal." Hearing this, Guchanga looked a little enlightened, but he still looked like he didn't care too much. "Wang." Then, Shenshi 577 began to emit from his body. Rays of multicolored light filled the air and intertwined. His blood and chi turned into a terrifying true dragon, letting out a rumbling sound. This kind of powerful and terrifying blood and chi was like a giant furnace standing between heaven and earth. Yumingkong also had to admit that Guchanga's strength was really ridiculously strong. This kind of blood and chi power was the result of him hiding a trump card, but it was still so vast. But soon, Guchanga frowned. Strand after strand of divine light descended, wanting to heal his injuries. However, when they came into contact, they directly broke apart. It is indeed a little strange. These injuries won't heal in a short time. He sighed slightly, seeming a little helpless. At this time, an elegant fragrance wafted over. "Don't waste your time. Force out the destructive power first. Otherwise, the wounds will never heal." Yumingkong shook her head slightly and walked over. Her expression was cold, but there was also a hint of heartache. Then she took out an embroidered handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood around Guchanga's wounds. Since when did Mingkong care so much about your husband? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh, as if he was a little surprised that Yu Mingkong would do this. Yu Mingkong's expression was cold, but she also said casually, when? You just didn't feel it before. At this time Gu Chang'e also seemed a little stunned. Then, he sighed faintly and didn't say anything. Yu Mingkong immediately caught this slight change in mood. She frowned. Gu Chang'e, why are you sighing? Nothing. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. After all, I'm a person without a heart. It's normal that I can't feel it. It sounded very silly, but before this he really didn't have a normal heart. There was nothing wrong with saying that. In any case, all the blame was thrown to the demon heart. This was a solution that Gu Chang'e had thought of long ago. The demon heart was his biggest secret besides the taboo demonic art. It seemed that Yu Mingkong didn't know about it in her previous life. It seemed that he had to create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover his secret. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change, but many thoughts flashed through his mind. You don't have a heart. Yes, your heart is made of iron. It seemed to be a very normal sentence, but Yu Mingkong felt an indescribable emotion from it. She was silent for a while, thinking of many things in her previous life. She couldn't help but sigh faintly, containing an indescribable meaning. Chapter 114. On the second day after Gu Chang'e was injured by Gu Xian'er, Gu Chang'e was appointed as the successor by the various elders and the palace master. This was confirmed by the great elder himself. This matter quickly caused a huge commotion in the palace of heavenly immortals. All the disciples were shocked. This was because they knew that the great elder and Gu Chang'e were not on good terms. The two had even had many disputes previously. The great elder was furious because of this, causing many stars in the outer realms to tremble and almost fall. But at this time, he suddenly appointed Gu Chang'e as the successor. Many disciples could not believe this, but they did not dare to ask about it. Although they were unwilling to accept the fact that he was not the successor, they did not dare to ask. But facing Gu Chang'e, they did not dare to snatch it. They did not even dare to think about snatching the successor position. Even the group of true disciples chose to avoid Gu Chang'e. They either went out to train or chose to cultivate in seclusion. What could the remaining inner and outer sect disciples do? Not to mention that Gu Chang'e had already ruled the palace of heavenly immortals. Even if he was not appointed as the successor, it was just an empty title to him. No one dared to object. And the day before yesterday, Gu Chang'e seemed to have been injured by his so-called younger sister, Gu Xian'er. He did not appear for an entire day. Gu Xian'er once again caused quite a stir in the palace of heavenly immortals. After all, she was the only disciple who dared to challenge Gu Chang'e and attack Gu Chang'e. But many people heard that Gu Chang'e did not resist and was severely injured. For a time, many people were guessing what grudges Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e had in the past. Gossiping, watching the show, and digging up rumors were all things that people did not get tired of. Gu Xian'er's powerful strength also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, she was the great elder's personal disciple. Her talent on the path of heavenly immortals was not inferior to Gu Chang'e's. Many people felt that her future was limitless. In the future, she would definitely become a powerful figure in the upper realm. During this period of time, an elder announced that the coronation ceremony for the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace would be held in 7 days. At the same time, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals also informed the various orthodoxies of the upper worlds that they wanted to open up the immortal ancient continent to investigate the mystery behind the appearance of the immortal treasure. When news of this spread, the various orthodoxies and powers of the higher realms were alarmed, including many imperishable great sects, archaic immortal clans, emperor clans, and even long-life families. Even some inheritors of ancient taboos, who had not contacted the outside world for a long time, were showing signs of coming out. It wasn't just a relic, it was also a secret realm. Back then, a terrifying existence from the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace moved it here from the immortal ancient land. It contained countless opportunities, but at the same time, it also contained countless dangers. Even the elders of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace did not dare to set foot in the area shrouded by the flowing mist. Apart from this, there were quite a few natives and creatures living in immortal ancient continent. They were cut off from the rest of the world. Normally, they were guarded by the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' old antiques. Once the immortal ancient continent opened up, a group of young prodigies would definitely swarm in. Who could predict whether they would live or die inside? Regarding this, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals made a request to the various factions. Each faction could only send 10 young prodigies at most, and they also needed someone to be in charge. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Of course, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was very fair to the young independent cultivators. They did not mention any rules, but they could not allow independent cultivators to enter. This was also because the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had no choice but to do this. Now, how many factions disciples were stationed in ancient Dao City? There was no need to say more. However, in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, they had to abide by the palace rules. This action made many cultivators instantly understand that the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had chosen Guchanga as their inheritor to deal with this situation. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals is quite smart. Who in the younger generation has the power and influence of the Gu clan's young master? When the time comes, the younger generation will all gather at the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. There will definitely be a lot of competition, but with the Gu clan's young master around, many people will restrain themselves. This is a very smart move. But that's not necessarily the case. Recently, many young paragons have broken through to the regal emperor realm. I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be no lack of fierce competition. Also, I heard that recently the immemorial Yi clan's inheritor Yi Langtian, a prodigy known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, was once on par with the Gu clan's young master. He suffered a great loss at the hands of a male from the same clan called Yi Ling. That male from the same clan called Yi Ling's cultivation was not as high as Yi Longqian's at that time, but he was able to fight to a draw with Yi Langtian. It's clear how strong he is. Perhaps that young man called Yi Ling will be able to fight the Gu clan's young master when the time comes. Also, I heard that the prodigy called Yi Ling does indeed intend to challenge the Gu clan's young master. He even said that. I don't know when the two of them became enemies. In ancient Dao City, in a divine watchtower by the street, Yi Langtian, who was listening to the cultivators outside, had a slightly gloomy expression. Brother Gu, I didn't think that this matter would implicate you. He was slightly apologetic as he raised his cup to Guchanga in front of him. Guchanga's handsome face was calm and indifferent. He brought the white jade wine cup to his lips, raised it, and drained it in one gulp. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. He's just a small grasshopper that can be swatted to death. Brother Yi, why are you so concerned? Seeing that he spoke so casually, the girl in purple beside Yi Langtian could not help but nod in agreement. That's right. Guchanga is right. Brother, why are you so concerned? Yi Ling is just a branch family member who only knows how to scheme. You're too afraid of him. In her opinion, no matter how strong Yi Ling was, he only relied on a few tricks. If he really faced Yi Langtian head-on, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Langtian. Their statuses could not be compared at all. Even if many sect elders thought highly of Yi Ling, this would not change anything. Yi Langtian was too nervous about this matter. However, she agreed with Guchanga's words. Yi Ling was just a small grasshopper. No matter how he jumped, he would be swatted to death. Thinking of this, the girl in purple's pretty face showed some indifference. Her eyes curved slightly with a smile. She was Yi Lioli. During this time, she and her brother Yi Langtian had been in ancient Dao Heaven City, waiting for the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace to open the immortal ancient continent. She did not expect to meet Guchanga today. To be more precise, it was a coincidence to meet Guchanga and Yu Mingkong. Beside Guchanga, there was a beautiful woman with a lofty and noble aura. Her phoenix-like eyes drooped slightly, but she gave off an indescribable aura of power. She was the crown princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Yi Lioli was a little envious of the relationship between the two. They were like a pair of immortals sitting there looking extremely compatible. Especially below the table, she noticed Guchanga's small movements. Although Yu Mingkong was also drinking, her other hand was gently held in Guchanga's. Yu Mingkong did not show any abnormality on her face. She was very natural, still exuding a noble and inviolable aura. If they were not very close, How could she let others touch her with such a temperament? Yuli was envious. She had always had some inexplicable feelings for Guchanga, especially after coming up from the lower realm. However, from the scene before her, she could see that Guchanga and Yumingkong were very close. They were not as harmonious as outsiders thought. Brother Gu's words make sense. However, at first I also thought so. I felt that Yiling was not a threat. However, later on, because of this, I suffered a great loss at the hands of Yiling. I also don't know why there are such rumors recently that Yiling actually wants to challenge Brother Gu. Hearing this, Yilangtian shook his head and said. His words seemed sincere, but he also had his own motives. As a member of the same clan and the young master, if he casually attacked Yiling, he was afraid that the elders would be impeached and displeased. Coincidentally, Yiling had recently announced that he wanted to challenge Guchanga. This made him think of this method to kill with a borrowed knife. Yilangtian could become the successor of the Yi clan, so he was naturally not a kind person. Many things were done after careful consideration. Of course, Guchanga might not care about this, so he could not say much. Oh, according to Brother Yi, that Yiling seems to be quite capable. When Guchanga heard this, his expression still seemed natural. Yilangtian did not know if he had heard it, so he felt helpless. Yiling only has a branch of the Yi clan behind him. It's not easy for him to come this far. Brother Yi, do you know anything? At this moment, Guchanga suddenly changed the topic and asked calmly, mentioning Yiling's background. Guchanga was not surprised that Yiling would spread such rumors. Not only could he ride on his popularity and make a name for himself in one fell swoop, but he could also express his attitude. After all, Yiling's sworn brother Bai Lai, the young master of the White Tiger clan, had suffered a great loss at his hands and was greatly humiliated. Yiling had even been attacked by his fiancée Yu Mingkong. If that was the case, it was only natural that Yiling would blame him for it. After all, he was the son of destiny and was naturally at odds with him. Moreover, after Yiling obtained the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, he became even more arrogant. He did not even care about Yilangtian, who was as famous as Guchanga, let alone Guchanga himself. How could Guchanga not have guessed this little trick? To him, the higher Yiling jumped now, the harder it would be for him to fall when the time came. Moreover, Guchanga had already made arrangements to deal with Yiling. When the time came, not only could he destroy Yiling's reputation, but he could also safely sit back and reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Guchanga's smile deepened, and he could not help but pinch Yu Mingkong's small hand under the banquet table. Slender and delicate like flawless jade, he could not bear to let go of her hand. This caused Yu Mingkong to glare at him and let out a soft snort. However, they were outside and she could not be bothered to argue with Guchanga. She also knew that Guchanga was deliberately teasing her. Guchanga's injury from Guxian, that day had already healed, and it was all thanks to this trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy. Yu Mingkong's attitude towards him had softened considerably, and was not as cold as before. Now that he was interacting with her like this, it would not cause much of a reaction from her. Guchanga left the mountain gate and came to ancient Dao Celestial City to do some business. Yu Mingkong saw him and followed him, wanting to know what he wanted to do. Coincidentally, Guchanga sensed Yoli's presence and created a coincidental encounter. The group of people came to this divine watchtower to drink and chat, discussing the recent situation. This divine watchtower had already been cleared by Guchanga's followers, and there were no other cultivators left, so it would not cause much of a commotion. Guchanga and Yu Mingkong's little flirting actions did not escape Yoli's eyes. She was even more certain that the two of them had a harmonious relationship, which made her very envious. When he heard Guchanga's question, Yilangtian pondered for a moment and said, "I've considered what Brother Gu said. It's very likely that Yiling has the guidance of an expert behind him. It's also possible that he obtained some sort of inheritance. When I fought with him back then, his moves were extremely strange and could neutralize many of my divine powers. He had also investigated Yiling, but in the end, he did not find anything special about him. It did not seem like he had an expert guiding him. Therefore, it was very likely that Yiling had obtained some ancient and powerful inheritance. Looks like Brother Yi and my guess are about the same. Yiling is so arrogant he must have something to rely on. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Yi Langtian nodded and said, "Even Brother Gu thinks that he has obtained some kind of inheritance?" At this moment, Yu Mingkong could not help but look at Gu Chang'e strangely when she heard this. Yi Ling's ancient Heavenly Lord reincarnation's inheritance. Was Gu Chang'e planning to reveal it? Otherwise, why would he say that and lead in this direction? However, Yu Mingkong quickly shook her head secretly. With Gu Chang'e's personality, he was eager to keep Yi Ling's secret to himself. If not for her special relationship with Gu Chang'e, perhaps Gu Chang'e would have killed her to prevent this secret from being exposed. Therefore, before killing Yi Ling and stealing his inheritance, Gu Chang'e would definitely not reveal this secret of his own accord. Then what was his motive? While Yu Mingkong was puzzled, Gu Chang'e said casually, "By the way, Brother Yi, I heard that many outstanding disciples from various sects and orthodoxies have mysteriously disappeared recently. Do you know anything about this?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned at first. Then, her pupils could not help but shrink slightly as a chill ran down her spine. She felt a terrifying chill in the spirit watchtower in broad daylight. She immediately understood Gu Chang'e's plan. Chapter 115. How much do you know about this, Brother Yi? Gu Chang'e spoke casually as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. As he spoke, he raised his hand and poured the wine in the white jade cup into his mouth. He revealed a look of admiration. "This wine is not bad." Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. Looking at his handsome face, she felt a chill run down her spine. Others might not know, but she knew very well. Gu Chang'e was the true successor of the forbidden demonic technique. In her previous life, he had done many such things to frame people. Moreover, she had foolishly believed him every time, and did not have any doubts about Gu Chang'e. However, now that she had witnessed everything with her own eyes, she felt her palms turn cold and cold sweat run down them. As Gu Chang'e chatted and drank, she casually threw the blame on Yi Ling's head with this sentence. Although Yu Mingkong also wanted to kill Yi Ling and steal his opportunity, she could not compare to Gu Chang'e's methods. Everything she had done paled in comparison. She couldn't compare at all. There was no comparison at all. She had always known that Gu Chang'e's methods were very terrifying. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she understood that this terror was completely revealed in his every word and action. At that moment, Yu Mingkong felt a chill run down her spine. She could not let Gu Chang'e know that she knew the secret of Gu Chang'e's immortal devouring demonic technique. Otherwise, she would definitely die a horrible death. When that happened, no one would be able to save her. Her advantage as a reincarnator was of no use in front of Gu Chang'e. "This wine is not bad. Mingkong, try it." At that moment, as various thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind, Gu Chang'e suddenly put the wine cup in front of her and smiled. "Why do you look a little pale? Your hands are a little cold. Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing that Gu Chang'e seemed to be concerned about her, Yu Mingkong would definitely be very happy and touched if it were any other time. But now he felt like he was in a trance. He didn't even know what to say. "Chang'e, I'm fine." Yu Mingkong shook her head and said softly. She didn't show any signs of abnormality. Gu Chang 577 nodded. His smile remained unchanged as he said meaningfully, "It's good that you're fine." He knew that Yu Mingkong had probably guessed his intentions, so she was a little shocked. Gu Chang'e was naturally very familiar with this kind of small trick of diverting the water of calamity. There was no psychological burden in doing it. It was just a matter of convenience. In the end, Yu Mingkong was just a woman. Although she could be tough in some aspects, she was forced by the situation. Unlike him, he was born to be a villain boss. His mind was filled with all kinds of schemes and plots. To Gu Chang'e, this matter could only be said to be too much of a coincidence. The reason he came to ancient Daotian City to deal with this matter was because Yin Mei had been helping him search for various cultivation resources recently. There was a deviation in the results which was noticed by some factions. It caused panic and uproar in many places. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything about this. If one walked by the river often, their shoes would get wet. No matter how well hidden it was, there would be traces and flaws. Gu Chang'e was still thinking about how to solve this problem. Yi Langtian happened to bump into him, and even mentioned Yi Ling's matter to him. Didn't he have a scapegoat now? As for how to put the blame on Yi Ling, Gu Chang'e had already thought of many methods. Moreover, each method was guaranteed to be flawless and difficult to find any flaws. Yi Langtian was a little stunned at this moment. When he saw Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong talking without caring about others, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mingkong and Brother Gu's relationship is really enviable. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression had returned to normal. She smiled at this and didn't say anything. She felt that she might have been too paranoid. Although Gu Chang'e's recent actions were for various benefits, compared to her previous life, he was already treating her very well. Their relationship had also improved a lot. Moreover, just now Gu Chang'e saw that her palms were a little cold and sweaty. He even gently held her hands to comfort her. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e had noticed something. However, this kind of careful care was very useful. At this moment, Yi Langtian continued, recently, this matter has indeed caused a lot of people to panic. Many talented sky prides have suddenly disappeared. The most important thing is that their cultivation base isn't very high. At first, no one noticed anything. However, now that this has happened, many cultivators have realized that the number of missing cultivators is not small. Most importantly, some of the tombs of some orthodoxies have been dug up. Some of the ancient corpses have also disappeared. As the successor of the Yi clan, it was very easy for him to find out about these things. Of course, the most important reason was that a few days ago, the grandson of an elder of a large clan suddenly disappeared. The elder searched everywhere, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. That grandson of his had only been in this world for a short time and had never offended anyone. In the end, it was as if he had sunk into the sea and disappeared without a trace. The upper realm was so big. The number of cultivators disappearing every day was simply uncountable. It was not strange for them to disappear for various reasons. For example, they encountered a spatial rift, accidentally encountered a battle between experts, and were killed by the aftermath. However, that elder found some clues. There was a force in the dark that was searching for talented sky prides everywhere. It started from the upper realm's inner realm and spread to various heavens, spreading to the central realm and the outer realm. Once this matter was made public, it immediately caused many forces to be shocked, uneasy, and even fearful. This matter seems to be similar to what I understand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then he stared at Yi Langtian and asked directly, Brother Yi, do you think this has something to do with a taboo inheritance that disappeared in the long river of time and was destroyed by many orthodoxies? Gu Chang'e asked frankly and went straight to the point. After all, this matter was a little strange to be hesitant about. Brother Gu, what do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Langtian's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. In fact, Gu Chang'e did not need to say much about this matter. He also felt that it was very likely, otherwise it would not have caused so much fear. He did not mention it first because he felt that this matter was too terrifying and simply did not dare to imagine. The 4 words, taboo inheritance, showed how terrifying this matter was. Now in the upper realm, no one dared to mention these words. This was how the name of taboo came about. If I'm not wrong, the taboo inheritance has appeared again. It's like grass. Even a wildfire can't burn it down. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. No matter how it's destroyed, it will revive again. Gu Chang'e said calmly. When he said this, Yu Mingkong felt that he seemed to be hinting at something. After all, Gu Chang'e in front of her was the true owner of the taboo inheritance. And after saying so much, what he said next was the main topic. Brother Gu, you think the same as me? Hearing this, Yi Langtian nodded and sighed. He suddenly felt that Gu Chang'e was really his confidant. He could not help but sympathize with him for thinking the same thing. Of course, he naturally did not know that Gu Chang'e said this only to use him to spread the news. In this way, who would first suspect Gu Chang'e? This was simply impossible. If that's true, then the time of the taboo inheritance's appearance is too much of a coincidence. At this time, Gu Chang'e spoke again. His calm expression carried a hint of hesitation, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Gu, do you think that Yi Ling's sudden rise has something to do with this matter? Hearing this, Yi Langtian simply asked directly. His expression carried some confusion. It was obvious that he had also thought about it carefully. I've investigated many things about Yi Ling. Firstly, he has no background. Secondly, he has no resources. Secondly, he is not valued in the collateral family. How could his cultivation surpass his peers and catch up with us? This matter is indeed too much of a coincidence. It seems that I have to pay more attention to this matter. Hearing this, Gu Chang's expression was calm. However, in his heart he was praising Yi Langtian in his heart. Yi Langtian had already speculated in the direction that he wanted. In this way, Yi Ling would not have it as easy as he did now. Of course, at this time he still needed his help. Brother Gu, this matter is of great importance. I have to leave first. I have to report to the family. When the immortal ancient continent opens, we will meet again. Then Yi Langtian's expression was uncertain. He prepared to leave with Yi Liuli. Brother Yi, take care. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face. He also clasped his hands and left. Very quickly after Yi Langtian left, the god's watchtower quieted down. Gu Chang'e's expression was thoughtful as he looked out of the street. Yu Mingkong did not speak. Her picturesque fairy-like face stared at Gu Chang'e. Her white face seemed to be shining. It was extremely moving. It was as if she wanted to see through him. What's wrong? You look at your husband like this every day. Are you not used to it? Gu Chang'e suddenly chuckled. He held her hand again and asked. Yu Mingkong looked at him with her beautiful eyes and shook her head. Your methods are too frightening. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Ling will die sooner or later. It's just that it's easier this way. Gu Chang'e laughed. Besides, isn't your husband helping you kill him? Yu Mingkong let out a nasal snort. Obviously, she didn't believe what he said. What did he mean by helping her? He made it sound so nice. When the time came, he would definitely take all the benefits. At most, he would leave her some soup. If she cooperated with Gu Chang'e, she could forget about taking advantage of him. It would be the same even if she was his fiancée. It had to be said that Yu Mingkong now understood Gu Chang'e very well. You're full of evil tricks. How much of your words can I trust? Yu Mingkong could not be bothered with him. She began to think about what tricks Yi Ling had in her previous life. After suffering once, she was much more cautious. Let's wait and see. Gu Chang'e smiled. At the same time, in a remote ancient city to the east of Dao Heaven Ancient City. Brother Bai Lai, thank you for all the cultivation resources you've provided. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. In a tall pavilion, a few young prodigies were drinking and chatting. One of them was a man in black with a pendant around his neck. It was Yi Ling. As he spoke, he gave a toast to Bai Lai and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Bai Lai's aura was shocking. His blood chi was like a furnace. Just sitting in the middle made the young prodigies here not to be underestimated. They were very respectful. After all, Bai Lai was the successor of the primordial royal White Tiger clan. His status was far from what they could compare to. He was clearly here for Yi Ling's sake. Haha, brother Yi Ling, you're too polite. Why do we have to say this between us? Bai Lai was clearly very happy. He was already drunk, and his words were full of heroism. Suddenly, his face lit up. He felt the communication talisman in his pocket heating up slightly. Clearly, his fiancée Yin Mei was contacting him. This made Bai Lai very happy because Yin Mei rarely took the initiative to contact him. It's obvious that sister-in-law is contacting Big Brother. Big Brother, why don't you hurry and see what the message is? Yi Ling clearly knew Bai Lai's situation very well. Seeing this, he could not help but laugh and tease. He knew that Bai Lai was very fond of his fiancée. Hearing him call her sister-in-law made Bai Lai feel very comfortable all over. This made his smile even brighter. He hurriedly checked the message in the communication talisman, then laughed and said Yin Mei said that she has something to do and has to leave Dao Heaven Palace. She has time today and can meet me. Chapter 116. In the pavilion, divine light was faintly discernible, and essence energy filled the air. It was a harmonious and lively scene. Bai Lai drank another cup of wine. As he spoke, he could not help but reveal a smug and excited expression. Although he had met Yin Mei a few times during this period and had even brought her to meet many of his friends, including Yi Ling, Yin Mei had always maintained a distance of 30 feet from him due to her reserved nature. She could not even touch him. This made Bai Lai feel a little troubled. However, on the other hand, it also made him like Yin Mei even more when he saw her reserved and self-loving character. The slight displeasure that he had encountered at the All-Thousand Dao banquet also disappeared. After all, he had no choice at that time. Yin-mei was forced into a corner. In any case, one day, he would chop off the hand that Guchanga used to touch Yin-mei's foxtail. Today, Yin-mei had taken the initiative to contact him, which made Bai Lai very happy. In his opinion, the relationship between the two of them was gradually warming up and becoming very familiar with each other. Perhaps they could take another step closer today. As he thought of this, Bai Lai's smile deepened. As he took out his communication talisman and informed Yin-mei of his current location, he smiled at the prodigies in front of him and said, "I asked Yin-mei to come and find me directly. I don't think you guys have any objections, right?" Hearing this, the prodigies hurriedly shook their heads and laughed. "Brother Bai Lai, what are you saying? Why would we have any objections? We've long heard about the 9 Lives Heavenly Maiden Yin-mei. She's the Heavenly Maiden of the 9-tailed tribe. She's beautiful and stunning. Brother Bai Lai, you have such a fiancé. I'm really envious and jealous. Moreover, at the All-Thousand Dao banquet some time ago, I heard that the Heavenly Maiden Yin-mei faced Guchanga directly without batting an eyelid." That's right. For Brother Bai Lai, she dared to stand up and fight against Guchanga. As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals, she can do such a thing. There's no need to say more about the Heavenly Maiden Yin-mei's character. How many women in the world can curry favor with the powerful to this extent? How many people have you shaken off with this alone? However, Heavenly Maiden Yin-mei's actions are truly admirable. She is truly a good match for Big Brother Bai Lai. Hearing this, the group of young geniuses, regardless of gender, began to toast and flatter Bai Lai. These words made Bai Lai feel very comfortable. Although he was a little upset at the mention of Guchanga, the thought of Yin-mei coming soon made him feel better. Yiling sat on the other side. He was dressed in black and looked very ordinary. However, he exuded an indescribable sense of self-confidence. Even among the crowd of fawning young heaven's favorites, he stood out. He had heard about the Myriad Dao banquet some time ago. That Guchanga really went too far. He humiliated Bai Lai in public. If it wasn't for Bai Lai's fiancée, Yin-mei, standing up for him at the critical moment, blocking a wave of attacks for him, perhaps Bai Lai would suffer even greater humiliation. As for Yin-mei, Yiling had seen her a few times. She was indeed very beautiful. As someone who always liked beauties, he was a little moved. However, she was Big Brother Bai Lai's fiancée after all. Although he liked beauties, he still had a bottom line. Of course, if Bai Lai wasn't around, then taking care of his sister-in-law would be a different matter. At that moment, Yiling noticed the sinister look in Bai Lai's eyes when he heard about Guchanga. He couldn't help but laugh. "Big Brother Bai Lai, why are you so concerned about that Guchanga? After all, his cultivation speed is only half a step faster than yours. When you break through to the mid-stage Regis stage, why should you be afraid of him?" Hearing this, Bai Lai laughed and said, "You really understand me." "Think so too. When I break through to the mid-stage Regis stage, so what if Guchanga is strong? I'm not afraid of him. My white tiger race's offensive power is not weaker than anyone of the same cultivation level." This was also the invincible belief that he firmly believed in now. Previously, he avoided Guchanga at the All Dao banquet because his cultivation level was not as high as his. However, now that he felt the shackles of the mid-stage Regis stage, he could think of a way to break through at any time. When that time came, he would definitely defeat Guchanga and make him lose face, making him regret what he did that day. "Oh right, speaking of Guchanga, why do you seem to have a lot of enmity with him? I heard that you also threatened to challenge him." Suddenly, Bai Lai frowned and thought of something. He looked at Yiling and asked, "It's not that I don't think you have any hope. After all, I've seen your talent with my own eyes. You can defeat someone stronger than you. You can even fight against Yilang Tian, who is as famous as Guchanga. When your cultivation level catches up, Guchanga will probably not be your match." The recent rumors had already spread throughout the boundless heaven. The young prodigies here also knew about this matter. Naturally, they were very impressed with Yiling. Yilang Tian was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. In the various heavens of the upper realm, there were many rumors about him. Yiling defeating someone stronger than him had obviously shocked many people. Otherwise, how could a side family disciple like him be brothers with Bai Lai? "Brother Bai Lai, you don't know. If Guchanga is your enemy, then he is naturally my enemy too. What's more, do you know his fiancée? Hearing this, Yiling couldn't help but laugh. His words showed that he didn't put Guchanga in his eyes. In his opinion, those rumors couldn't be completely believed. Even if they were true, he wasn't afraid because he had great confidence and ability in his heart. Guchanga's fiancée? You're talking about the fourth princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, Yu Mingkong. She is indeed a stunning woman. Could it be that you have designs on her? Bai Lai drank a cup of wine. When he heard Yiling's words, his eyes lit up. After all, they were all men. When it came to women, there was always no taboo. In particular, Yu Mingkong was indeed outstanding. Although the territory of the unparalleled celestial dynasty was very far from boundless heaven. Recently he heard that Yu Mingkong had rushed to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace to look for her fiancée Guchanga. This really made him envious. The eyes of the few young men at the side also lit up. They were very interested in this topic and listened attentively. Who didn't yearn for a so-called beauty? They didn't expect Yiling to have such guts. He actually dared to have designs on Yu Mingkong. This made them admire him even more. At this time, Yiling narrowed his eyes again and said, I don't know the reason, but Yu Mingkong plotted to kill me for no reason. I was lucky enough to escape. I won't let her off so easily. As for Guchanga, I'm just going to settle the score with him. Speaking of this, he touched the black pendant on his neck. The incident in the Blackstone ancient city was still vivid in his mind. He originally wanted to get close to her, but he didn't expect that he would almost lose his life there. Thinking of this, Yiling's eyes flashed coldly. This made Bai Lai stunned. However, when he thought of his good brother's temperament, he guessed that he had designs on her and was then killed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At that moment, the group of young geniuses laughed again. They began to discuss the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's preparations to open the immortal ancient mainland. They had formed a small circle. At the same time, in the ancient city where Yiling and the others were, a very ordinary-looking carriage was slowly moving towards them. The old man in black who was driving the carriage also looked very ordinary. However, he gave off a sense of ease and ease. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but retreat. They vaguely guessed that the identity of the person in the carriage was not simple. In the carriage, two figures sat opposite each other. They were Guchanga and Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong lowered her eyes slightly. She was thinking about many things in her previous life. The young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai, was one of Yiling's rare true friends. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together. They were like brothers and had a very deep relationship. She knew that Guchanga was planning to make a move on Bai Lai. As for how to push the blame of the taboo demonic technique onto Yiling, she was also curious about what Guchanga was going to do. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be decided by simply discussing it with Yiling Tian. If one were to investigate in detail, they would realize that Yiling and the taboo demonic technique were completely unrelated. What other tricks did Guchanga have that she didn't know? She raised her head and glanced at Guchanga. She realized that he was very quiet at that moment. His usual expression of looking down on everything was gone. He seemed exceptionally calm and at ease. When the moonlight fell on his handsome face, he gave off an otherworldly vibe. How nice would it be if this was his true appearance? This made Yu Mingkong shake her head slightly. She threw this unrealistic thought out of her mind. Both of them had their own thoughts. The atmosphere was peaceful and silent. The smell of wine and sandalwood was mellow. Guchanga's expression was somewhat relaxed as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Asking for fresh flowers. Elder Ming, just find a residence to rest in. I want to watch a good show tonight. Then, Guchanga spoke casually to the old man in black who was driving the carriage. Yes, young master, Elder Ming replied. Ancient Daotian City was not far from here. However, because ancient Daotian City had been extremely lively recently, and because various clans and sects had gathered, many cultivators had rushed to the nearby ancient city to rest. After leaving ancient Daotian City, Guchanga did not choose to return to the sect. He also did not want to alert the enemy. He kept a low profile along the way. After all, he was here to watch a good show. At the same time, he wanted to add fuel to the fire so that things would not go wrong. If he wanted to throw the blame of the taboo demonic technique out, he would have to use some tricks. And now he opened the system that he had not opened for a long time. He had not looked at the stats interface for a long time. Owner, Gu Changora. Destined villain weapon. 8 Desolation demonic halberd identity. True disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, young master of longevity Gu family physique bloodline. Demonic heart Dao bone cultivation. Mid-stage regal emperor realm techniques and abilities. Dao heavenly immortal canon myriad transformations demon body. Innate divine will void power immortal devouring demon technique. Endless immortal mantra, fate value. 12,000 luck points. 2,500. System store. Unlocked. Inventory. Boundary breaking talisman X1. Restriction breaking talisman X1. Divine concealment talisman X1. Luck plunder card X3. Before Guchanga knew it, his luck points had increased to 2,500 points. This was quite fast. Other than most of the luck points provided by Su Qingga and Lin Qiuhan, some of them must have come from Gu Xian. Of course, some time ago, because of the 2 Daughter of Luck missions, he had obtained a lot of luck points. Now what Guchanga had to do was to solve Bai Lai's random mission. After all, it was 1,000 luck points. 5,000 fate value was not low. At this time it was about time for Bai Lai to show his last bit of value. In his plan, Bai Lai was very useful, and he couldn't find a better choice than Bai Lai. It's been a while since the last breakthrough. Speaking of which, it's time for me to break through. At this time, Guchanga glanced at his current realm. To be honest, after getting used to the immortal devouring demonic technique, he found that although it was good to add points, it was still lacking compared to the immortal devouring demonic technique. Of course, the fate value had more and better uses for him. However, it was difficult for his real cultivation to be unstoppable. In front of the current world, he had to obediently add points and maintain his cultivation on the surface. Wang. System add points. Guchanga instructed. Then a familiar cool feeling swept through his body. His limbs and bones began to emit a strange energy, and every cell seemed to be transforming. At the same time, the Dao Heaven Immortal Manuscript's progress was pushed to the 8th level, 90%. Late Emperor Realm breakthrough. This guy just mysteriously broke through. Yu Mingkong also noticed the change in Guchanga's aura and was surprised. She had always been curious about how Guchanga could control his cultivation on the surface so flawlessly that it was difficult to find a flaw. If it wasn't for her previous life, she probably wouldn't have known that Guchanga had been hiding his greatest trump card all this time. This made her secretly shocked. Guchanga's methods were simply unbelievable. Could it be that as long as he wanted to, he could break through to the virtual god realm, true god realm, or even higher realms? Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong fell silent. Even if she had been searching for opportunities everywhere, her real cultivation was only on par with Guchanga's on the surface. Of course, her cultivation on the surface was only at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm. After her previous life's experience, she understood the importance of hiding her trump card. She wouldn't easily reveal her true cultivation. Therefore, even Guchanga didn't realize that Yu Mingkong's real cultivation was only at the late stage of the immortal emperor realm. Just this point alone was enough for her to look down on all the young paragons. Of course, this wasn't important to Guchanga. He didn't even care about it. 1000. Chapter 117. In the pavilion where Yiling and the rest were, Bai Lai had been eagerly waiting. Finally, when the moonlight reached the 3rd eve, a voice came from the void outside the pavilion. Bai Lai, I'm here. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and carried a hint of charm, causing one's mind to be involuntarily intoxicated. Bai Lai was delighted and went to the window to welcome her. The young paragons stood up one after another, and their eyes lit up. No matter how many times they looked at such a beauty, they would never get enough of her. It was no wonder that even an iron-blooded man like Bai Lai would be addicted to her. 9 Lives Fairy Yinmei. The more Yiling looked at her, the more amazed he was. Yinmei had clearly dressed up seriously today. He could not help but be a little envious of Bai Lai. Yinmei, you're here? Bai Lai smiled at the window with a mesmerized look on his face. I'm here. A woman in a red dress smiled gently. She walked out of the shadow step by step. There seemed to be beautiful flowers blooming under her feet. His face was bewitching and bewitching. She was extremely beautiful. Her beauty was different from the previous goddesses. Instead, she had the beauty of a demon fox, as if she could charm all living things. She walked out of the shadow and descended into the void. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were like rubies glowing. Her nose was high, her lips were red, and her teeth were sparkling. Her hair was as smooth as silk. Under the night sky, the moonlight was hazy. Her figure was tall and slender. She walked into the pavilion like a peerless fairy that could charm all living things. Her skin was lustrous and extremely perfect. Clearly, May had specially dressed up today. She was much more beautiful than Bai Lai had ever seen her before. He was stunned. He quickly reacted and let out a heartfelt sigh. May, you're so beautiful. May rolled her eyes at him shyly and said, "You're so silly." Those words almost made Bai Lai's bones melt. His entire spirit seemed to tremble. However, he soon noticed that the group of supreme talents in the pavilion, including his younger brother Yiling, were in a daze. A trace of displeasure and discomfort appeared on his face. After all, in order to meet him, May had specially dressed up. How could she let other men stare at her like this? Although Bai Lai's character was bold, he was still a man. His possessiveness was not ordinary. He immediately let out a cold snort to show his dissatisfaction. When the group of young geniuses in the pavilion heard this voice, they quickly reacted and hurriedly retracted their gazes, looking a little embarrassed. Yiling also slowly retracted his gaze. He pretended to be calm as he raised his glass and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "Brother Bai Lai is so lucky. If it were any other time, Bai Lai would definitely be happy to hear this." However, when he thought of Yiling's character, he felt that something was off. "May, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you." However, Bai Lai didn't care. He hurriedly smiled and welcomed May in. At the same time, he instructed the people in the pavilion to change the banquet. It was rare for May to take the initiative to look for him. Furthermore, she had dressed up so beautifully. This made him very happy. His face was flushed, and the king character on his forehead shone with a strange radiance. Bai Lai felt that something wonderful was going to happen tonight. Would he be able to get intimate with her? After all, it was nighttime, and after drinking, the thought of it made him a little excited. "Sorry to keep you waiting. There have been many things happening in the mountain gate recently. Senior Brother Gu has been announced as the successor. The coronation ceremony will be held soon. He left the mountain gate today. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come out so casually." Then, May said with a smile and sat down gracefully. However, there was a faint distance between her and everyone else. This didn't make Bai Lai unhappy. Instead, it made him even happier. At this moment, he couldn't wait for everyone to leave, leaving only him and May. The banquet resumed. When May conversed with everyone, she was natural and generous, very appropriate. However, Bai Lai's expression was faintly unpleasant, especially when he noticed that some of the young prodigies were secretly glancing at him. Tonight, May was really too beautiful and moving, it was impossible not to attract attention. Soon, the group of young prodigies saw Bai Lai's expression and tactfully left one after another. If they offended Bai Lai because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. At that moment, only Yiling, May, and Bai Lai were left in the pavilion. "I'd like to propose a toast to the Heavenly Lady. A prodigy like the Heavenly Lady who doesn't curry favor and dares to go against Guchanga is really rare nowadays. Furthermore, you're still not afraid of Guchanga when the Heavenly Palace of Immortals is under his control. Just this alone is worthy of my admiration," Yiling said with a smile. He raised the wine cup made of white jade in his hand and toasted May from afar. He was speaking the truth. When he heard about what happened at the Aldao banquet, he had a good impression of May, a woman with unyielding integrity. He had seen her many times now. Tonight, her slightly powdered appearance was really stunning. He sighed in his heart that Bai Lai's luck with women was really good. The Heavenly Lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was a status that few could compare to. Thinking of this, Yiling finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He was full of heroism. "Brother Yiling, you're too polite." Hearing this compliment, May seemed to be happy. She smiled and toasted him from afar. Recently, I've heard many rumors about brother Yiling. I really admire you. Not only did you not lose to Yilang Tian, who is known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but you also issued a challenge to senior brother Gu. Your courage is shocking. You still dare to do this when you know senior brother Gu's strength. Not many people in the younger generation can compare to you. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were curved and she seemed very happy. She began to talk with Yiling from a distance. You flatter me, heavenly lady. But what's there to be afraid of? Although Gu Chang'e is strong, there are still many people who are not afraid of him. Hearing this, Yiling chuckled. He was very comfortable with this flattery. Moreover, the person who spoke was none other than his brother's fiancée. This gave rise to a strange feeling in his heart. However, Yiling concealed it very well. Soon, the two of them began to talk as if there was no one else around. Yinmei covered her mouth and laughed from time to time. Her eyes were sparkling, making her look even more beautiful. Although Yiling's appearance was ordinary, he had a confident demeanor. He did not seem like an ordinary person. When Bai Lai saw this, his expression turned ugly. At this moment it was as if he had become an outsider. Moreover, Yinmei was usually very polite to him. Her attitude was not as natural and casual as it was now. However, when she talked to Yiling now, she laughed from time to time. She seemed to be very happy. Bai Lai's expression became more and more unpleasant. He faintly felt that Yiling, who was usually very pleasing to the eye, had become an eyesore. Yiling. Bai Lai's expression darkened slightly. This time he did not call him brother directly. Instead, he called Yiling by his full name. Brother Bai Lai. At this moment, Yiling suddenly reacted. His expression was a little awkward. He had indeed stolen the limelight earlier. He had been so focused on talking to Yinmei that he had ignored Bai Lai. However, he was still a little unconcerned. He felt that Bai Lai was too narrow-minded. He was just talking to Yinmei. There was still some distance between them. What was there to be so calculative about? Yiling then looked at the night sky outside and got up to leave. He smiled and said, "Brother, I won't impose on you any longer. It's getting late. It's time to go and rest." He also knew that Bai Lai was probably a little angry now. Therefore, he prepared to leave first and let Bai Lai cool down. He had always had good luck with women. It was not a big deal for Yinmei to talk to him a little more. Bai Lai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Bai Lai's expression did not look too good. In his opinion, Yiling's actions today were indeed a little unreasonable. Usually, he took good care of Yiling and provided him with many cultivation resources. However, right in front of him, Yiling was actually hooking up with his fiancée? What was this? Bai Lai did not say much. His expression was a little gloomy. At this moment, Yiling also said goodbye to Yinmei and left the loft directly. After all, his current residence was not far from here. In an instant, only Bai Lai and Yinmei were left in the loft. Bai Lai stared at Yinmei, who had been keeping a distance from him. His expression was very ugly. He was about to open his mouth and reprimand her for her actions earlier. At this moment, the smile on Yinmei's face disappeared. She immediately said calmly, "Yiling has evil intentions. Stay away from him in the future." Bai Lai was a little shocked by the change in attitude. He was even dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, she was still talking and laughing with Yiling. Now, she had returned to her previous polite and distant appearance. This shocked Bai Lai. For a moment he could not react. However, very soon, he heard Yinmei's words clearly. He could not help but widen his eyes slightly. Yinmei's actions earlier were actually to test Yiling? At this moment, Yinmei glanced at him. She seemed to be a little disappointed that he did not fight back. She said calmly, "What's in your head? How did you get to where you are today?" From the first day we met, Yiling had been staring at me. His gaze was not pure. I don't know what he was thinking. It's just that you didn't notice. If I had told you directly at that time, I'm afraid you would have suspected that I was trying to drive a wedge between you two brothers. So, did you see his character clearly today? After saying that, she looked at Bai Lai and frowned. She looked very disappointed with him. Bai Lai was stunned. After hearing this explanation, coupled with Yinmei's unusual behavior today, Bai Lai quickly understood. He did not doubt Yinmei's words. He could not find any reason to doubt her. After all, Yiling's actions earlier were really too much. Bai Lai thought carefully. Helping him see Yiling's true colors was actually Yinmei's true motive. Thinking of this, Bai Lai was a little touched. He did not expect Yinmei to be so considerate of him in secret. Just now, he actually suspected Yinmei. This made Bai Lai feel both guilty and touched. Yinmei, you're so considerate. I've wronged you. Turns out that you're thinking of me, Bai Lai said emotionally. Towards the end, his expression turned cold. I've always understood Yiling's temperament, but I didn't expect him to be to this extent. He even dares to have designs on you. He knew that Yiling had designs on the unparalleled Celestial Dynasty's crown princess, Yu Mingkong. Combined with what he saw today, his expression turned even colder. He directly put Yiling in the same category as Guchanga. I knew that Yiling was a guy. He was respectful to me on the surface, but he was actually hiding something. He's no different from Guchanga, Bai Lai said coldly. He was already thinking of how to deal with Yiling. At a moment when he did not notice, a hint of mockery flashed across Yinmei's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash and she hid it very well. Everything she said and did tonight was naturally arranged by Guchanga. Yinmei was just following orders. And all of this was just as Guchanga had said. Everything was going according to his plan without any deviation. This caused Yinmei's heart to involuntarily palpitate and she felt fear. Guchanga's control of people's hearts was simply too terrifying. She did not expect everything to be so simple. Bai Lai and Yiling's brotherly relationship of several years was destroyed so easily by Guchanga. During this time she had only seen Bai Lai a few times and talked to him a few times. She did not do anything else at all. She did not care at all. However, Yinmei also knew that part of the reason was because she was the heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Her acting skills were outstanding and no one could find any flaws. Of course, the most important thing was that Guchanga had a perfect control of Bai Lai and Yiling's temperament. She could not help but shudder. Although Guchanga did not show up from the beginning to the end, he had the entire situation firmly in his hands. Bai Lai and Yiling might not even know that Guchanga was secretly behind all this. This was too scary. This also made Yinmei secretly feel fortunate that she had made the right decision. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even know how she had died. Yinmei, it's late tonight. Do you still want to go back to the mountain gate? At this time, Bai Lai suddenly looked at Yinmei with some anticipation and asked. After all, it was late at night. Yinmei could not possibly return to the mountain gate, right? Hearing this, Yinmei's expression returned to normal. She shook her head and smiled. I won't be going back tonight. I have a small courtyard in this ancient city. It's just nice that I can rest there. Bai Lai was a little disappointed, but he could not force it. After that, Yinmei did not stay for long. She bid farewell and left. However, before she left, her eyes flashed slightly. Her voice was heard with a smile. But it's not far from here. It's about 150 kilometers to the east. 150 kilometers to the east. These words made Bai Lai's eyes burn brightly. He was slightly delighted. Was this Yinmei's hint to him? However, now was not the time to be anxious about this. His face darkened and he waved his hand. In the air behind him a terrifying figure appeared. This was none other than his Tao protector, a supreme expert from the White Tiger race. Young master. At the same time, Bai Lai's usual followers and attendants appeared below the pavilion. There were many of them, and each of them was extremely powerful. The weakest among them was a holy lord. Go and capture Yiling. That damned guy, how dare he do this to me? Bai Lai said with a gloomy expression. Yes, young master. Soon the group, including the protector, rushed out of the pavilion and headed to where Yiling was. Only then did Bai Lai relax slightly. He knew that Yiling had many tricks up his sleeve. That was why he sent the protector to capture Yiling. Yinmei's words before she left should be hinting at something to me, right? At this moment, Bai Lai couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. With a flash of his figure, he left this place and headed towards the place that Yinmei had mentioned. Chapter 118. In a quiet and elegant courtyard, Guchanga stood by the window with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face. Ding! The random mission of the Son of Destiny has been completed. Calculating. Evaluation is perfect. Obtain 1,000 luck points, 5,000 destiny points, and an additional 40% bonus. Calculating the final reward. Obtained 1,400 luck points, 7,000 destiny points. In his mind, the sound of the system notification rang out. Everything was as Guchanga had expected, and as he had planned. The relationship between the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai, and Yi Ling had broken down. What's the use of this brotherly love? He can't even resist the temptation of beauty. Guchanga's expression was a little interested. Brothers were like hands and feet, and women were like clothes. This was just a saying. How many people could really do it when they really encountered it? Let their brothers wear their own clothes? Guchanga just sneered at this. He had just taken advantage of the two's weaknesses. Yi Ling was lustful and affectionate, and Bai Lai was foolish and infatuated. Yin Mei only needed a few words to sow discord between the two. In fact, she did not do anything. Guchanga only used her as a medium to infinitely enlarge the gap between Yi Ling and Bai Lai. According to the system notification, the effect was not bad. At least, Yin Mei's actions did not disappoint him. Next, it was time for Guchanga to make his move. Bai Lai's last bit of warmth should have been burned out. I'm going out for a while. Wait for me to come back in the courtyard. After that, Guchanga smiled at Yu Mingkong in the courtyard. His white clothes looked extraordinary under the moonlight. He did not wait for Yu Mingkong's reply. After he finished speaking, he leaped lightly and stood on the courtyard wall. Like a graceful swan, he disappeared in an instant. What is Guchanga doing? Yu Mingkong walked out of the courtyard with a frown on her face. Ever since the 21st Dao Immortal Palace, she had been following Guchanga, making it impossible for him to shake her off. She wanted to know more about Guchanga's hidden tricks and secrets. However, after Guchanga brought her here, he did not tell her anything and did not allow her to follow him. Then, after saying this, he disappeared. This made Yu Mingkong a little annoyed. She knew that she couldn't keep up. Of course, she also knew that if Guchanga really didn't want her to know his whereabouts, she definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with him with her current ability. With Guchanga's strength, it was too easy for him to avoid her tracking. So, could it be that he has gone to kill Yi Ling? That's why he didn't let me follow him. This guy is really going to eat all the food by himself. He's not even going to leave me any soup. Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth. She was worried that Guchanga would be at a disadvantage at Yi Ling's hands, so she told Guchanga a lot of information she knew about Yi Ling under the pretext of investigating him. She thought that Guchanga would consider giving her some benefits when the time came. However, Guchanga had disappeared without a trace and even asked her to wait in the courtyard. Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth in hatred. Her good husband was really not going to leave her anything. He was very black-hearted and selfish. However, she was also curious. How was Guchanga going to deal with Yi Ling? How was he going to push the blame of the demonic technique onto Yi Ling? Guchanga was now in the dark while Yi Ling was in the light. Perhaps Yi Ling was still unaware that he had been targeted by Guchanga. At that moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that something was amiss. As the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, Yi Ling has many life-saving trump cards. If Guchanga wants to kill him, unless he reveals his secret, the possibility is not high. Yi Ling might even escape, therefore, it's unlikely that Guchanga will attack Yi Ling now. He'll do something to Bai Lai. After all, with Guchanga's temperament, Yi Ling still has a lot of value and can help him take the blame for a period of time. During this time, Guchanga can wantonly cultivate with the forbidden demonic technique and no one will suspect him. On the contrary, Yi Ling will help him take the blame and become a target of scorn. It will be difficult for him to do anything in the upper realm. Yu Mingkong figured out Guchanga's motive. This was because in her previous life, Guchanga had developed his strength in the dark more than once. This time, Yi Ling had taken the initiative to come to him. Guchanga would definitely not waste it and would make good use of it. In other words, it was unlikely that Guchanga would kill Yi Ling now. Toying with the world in the palm of his hand, the more I know, the more dangerous it is. Yu Mingkong frowned. She could not find a way out of this situation and could only play dumb. After Yi Ling left the banquet, he returned to the residence where he usually cultivated. He hummed a tune and seemed to be in a good mood as he chatted with Old Tortoise in the pendant. Old Tortoise, don't you think that big brother Bai Lai is too narrow-minded? Didn't I just say a few words to Yin Mei? Look at his gloomy face. It's as if I've done something bad, Yi Ling said indifferently. The old turtle in the pendant heard this and rolled his eyes. You little brat, your lecherous nature is comparable to that of the Empyrean of yesteryear. For better or for worse, he's your big brother. Can't you show him some respect? How can you say that so naturally? If you don't restrain yourself, you'll suffer because of a woman sooner or later. Have you forgotten who was the one who was attacked the last time? It would have been better if he had not mentioned it. Once he did, Yi Ling's expression darkened. This matter was a complete humiliation to him. He had even wasted a very precious life-saving jade talisman. Although he still had many such jade talismans, he would have one less if he used one. Naturally, he would have a headache. Old Tortoise, don't talk about this anymore. I'll make you Mingkong pay for what she did to me sooner or later. A woman like her has many tricks up her sleeve. It's a pity that I can't use her. But that Gu Chang'e has benefited. Isn't he just from an extraordinary family background? What's so great about that? So many people fear him. Yi Ling curled his lips in disdain. He had not relied on his family background all this time. He had relied entirely on the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. He had fought from a weak young age and constantly grew stronger to reach where he was today. Therefore, he looked down on Gu Chang'e from the bottom of his heart. He was a young supreme being who had stood at the peak since birth, reincarnation of the ancient emperor and potential of a true immortal. In a battle of life and death, he had various means to kill them. This was Yi Ling's confidence. Suddenly Yi Ling frowned. He felt an ominous atmosphere. Under the night sky the world seemed to be silent. An expert had suddenly arrived. A majestic and terrifying pressure was like an ancient star falling from the sky. It carried an aura that made one's expression change. Who is it? Yi Ling was alert and stared outside the mansion. The wind stopped. Under the moonlight, he could only see a slender and hazy figure in white standing there. He was pure, otherworldly, and extraordinary. It was as if he did not exist in this world. However, his face seemed to be shrouded in an endless fog. Strange runes flowed, and his aura was extremely powerful. Only a pair of deep eyes that were filled with coldness and disdain were staring at him. Previously he hadn't noticed them. That expression made Yi Ling feel cold all over. It was as if he was sizing up his prey. Who is this person? When did he appear? Why didn't I notice him before? At that moment Yi Ling's heart tightened. His back was full of coldness, and his hands and feet were cold. An uneasy feeling suddenly shrouded his heart. His aura surged. Terrifying black runes with the aura of reincarnation appeared one after another. There was a destructive power in them. He held them in his palm, ready to strike at any time. Yi Ling was extremely nervous. The person in front of him was definitely the most terrifying person he had ever seen. It was not his cultivation but his aura. However, what made Yi Ling stunned was that the man in white in the distance did not attack. He only let out a faint laugh. His figure gradually blurred and disappeared into thin air. "He, we will meet again, little ant." As the man in white disappeared, Yi Ling frowned. Even Old Tortoise, who was in his pendant, felt that something was wrong. The next moment, Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. "Oh no! Buzz!" An old man in black suddenly appeared from thin air. He took out a black weapon and slashed it down as if he wanted to tear everything apart. Who is this person? Why does he want to kill me? Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. This old man in black was actually a supreme god. He had concealed his aura and appeared out of thin air to assassinate him. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared from the black rune in his hand. It was as if it could destroy everything and contain supreme divine power. Run! He only wants to assassinate you. I don't think he dares to make too much of a commotion. Old Tortoise in the pendant hurriedly shouted at Yi Ling, asking him to run for his life. He could not stay there for long. Hearing this, Yi Ling did not hesitate and immediately started to run. However, what made him puzzled was that the mysterious old man in black behind him seemed to be afraid of him. He did not use his true supreme god skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to only have so little power. Yiling could not figure it out, but he did not dare to stop. He could only run for his life. He did not want to use his extremely precious life-saving skill because of a supreme god. After all, it was a waste to use it in the hands of a supreme god cultivator. What is the purpose of young master's actions? He knew that I can't kill this kid, so he asked me not to force him. The old man in black chasing after Yiling was naturally Elder Ming. He frowned, unable to understand why Guchanga would give such an order. Earlier, he had indeed felt a terrifying aura from the man in front of him. As long as it exploded, it could destroy him. He noticed that it was a black rune. He did not dare to get too close. Guchanga's original words were to ask him to chase after this man but not to force him. Although Elder Ming was confused, he still did as he was told. He could not guess Guchanga's thoughts. On the other side, when Bai Lai sent out his followers and accomplices to capture Yiling, he quickly found the remote courtyard that Yin Mei had told him about. There were 2 white jade stone lions at the entrance. They looked mighty and majestic. Yin Mei must be waiting anxiously inside? Bai Lai smiled. He had sensed Yin Mei's aura here, so he pushed the door open and went inside. The courtyard was very quiet. After passing through layers of winding corridors, he finally saw a place with candlelight in the depths. The moonlight was hazy, the sound of a clear spring flowing, and the shadows of bamboo mottled. There was already a pot of warm wine on the stone table, giving off a faint aroma. A graceful figure in a red dress was waiting at the side. She was holding a fluffy snow-white foxtail that glowed with a 577 luster. There was a charming smile on her fair face, as if she was waiting for someone. Yin Mei is indeed waiting for me. She even helped me warm the wine. When Bai Lai saw this, he was overjoyed. He thought that he had guessed correctly. Yin Mei's words were a hint to him. Yin Mei, I'm here. Bai Lai shouted and strode toward the inner courtyard. The mottled shadows of the bamboo rustled, making him feel somewhat excited. Along with the terrifying qi and blood in his body, there was a rumbling sound in his blood vessels. At this moment, Yin Mei, who was sitting at the stone table, raised her head and looked at him strangely. Then she said with the same smile, "It seems that Master was right. You really came." Yin Mei, what do you mean? Weren't you waiting for me? Master? What master? At this moment, the smile on Bai Lai's face froze. He felt that Yin Mei was not surprised or surprised by his arrival. There seemed to be a coldness and mockery that he did not understand. Moreover, he felt that he had misheard Yin Mei's words. Master? What master? Who was his fiancée, Yin Mei, calling master? Master will be here soon. You will be able to see him soon. Hearing this, Yin Mei could not be bothered to feign civility with him. Her expression no longer had the gentleness that Bai Lai saw earlier. It was full of annoyance and indifference. What? Hearing this, Bai Lai was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His entire being was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Yin Mei, who was usually so gentle to him and even helped him see through Yiling's nature, would suddenly change her face. She had become a stranger that he did not recognize. Brother Bai, you didn't hear wrongly. Yin Mei is naturally waiting for you. At this moment, a voice with a faint smile was heard. Outside the inner courtyard, a figure in white stepped on the moonlight and arrived. Seeing the person, Yin Mei showed a respectful and flattering expression. Yin Mei greets master. Guchanga nodded and landed. He casually raised the wine cup made of white jade on the stone table and raised it to his mouth. Fortunately I came in time. The wine is not cold yet. He finished it in one gulp and could not help but praise. Your wine warming technique is getting better and better. Thank you for the compliment, master. Hearing this, Yin Mei immediately showed a sweet smile. She looked extremely happy. Brother Bai, why are you still standing? Aren't you going to drink? At this moment, Guchanga looked at Bai Lai, who was petrified and in disbelief. He could not help but ask with a smile. Chapter 119. The night wind was slightly chilly, and the mottled moonlight made the bamboo shadows appear even colder. Looking at the scene before him, Bai Lai was stunned. It was as if his skull had been opened and a basin of cold water had been poured in. He froze on the spot, his entire body cold. Just now he was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope that Yinmei was joking with him. But now, seeing his greatest enemy, Gu Chang'e, suddenly appear here and casually pick up the warm wine on the stone table and drink it all in one gulp, Bai Lai actually thought that the wine was prepared for him. And according to Yinmei's attitude and words, from the beginning to the end, he had been kept in the dark by Yinmei and played like a monkey. This made Bai Lai tremble all over. His eyes turned red, and a terrifying murderous aura appeared on his forehead. That king character seemed to be on the verge of awakening. In the void behind him, a huge white tiger shadow appeared. He was not really stupid. It was just that he had been deceived by Yinmei all this time, and now he suddenly realized. Gu Chang'e, you. He glared at the two of them. His eyes were filled with intense anger. From the moment Gu Chang'e appeared to the moment he spoke to Bai Lai, it was actually only a moment. He smiled faintly to himself, as if he did not care at all about the furious Bai Lai in front of him. Brother Bai, are you looking down on me by not drinking a cup? Gu Chang'e sat down behind the stone table. The moonlight shone on his handsome face, making him look cold and otherworldly like a white jade deity. But with such a scene, it made Bai Lai's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. He was so cold that his hands and feet were ice cold. Yinmei, Brother Bai is your fiancé after all. Pour him a cup. It's a little difficult for him to come here in the middle of the night. Gu Chang'e smiled casually and drank by himself. He did not care at all about Bai Lai's expression that was about to spit fire. To him, everything that happened tonight was under control. Bai Lai sent away his guardian and the others to capture Yi Ling. However, at that moment, Yi Ling was being pursued by Elder Ming. He was running for his life and might no longer be in this ancient city. If Bai Lai's men wanted to find Yi Ling, they would need to spend a lot of time. In this way, it gave Gu Chang'e some time to operate from the middle. During this period of time, there were too many things that he could do. Other than Bai Lai, no one else saw him. As for Yi Ling, he had never seen Gu Chang'e's real face. Gu Chang'e had taken some time to take a look at his scapegoat and was quite satisfied with him. Yi Ling was indeed the son of fortune. His strength and reflexes were not bad. Besides that, Yi Ling had many life-saving tricks up his sleeve. Gu Chang'e sensed a destructive aura from the black rune in Yi Ling's hand. It was most likely a life-saving rune that ancient heavenly venerate Samsara had left behind for Yi Ling. Therefore, Gu Chang'e told Elder Ming not to push Yi Ling too hard. It was enough to make it look like he was chasing after Yi Ling. He knew that Yi Ling would not spend such a precious life-saving item on such a place. It was too wasteful to deal with a godly king. There was no need for Elder Ming to lose his life over such a small matter. Coming back to his senses, Gu Chang'e had instructed Yinmei to hint to Bai Lai to come here at night. Naturally, it was not to show off in front of Bai Lai. Although it was indeed a good feeling, Gu Chang'e still had things to do. If Bai Lai did not die, how could he put the blame on Yi Ling? It was time for Bai Lai to play his greatest role. Yes, master. Hearing that, Yinmei walked over gracefully. She walked in front of Bai Lai, who was staring at her with an angry expression and stiff body. She filled the white jade wine cup in front of him and said indifferently, "Aren't you grateful to master for giving you wine?" There was no trace of the gentleness in her words. Instead, there was coldness and disgust. This made Bai Lai tremble with anger. He could not help but want to slap her to death. How could he have been so stupid to be kept in the dark by Yinmei? However, if he had not seen it with his own eyes tonight, he would probably still be kept in the dark by Yinmei and played in the palm of her hand. You're so heartless. Yinmei, I've been very good to you and treated you with respect. Why are you doing this to me? Bai Lai could not help but roar. However, his voice could not be heard. Yinmei glanced at him and did not say a word. She felt that there was no need to say these things to him. Buzz. At this moment, brilliance appeared in the surroundings of this inner courtyard. Layers of hazy light rose up, as if there was mist flowing, turning into a terrifying chaotic fog that sealed off the sky. When Bai Lai stepped in, he activated the array pattern set up here. His aura enveloped the surroundings and no sound could be heard. Moreover, what made Bai Lai's body turn cold was that he did not bring anyone with him. Even the followers who were usually hidden in the dark were sent away by him to capture Yi Ling. This made Bai Lai hate himself. How could he have been so stupid one day? When he thought of this, he could not help but shudder. Why did Yin Mei do such things and say such things previously? Wasn't it to drive a wedge between him and Yi Ling? Moreover, she was extremely successful in driving a wedge between the two brothers. He had even sent all the people around him to capture Yi Ling. Now he was all alone, isolated and without help. She even hinted at him to come here. Bai Lai figured it out. His scalp went numb and his entire body turned cold. From the beginning to the end, his every move had been predicted and controlled. She had already dug a hole for him and was just waiting for him to jump in. Yin Mei's acting skills were too terrifying. He had always thought that she was a kind and gentle person. After pouring the wine, Yin Mei obediently returned to Guchanga's side and filled his empty white jade wine cup. Brother Bai Lai, do you have anything to say now? I heard that you've always wanted to kill me. Now that I'm right in front of you, why aren't you doing anything? Guchanga smiled faintly and casually played with a fluffy white foxtail in his hand. His expression was relaxed. Since ancient times, villains had died because they talked too much. That was because their arrangements and plans had gone wrong and were not meticulous enough. Now, even if Bai Lai was given one more night, he would not be able to escape this place. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Most importantly, Guchanga wanted to know how Bai Lai felt now. After all, this guy had always wanted to kill him. For his enemy, Guchanga naturally had hundreds of cruel ways to kill him. It was not that his character was twisted. It was just that at this time he happened to have some time. Yin Mei, why did you lie to me? What's so good about Guchanga? Did he promise you something good? If he threatened you, then tell me. I can help you. Bai Lai stared at Yin Mei ferociously as if he wanted to swallow her. You're so stupid. Master is not someone you can compare to. Yin Mei glanced at him with disgust and indifference. From the beginning to the end, she had always had this attitude towards Bai Lai. If it were not for Guchanga's orders, she would not have been able to tolerate his gentle appearance. And if one were to ask what was so good about Guchanga compared to Bai Lai, other than his cold and ruthless methods, which part of Bai Lai could compare to him? He was not even fit to carry his shoes. Guchanga, all of this has been arranged by you, right? In fact, you have been secretly controlling all of this, right? Yin Mei has been listening to your orders from the beginning? Bai Lai roared. At this moment, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and he was about to go crazy. Yin Mei, who had always kept a distance of 3 feet from him, was now so obedient and intimate in front of Guchanga. This made him go crazy with hatred. His blood and chi surged in his veins, transforming into a terrifying white tiger phantom. He wanted to kill the two of them. Why couldn't he see it before? Guchanga had hidden too deeply. Who would have thought that he had been secretly controlling all of this? No one could have thought of this. After all, before this, he did not know that Yin Mei was Guchanga's woman. No, not only him, even the disciples and elders of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace probably did not know. When did this start? At this moment, Bai Lai's soul was cold from head to toe. Guchanga was the most terrifying person. He had been secretly controlling all of this. What was his purpose? Or was it a shocking conspiracy? The mastermind behind the scenes? Looks like you're not too stupid. You finally reacted. Otherwise, I would have suspected that I gave you the wrong reaction time. At this time, Guchanga chuckled, raised his hand, and slowly drank a mouthful of wine. Then he continued, Brother Bai, you should drink this cup. The road to the Yellow Springs is long, you can also go on your way. Guchanga, what did you say, you want to kill me? Hearing this, Bai Lai could not believe it. His whole body was cold, and he did not have time to scold the two people in front of him. Behind him was the immemorial Imperial White Tiger clan. How could Guchanga dare? Before this, he had never seen anyone who could be as calm as Guchanga. She even had a faint smile on her face. But in the end, she said such murderous words. He even felt the overflowing smell of blood rushing towards him, as if it was about to drown him. Guchanga was far more terrifying than what he showed on the surface. They had always thought that Guchanga was just a young supreme being with profound cultivation. They never thought that he had such a side to him. Brother Bai, can't you see the situation clearly? If I don't kill you, why did I ask you to come here? To drink and have a long talk at night? Gu Chang'e let out a calm laugh, without any anger or murderous intent. Wang. But as soon as he finished speaking, the white jade wine cup in his hand suddenly broke open, releasing thousands of rays of light. It was like a resplendent celestial flower taking root in the void, wanting to absorb the nutrients of all living beings. Who? Bai Lai had been paying attention to Gu Chang'e, guarding against him suddenly attacking. But he never thought that he would attack as soon as he spoke. And he did not have any resistance at all, and was directly sent flying. The white tiger phantom that appeared behind him was directly blasted into ashes. His chest exploded, and a demonic celestial flower actually took root. The crystal-clear flower swayed in bursts of light, like a peerless celestial flower. The terrifying pain seemed to come from the depths of his soul, causing Bai Lai to let out a painful roar. All of his means of resistance collapsed in an instant. The white tiger phantom that he released also disappeared in an instant, turning into fine powder. The gap between the two was too big. Your strength is definitely not just at the emperor-conferred realm. What are you hiding? Bai Lai crawled up, his eyes wide open. He coughed up blood, and his whole body was covered in blood. He could not believe this. This was because Gu Chang'e's casual attack just now broke his white tiger divine ability. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e's power was beyond what he could withstand at his current level. This caused Bai Lai to be shocked, and he could not help but be shocked. How many secrets was Gu Chang'e hiding? It was too scary. The aged metal origin is used in Brother Bai's hands. It's a waste. Gu Chang'e did not answer him. He only stared at the dark golden rune that gradually appeared in Bai Lai's hand. His eyes filled with satisfaction. If there was anything on Bai Lai that he was more interested in, it would definitely be the aged metal origin. It was one of the top 3 offensive powers in the upper realm. It was extremely sharp and could evolve into all kinds of powerful attacks. However, Bai Lai's current level was too far away from him, and he could not use the aged metal origin's power at all. Wang. At this time, dark golden flames suddenly rose from Bai Lai's body. The terrifying king character became bright, and there was a pressure that made all beasts submit. He was burning his essence in blood, ready to fight to the death. However, what made him unable to believe was that the bright celestial flower did not disappear. It was still rooted in his chest, as if it was going to soak into his soul. Pop, 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 flowers bloomed one after another, beautiful and moving, but there was blood. Gu Chang'e sat behind the stone table, looking interested, and did not move at all. However, Bai Lai knew that at this time, if he did not fight to the death, he would definitely die. Gu Chang'e's gaze was completely like looking at a prey, or a little ant that could be crushed at any time. I will fight to the death with you, Gu Chang'e. At the same time, Bai Lai's spiritual sea shone, and there was a misty brilliance in it. He took out a bright golden page, and there were many golden words flowing on it. It turned into a ferocious white tiger that swept across the 9 heavens, and there was a terrifying pressure. This was his life-saving method, and he would only use it when his life was at stake. Kill! Bai Lai roared and turned into a dark golden divine shadow. He wanted to rush towards Gu Chang'e and fight to the death with him. If this side yard was not shrouded by array patterns, it would definitely explode at the first moment. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura appeared. A dark demonic halberd mixed with crimson red stretched across the sky, and Gu Chang'e held it in his hand. He did not move, and his expression was calm as he swept it down. With a poof, the unusually bright golden paper exploded in the void, and the white tiger in the void also collapsed instantly. You are actually an immortal. Bai Lai's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Isn't it good to wait for death? Do you have to learn how to resist? Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. His other hand quickly reached out and grabbed Bai Lai's neck, making all of his offensive aura dissipate in an instant. Chapter 120. Why are you so strong? How is this possible? At this moment, Bai Lai was in despair and his face was ashen. Obviously, he was much taller than Gu Chang'e, but now he was easily lifted up by Gu Chang'e like a little chick. This made Bai Lai despair to the extreme. His strongest life-saving means, the golden paper that he would only use in a life and death situation, was destroyed by Gu Chang'e's halberd. This halberd with monstrous demonic aura was definitely beyond the level of a divine weapon, or even a supreme weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such divine power to destroy the golden paper that had not fully awakened. It's a pity that such a piece of golden paper was wasted. Gu Chang'e shook his head. Although he said so, there was no trace of pity on his face. What is this? At this time, Bai Lai suddenly screamed in horror. His face was filled with fear and horror, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, without any ripples. Buzz! Finally, Bai Lai's chest exploded. The demonic flower took root deeply in it, and then various kinds of divine light flowed, forming a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle. There was a strong aura of origin inside, and a golden luster appeared. Then a pitch-black bottomless hole appeared in Gu Chang'e's palm, and he directly took it, refining and absorbing it. After a long time, the night wind blew. He stood still and closed his eyes slightly. The taste of the origin of gunmetal is not bad. It contains so many changes. It is worthy of being ranked in the top 3 power of gunmetal. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the origin of gunmetal. Yin Mei saw this and hurriedly said respectfully. Witnessing the scene in front of her made her fear Gu Chang'e even more. She did not dare to have the slightest disloyalty. Gu Chang'e could easily take her life. Not to mention that he had many means to control her. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, then looked at the 8 Desolation Demon halberd in his hand and said with a smile, I can't let you kill him. It's not good to leave more than 580 scars. As he spoke, the 8 Desolation Demon halberd emitted a joyous feeling. It was finally able to see the light of day again. Previously, it had been kept in Gu Chang'e's weapon inventory. Unfortunately, it was only a piece of golden paper that sealed the strength of a powerful existence, so it was difficult for it to display much of its strength. This feeling of not being able to unleash its true power was even more terrifying than being oppressed. Furthermore, it felt a little wrong that Gu Chang'e had left it in the weapon inventory, as if it had been left out in the cold. After that, Gu Chang'e comforted it and threw it back into the weapon space. Master, what should we do with Bai Lai's corpse? Yin Mei looked at Bai Lai's corpse and couldn't help but ask. In the past, when Gu Chang'e finished his cultivation, she was in charge of disposing of the corpses. Bai Lai's corpse cannot be casually destroyed. Gu Chang'e smiled and then retracted the formation pattern that enveloped the inner courtyard. The moonlight shone down, making it seem even colder. Tonight, apart from him and Yin Mei, no one knew what had happened here. Gu Chang'e would not casually destroy Bai Lai's corpse. Otherwise, it would be difficult to throw the blame to Yi Ling. As long as it was an old guy with good eyesight, he would know how Bai Lai died. When the time came, he would have no choice but to take the blame for Yi Ling. Before leaving, Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment. Bai Lai's corpse disappeared from the spot, and was kept in his inner world. This corpse still had a final use. Farewell, Master. Yin Mei watched Gu Chang'e leave. Then she removed all traces here. She had long been used to this kind of thing. Then, according to Gu Chang'e's instructions, she waited quietly here. Bai Lai's sudden disappearance would definitely lead to his followers or clansmen coming to question her. At this time, it was time to test her acting skills again. Unless her soul was searched, no one would be able to find out the truth of this place. Yin Mei was not worried about this at all. She had never doubted Gu Chang'e's arrangements and instructions. Moreover, as Gu Chang'e had said, she was the heavenly maiden of the nine-tailed fox clan. Who would dare to search her soul so easily? Yin Mei's expression was calm and natural. She gently combed her 9 snow-white foxtails that flickered with luster. She found that Gu Chang'e was not very interested in her, but he was very interested in her tails. Every time he could not help but play with them for a while. In the beginning it made her feel very shy and strange, even awkward. But now she was used to it. Not long after, Yin Mei sensed several divine rainbows coming from outside the residence. Their auras were powerful. A strange smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She quickly returned to normal and pretended that she was resting but was disturbed. Greetings, heavenly maiden Yin Mei. May I ask, have you seen my young master? Soon, Yin Mei saw Bai Lai's followers, as well as Bai Lai's Tao protector who had been hiding in the dark. He was a saint. He was a middle-aged man with a burly face. He had the obvious characteristics of the White Tiger clan. His chi and blood were very strong. Yin could not help but show a trace of doubt when she heard his question. She said, Bai Lai did come to my place, but didn't he say that he was going to settle the score with Yi Ling? I see. Young master actually took the initiative to look for Yi Ling. The middle-aged man from the White Tiger clan heard this and frowned even more. He had seen how Bai Lai and Yin usually interacted with each other. He knew what kind of temperament Yin had. She was decent, generous, smart, gentle, and showed a good upbringing. In particular, he had seen Yin help Bai Lai see through Yi Ling's character in the pavilion. Therefore, he did not doubt Yin words at all. Moreover, according to Bai Lai's temper, he would indeed go directly to Yi Ling to settle the score. Previously, he had thought that Yi Ling's character was not good. However, Bai Lai had always protected Yi Ling, so he did not care or say anything more. Speaking of this, he had to thank Yin. If it were not for her, Bai Lai would not have seen through Yi Ling's character until now. What happened? At this moment, Yin frowned and seemed to be puzzled. She could not help but ask. To tell you the truth, heavenly maiden Yin, young master went to look for Yi Ling to settle the score and has not returned yet. I just went to Yi Ling's residence and found some fluctuations of battle there. Yi Ling is now missing, and so is young master, the middle-aged man said with a frown. There was a hint of worry in his voice. He had searched the entire ancient city but could not find any trace of Yi Ling. Therefore he finally came to ask Yin. Bai Lai is missing? Yin's frown deepened. She said worriedly, however, Bai Lai is the young master of the White Tiger clan. He has many artifacts on him. He should be fine. The middle-aged man sighed and cupped his hands. That Yi Ling's methods are very strange. I'm afraid that young master will suffer a great loss at his hands. I've troubled heavenly maiden Yin tonight. I'll take my leave first. Yin nodded and said worriedly, if you find Bai Lai's whereabouts, please ask him to contact me. I'll inform young master when the time comes. Heavenly maiden Yin, don't worry, the middle-aged man replied and left after saying that. Yin was Bai Lai's fiancée. To him it was normal for her to be so worried at a time like this. As she watched the middle-aged man leave with the group, the worry on Yin's face disappeared in an instant. Then, she could not help but show some mockery as she muttered to herself. By the time you find Bai Lai, he'll already be a corpse. Master really has divine foresight. Nothing can be hidden from him. When Gu Chang'e returned to his residence, Yu Mingkong was waiting for him in the courtyard. She was wearing a plain gauze dress and had her arms crossed as she leaned against a pillar in the courtyard. The night wind blew and her fine black hair fluttered. The eyes on her flawless face were clear and cold as she stared at him without blinking. Her expression was as if her husband had gone out in the middle of the night to steal food and left her alone at home. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said teasingly, "Why do you have such an expression? Your husband didn't go out to steal food." Under the hazy moonlight, Yu Mingkong stood there, looking even more graceful and tall with an impressive silhouette. "Where did you go?" Yu Mingkong asked. Suddenly she frowned and walked over. She naturally knew that Gu Chang'e could not have gone to kill Yi Ling at this time. It was very likely that he had gone to find trouble with Bai Lai, the young master of the White Tiger clan. However, she still had to ask. After all, this was a matter of great importance. Moreover, why did she feel that there was a strange fragrance on Gu Chang'e's body? Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Of course I went to do something. I watched a show tonight and will return to the mountain gate tomorrow." Yu Mingkong stopped in front of him. Her small and delicate nose twitched, and then her beautiful eyes narrowed involuntarily, revealing a hint of danger. Seeing her like this, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. Could it be that her nose was so sharp that she knew where he had gone? The Nine Lives fairy Yin was one of his people. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Gu Chang'e did not intend to tell Yu Mingkong. Moreover, he did not know whether Yu Mingkong, as a reincarnator, knew about this. "You smell like a vixen." Yu Mingkong glared at him. There was a hint of anger in her cold voice. "Vixen?" Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned and then laughed. Speaking of which, Yin was indeed from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. However, did Yu Mingkong have such a sharp nose? He thought that he must have accidentally touched the scent of the fox's tail when he was stroking it. Thinking of this, Guchanga became a little more vigilant. He searched his transcendence energy and got rid of the scent on his body. For now, Mei's relationship with him could not be exposed. Otherwise, there would be a flaw in his flawless plan. Yumingkong, this girl even remembers the scent on my body so clearly. Maybe she really does have some hidden illness. Thinking of this, Guchanga could not help but laugh. After saying this, Yumingkong had already turned around and went straight back to the courtyard where she was resting. To think that she had obediently waited for Guchanga for so long. He really did run out in the middle of the night to meet a woman. Thinking of this, Yumingkong was very upset. Why did a vixen appear by Guchanga's side in this life? Of course, she also knew that according to Guchanga's temperament, the woman he met in the middle of the night was very likely to be just a chess piece of his. However, this made Yumingkong unhappy in her heart. The bottle of vinegar flipped over again. It was simply a biting cold murderous intent. Not to mention the existence of Yanji. With the strength of the great sage realm, she was currently unable to touch him. But this vixen that suddenly appeared, what the hell was this? Don't let me find out who you are. Yumingkong clenched her jade-like hands. Cold light flashed in her eyes and her expression was very cold. At this moment, she returned to her usual appearance. She was the high and mighty empress in charge of life and death. Although she was repeatedly thwarted in front of Guchanga, in front of others she was absolutely terrifying and oppressive. If a reincarnated person really wanted to scheme against a person, it was simply too easy. Not to mention that she was the Empress Dowager of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. The power in her hands was monstrous. Yumingkong indeed loved Guchanga deeply and deeply hated him. She wanted to use all means to take revenge on him in her previous life. However, she would not allow Guchanga to have a woman beside him before he was killed by her. Chapter 121. This night was destined to not be a peaceful one. To the White Tiger clan, an incomparably infuriating major event happened. Within the territory they were in, there were countless divine islands. Ancient trees towered into the heavens. It was incomparably vast and essence energy surged. At this moment a monstrous roar rang out, seemingly wanting to shatter the stars in the sky. Terrifying chi and blood overflowed into the sky, transforming into an incomparably terrifying figure of a white tiger. Its bloody mouth was like a lake of blood as it instantly appeared in the sky. It let out an earth-shattering roar, clearly infuriated. Who dares to kill my son? It was precisely Bai Lai's father, the Tiger Emperor of the White Tiger clan. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Tiger Emperor was extremely enraged. While he was cultivating in seclusion, he was informed by his people that Bai Lai's soul lamp was extinguished. Bai Lai was the Tiger Emperor's most beloved son, and his bloodline was the purest in the past tens of thousands of years. He had the potential to surpass him in the future. The Tiger Emperor had devoted a lot of time and effort to nurture him. But he never expected that Bai Lai would hear such bad news not long after he left the clan. This infuriated the Tiger Emperor to the point where his hair stood on end. Investigate. Go and investigate. Who is so bold as to dare kill my son? I will definitely tear that person into pieces, so that he will never enter the cycle of reincarnation and be tormented forever. Below, many members of the White Tiger clan were completely frightened. Their faces were pale, and their teeth were chattering. There was no color on their faces. Once the Tiger Emperor was enraged, a monstrous calamity would definitely appear. There was actually someone who dared to provoke the White Tiger race and kill their young master. This was definitely a great enmity. Even when the younger generation fought, such a situation rarely occurred. Therefore, they concluded that someone had maliciously killed Bai Lai and provoked the White Tiger clan. But as long as that person showed his face, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. He would be investigated by the White Tiger clan. Young Master's soul lamp has been extinguished. What should we do? What should we do? Immeasurable heaven, Tao celestial ancient city. Bai Lai's Tao protector was also paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were blank as he repeated the same words over and over again. He was scared out of his wits. He had been searching for Bai Lai the entire night. but he couldn't find any trace of Bai Lai. At this moment, he heard news from the clan that the soul lamp of the young master was extinguished. To him, this was something that he simply couldn't believe. The moment he heard those words, he felt as if his skull had been ripped open, and his entire body turned cold. Young Lord Bai Lai died. The White Tiger clan would definitely be enraged, and it would bring about a monstrous calamity. If he failed to protect them, he would not be able to escape death. No, when the time came, even death would be wishful thinking. At that time, a life worse than death would be the most terrifying. The White Tiger clan's methods of capturing souls were extremely famous in the upper realm. They had all sorts of methods to torture him to death. He didn't expect the ominous feeling he had last night to come true. Young Lord is dead. He had a life-saving technique, but he still died. What should we do now? It must be Yiling, it must be Yiling. He must have killed young master. At this moment, the only person he could think of was Yiling. Furthermore, all the evidence pointed to Yiling as the culprit. At that time, Bai Lai had gone to settle the score with Yiling. All of this could be proven by the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei. At that time, when the other powerhouses of the White Tiger clan arrived, Yin Mei could help him prove these things. At this time, only by catching Bai Lai's murderer would he have a chance to atone for his crimes. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man hurriedly mobilized all his men and prepared to search the various ancient cities. He didn't believe that Yiling could have run far at this time. Even if the culprit was not Yiling, he had to find a scapegoat. Old Tortoise, what's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? It feels like someone is plotting against me? Who was that white-robed man last night? Why did he say that we would meet again? The feeling he gave me was too terrifying. Ordinary people definitely don't have that kind of aura. In an inn room in ancient Dao Heaven City, the black-robed Yiling asked the old tortoise in the pendant with a gloomy expression. Now he was hiding here. Last night, he had avoided the black-robed old man's pursuit and fled to ancient Dao Heaven City. Perhaps the black-robed old man was afraid of being exposed, so he gave up outside the city. This made Yiling sigh in relief. Then he casually found a place to stay. For him, in the immortal ancient continent of Dao Heaven Palace, there was a relic left for him by the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. Thus, Yiling did not plan to leave ancient Dao Heaven City for the time being. I feel like you've been swept into a terrifying vortex. Last night, that white-robed man's aura was very strange. You can't provoke him, but he just had to come looking for you. This matter is very strange. Tell me, did you offend anyone recently? I suspect that your Heavenly Lord inheritance has been noticed, the old tortoise in the pendant said, making Yiling recall the recent events in detail. Hearing this, Yiling shook his head and said, How did I offend anyone recently? It was clearly someone else who offended me. Besides Yu Mingkong and Yilang Tian, who else could it be? That white-robed man last night can't be related to them, right? Could it be that Guchanga? But I haven't seen him before. Last night, that person's face was also covered by the fog. Thinking of this, he felt very uncomfortable. Last night's cold, overlooking eyes appeared in his mind again. At that moment, he was like a little ant in the palm of that person's hand, completely insignificant. This made Yiling, who had defeated many powerful enemies along the way, very unhappy. There would be a day when he would trample on that person from last night. I have time today. Let's go find Brother Bai Lai and explain what happened yesterday. No matter what, we still have to meet at Dao Heaven Palace, Yiling said again. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned. Why is it so noisy outside? Hearing some of the voices outside, Yiling suddenly froze. It was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He was dumbfounded. When he reacted, Yiling's face turned pale and his lips trembled. There was no trace of blood. He could not believe it. How is this possible? How did Bai Lai die? I didn't kill him. I don't know anything. How is this possible? Yiling's whole body turned cold. He almost froze on the spot. His scalp was about to explode. He had been very curious about what the cultivators outside were talking about. When he listened, he was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that the cultivators outside would be talking about the White Tiger clan's young master being killed last night. And that person was him, Yiling. Now, the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan were searching everywhere for him. He was clearly being hunted down last night. How could he have the time to kill Bai Lai? This was completely impossible. Did you make a mistake? Someone is framing me. I've been wronged. Old Tortoise, you know that I've been wronged. I was clearly being hunted down last night. Yiling's only hope now was the old tortoise in the pendant. Only the old tortoise and the black-robed old man who had hunted him last night could prove that he did not kill Bai Lai. Hearing this, the old tortoise in the pendant also fell into a long silence. Then he said solemnly, "At this time, it's useless to say all this. What can I do even if I know the truth? Clearly, someone is framing you." Yiling also reacted. At this moment his face was very pale. The White Tiger clan wants to capture me. I can't let them capture me now. When the time comes, even if I prove that I did not kill Bai Lai, the fact that I have the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation will still be exposed. No matter how you look at it, the White Tiger clan won't let me off. At this moment various thoughts flashed through Yiling's mind. For a moment, his face became incomparably pale. He even felt that he was facing a dead end. Regardless of whether he had killed Bai Lai or not, he could not show himself now. He could not even be caught by the White Tiger clan. Now, he could not wash away his guilt even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If Gu Chang'e was here and heard Yiling's words, he would definitely praise him for being smart. He had figured all this out so quickly. However, what could he do even if he figured it out? With the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord, Yiling was now in high demand. Once it was exposed, who knew how many powerful beings would be envious and try to snatch it away? Most importantly, he could not prove that he had not killed Bai Lai. The White Tiger clan did not care about this. They only wanted to capture Yiling. Whether it was true or not, they would know by searching his soul. Thinking of this, Yiling's eyes were full of anger. He bit his lip so hard that it almost bled. What a vicious plan! It must be that white-robed man from last night who was scheming against me. Then Yiling hurriedly used his disguise technique and changed into a different appearance. During this period he probably could not walk the world with his real name and face. Fortunately, in the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, there were many life-saving secret techniques that could help Yiling escape capture in a short period of time. He used the power of Samsara to hide his source, which could also have a certain concealment effect. Thinking of this, Yiling breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, along the way he had experienced many such dangers. However, he was able to turn the situation around many times. His disguise technique could be said to have contributed greatly. At this time in ancient Dao domain, a group of White Tiger clan powerhouses rushed over through many teleportation arrays overnight. Now they were sacrificing some rare materials. There were many treasured bones and strange divine materials on them. They were currently transforming into a simple and unadorned small altar. On the altar there was an extremely red drop of blood. It spun around, containing astonishing divinity. This is a drop of young master's blood essence when he was alive. Fortunately, it was preserved back then. I didn't expect that it would still have such an effect today. As long as his corpse is still here, we can find his location and avenge him. A White Tiger clan elder said with a sorrowful expression. This kind of secret technique required a great price. But now they could no longer care. Soon the secret technique was activated. A hazy brilliance appeared here. In the blood, the phantom of a white tiger appeared. It roared toward the void and then entered. Follow the direction of this phantom. We can find young master's corpse. Asking for fresh flowers with that, the group of powerhouses followed the phantom of the white tiger and left. At the same time, in an ancient city east of ancient Dao domain, in a desolate courtyard overgrown with weeds, a burst of brilliance suddenly appeared. In the void, the phantom of a white tiger appeared and then disappeared. The void blurred, and the group of powerhouses quickly appeared here. Young master's corpse is hidden here. The elder's expression was cold as he sent people to search this place. Soon they found a cold and damp dungeon under this courtyard. Why is there a dungeon hidden here? Then they entered and were stunned when they saw the scene inside. Everyone's faces were pale, and a chill ran down their backs. Why are there so many corpses? The young master's body is here as well. His essence and origin energy have been completely devoured. When the elder saw the shriveled corpse of Bai Lai, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was about to go crazy with hatred. How dare you kill my White Tiger clan's young master and devour his source? This enmity is irreconcilable. He raised his head and roared angrily. Soon what happened here spread throughout the entire ancient Dao domain as if it had grown wings, and even spread to the other ancient cities. This matter triggered a terrifying wave, creating an incomparable commotion. All the cultivators were overwhelmed with shock and fear, trembling with fear. The forbidden demonic technique that had disappeared in the river of time seemed to have reappeared in the world. Its successor killed young prodigies of various races and devoured their source to cultivate. Now, even the White Tiger clan's young master was killed. The corpse was found in another ancient city. At that time, there were still many corpses that had not been disposed of in the dungeon. Those corpses also had their source devoured. Once this matter spread, it triggered a monstrous wave. The entire boundless heaven was shaken. Meanwhile, the White Tiger clan spread the news that the person who killed their successor, Bai Lai, was a man named Yi Ling. The cultivators who provided information about Yi Ling would be rewarded handsomely. Soon many information about this man named Yi Ling was exposed by the young master of the primordial Yi clan, Yi Langtian, as well as many suspicious points that he found. In an instant, the name of the successor of Yi Ling's demonic technique spread everywhere, causing a huge uproar. Almost everyone wanted to kill the successor of the demonic technique. All the cultivators were looking for this cultivator named Yi Ling. However, they discovered that Yi Ling had disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The outside world was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the coronation ceremony for the successor of the heavenly palace of immortals was held smoothly. Many elders and disciples gathered in the square outside the main hall of the heavenly palace of immortals. Many disciples of other orthodoxies also rushed here to witness the coronation ceremony with their own eyes. The Grand Elder personally appeared on the high platform. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he had a clear expression. Below the Grand Elder stood a middle-aged man in a green robe with a long beard. He had a gentle expression on his face. He was tall and straight. His eyes were like stars, and his hair was as white as snow. He stood upright, looking very heroic. There seemed to be floating lights around him, and there were also leaping shadows. It was like a dream. He was the palace lord of the heavenly palace of immortals. He looked at Guchanga, who was standing very close to him, and smiled. "I'll leave the heavenly palace of immortals in your hands." Guchanga smiled and returned the greeting. "It's still too early for you to say that, palace lord." Next to him was a group of elders with unfathomable cultivation bases. Below them were a group of true disciples and inner sect disciples. They were arranged in order. As for the outer sect disciples of the heavenly palace of immortals, they could only watch from afar. They were not qualified to get close. All the disciples looked at the slender figure in front of them respectfully. Many of them were envious. Soon, a series of complicated ceremonies were over. The Grand Elder had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at the young man who was as handsome as jade and said, "Today, the heavenly palace of immortals will appoint a successor. The ancestral master is the witness. Special bestowed true disciple Guchanga will be the successor of the heavenly palace of immortals. Give the successor a robe." Then an elder came forward with a smile on his face. He held a set of robes in his hands. The successor of the heavenly palace of immortals was not like the other orthodoxies, who changed every few decades or centuries. As long as the previous palace lord was still around, the successor's status would not change until the palace lord stepped down and cultivated in seclusion. In other words, once the successor's position was established, it meant that it would not change for at least 1,000 years. The gigantic heavenly palace of immortals would be under his control in the future. A feather robe, a star crown, and a white robe with wide sleeves. Every inch of it was exquisite and beautiful. It was as if it was embroidered by billions of stars from the 9 heavens. Divine light flowed around it, as if it was enveloped by an endless amount of celestial energy. After Guchanga put it on, his figure stood tall and straight. He looked even more extraordinary and handsome. When the female disciples and elders saw this, their eyes lit up and their hearts swayed. 1,000. Chapter 122. Chang'e greets the elders and the palace master. After putting on the descendant robe, Gu Chang'e was finally the rightful descendant of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He might as well show his attitude to the elders. His expression was gentle, almost making them think that they were seeing things. Gu Chang'e, who had always been arrogant, actually had such an attitude. They really couldn't believe it. From now on, Chang'e is the descendant of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Of course, you will lead our junior brothers and sisters. Be a good example. With you here, we don't need to worry about the opening of the immortal ancient continent. On the high platform, the palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace said with a smile. Gu Chang'e said calmly, "Don't worry, palace master. With me here, no one will dare to cause trouble in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's territory." These words were spoken casually, but they contained an incomparable conviction, causing the elders and palace master to nod involuntarily. This was also the main reason why they chose Gu Chang'e as their successor. And now, Gu Chang'e's cultivation level had actually broken through to the late stage of the titled Emperor realm. They couldn't help but sigh at the fact that he was indeed a true immortal. Thinking back to when they were at this age, they were also groping around the Holy Lord realm. At this time, even the first elder had no choice but to nod. Judging from his appearance, Gu Chang'e was indeed very deceptive. His expression was calm and tranquil, and his facial features were handsome and elegant. He could even make many women jealous. It had to be said that they were very satisfied with Gu Chang'e's appearance when he wore the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace's successor's robe. Of course, the first elder and the others knew his true nature. They would not be fooled by his appearance. Soon after, in front of all the disciples and elders, Li Qie's expression changed. The palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace also began to bestow treasures to Gu Chang'e. As his successor, he should have treasures befitting his status. Men, bestow upon the successor the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum. As the palace lord spoke, an elder came up with a box. There was an immortal gold drum lying quietly within, flowing with brilliant colors, incomparably dazzling, as if it was forged from all types of immortal gold, releasing a powerful aura. This is a weapon used by an ancestor of our Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Needless to say, the might of the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum doesn't need to be explained. Once it is activated, ordinary saints won't be able to get close to you. But before you reach the deity realm, you won't be able to activate it. Asgard Master smiled and bestowed this Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum to Gu Chang'e. "Thank you, Palace Master." Gu Chang'e took it. Naturally, he had no reason to reject it. Moreover, he glanced at it a few times and found that this thing was indeed not bad. Of course, it was not that useful to him. It was just that it looked good, like a pair of phoenix wings lying quietly in his palm. Then, the palace leader bestowed upon him several other treasures. They all contained different types of terrifying divine might. For example, the yin-yang sword diagram, the dragon seal imprint, and others. The coronation ceremony was nearing its end. Apart from the disciples of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, there were also the geniuses of other great powers in the audience. For example, the inheritor of the archaic Yi clan, Yi Langtian, sat there upright. Even his hair was burning, enveloped in divine light. He was like the child of a deity, not to be underestimated. Beside him sat a young lady in purple. She was Yi Lioli. Apart from them, there were also the young supreme beings of other powers. For example, the inheritor of the archaic imperial clan's golden-winged Great Peng clan, Peng Fei. His radiance was even more dazzling than Yi Langtian's. His hair was golden, as if it was made of gold. There was also the Vermilion Bird clan's fairy Crimson Spirit. She was a young supreme being with a petite figure. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. She looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, but her actual age was about the same as Gu Chang'e's. Many young supreme beings of the human race also appeared. There was a mysterious supreme being of the Longevity Wang clan named Wang Wushuang. His entire body was shrouded in mist, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. He was exceptionally powerful. The inheritor of the imperishable Great Sect Immortal Emperor Palace, the inheritor of the restricted region Undying Lake. These young supreme beings all came from a few regions near immeasurable heaven, extremely close to this place. That was why they came ahead of time. just in time to see the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's Inheritor Bestowment Hall. They were all incomparably powerful. At the same time, they were also extremely confident, firmly believing that they were unmatched. They were unmatched in their respective regions, unable to find an opponent. Now they came out into the world, roaming the world, competing against their peers, vying for the title of number one heavenly talent. Towards Guchanga, whose name had always spread far and wide, they were also extremely curious. Now that they saw him, they discovered that he was indeed extraordinary. Forget about his unfathomable cultivation base. Just by standing there, he made them feel a type of pressure. This was definitely a powerful enemy. Moreover, the type that couldn't be ignored. In the following period of time, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace would only become more lively, more and more heavenly talents arriving. When the time came, there would definitely be no lack of competition between everyone. Meanwhile, at this time on the high platform, Guchanga also received many great treasures. His face carried a faintly discernible smile, his eyes sweeping over quite a few true disciples in front of him. Among these true disciples, Jin Zhou had already come out of seclusion. Many golden vortexes appeared around his body, looking extremely strange. Now he had already broken through to the titled Emperor realm, but he never expected that Guchanga had already surpassed him by so much. He wanted to avenge his younger brother, Jinyu, but it was clearly impossible. At this moment, Guchanga's gaze swept over, and Jin Zhou's expression couldn't help but change. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he shifted his gaze away, not daring to look at Guchanga. This scene was naturally seen by many young supreme beings in the spectator stands. Their eyes narrowed and they couldn't help but have complicated expressions, all sorts of thoughts flashing through their minds. As a supreme being of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Jin Zhou didn't dare to look at Guchanga. What did this mean? The young supreme beings had even lost their competitive spirit. This was too terrifying. They were well aware of this, and were even more fearful of Guchanga. Indeed, the rumor was true unless it was a critical moment. Don't go against Guchanga. Within the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Guchanga really could cover the sky with one hand. Then, Guchanga asked indifferently, "Seniors and juniors, is there anyone who wants to ask for guidance?" After all, this was the rule of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. On the day of the ceremony, other disciples could challenge anyone, so to Guchanga, it wasn't a big deal to just go through the motions. He didn't believe that there would be an idiot who would challenge him at this time. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. All the true disciples kept their mouths shut, not saying a word, including Jin Zhou. Guchanga let out a faint laugh, but didn't say anything. Now Gu Xian'er had also become a true disciple. She was also among this group of true disciples. She was still wrapped tightly in her green robes, which made her look especially thin and slender. Her beautiful little face had a cold expression, and her facial features were delicate and flawless, revealing a bit of arrogance. On his shoulder, there was a big red bird that seemed to be in a daze, resting there. Many of the young male disciples secretly looked at her with admiration. Although they knew that there was some conflict between her and Guchanga, they couldn't help but admire her. After all, Gu Xian'er's appearance was worthy of the word immortal. If it weren't for her age and her thin figure, in Guchanga's words, she would be called a bamboo plank. Otherwise, her admirers would probably be many times more. At this moment, her eyes were clear and cold. She looked straight ahead at the high platform and tried not to make any contact with Guchanga. But in fact, she was secretly sizing up Guchanga. Since some time ago, after she accidentally injured Guchanga, she returned to the mountain peak and immersed herself in cultivation. She didn't look for Guchanga. Naturally, she didn't say a word to Guchanga. And Guchanga naturally didn't have the time to look for her. Today's crowning ceremony was also the first time Gu Xian'er saw Guchanga in a while. It had to be said that although Guchanga was very hateful, he did indeed look like a dog, and was very attractive to women. Gu Xian'er noticed that many female disciples' gazes didn't move away from Guchanga. Of course, it seemed that Guchanga's injuries were healed, which made her feel relieved, because she knew the power of that black saber. The destructive power was extremely tricky, and it was very difficult to remove, and it would make the wound very difficult to heal, and for cultivators with strong physiques, it was even more torturous. At that time Gu Chang'e returned this saber to her first. But it still made Gu Xian'er feel a little uneasy and guilty. After all, she was really ashamed and angry when she attacked, and her mind was clouded by anger. If she had made a little more mistake, Gu Chang'e might have even died there. She didn't understand why Gu Chang'e was doing this. She just stood there motionless and didn't block. But she couldn't bring herself to ask Gu Chang'e. Speaking of which, the two of them were mortal enemies. When she was young, Gu Chang'e dug out her bone. At a young age, she suffered great pain and almost died. And now, Gu Chang'e suffered her saber and almost died. At that time she even saw the bone of Dao that was dug out from her body crack open. Therefore Gu Xian'er's heart was very complicated. If it was said that she hated Gu Chang'e, then she definitely still had it. After all, how could this motivation that had supported her for more than 10 years be so easily dispelled? And what about the suffering and humiliation that her clansmen had suffered? Who should she look for? For more than 10 years, she spent every day in hatred towards Gu Chang'e. Although it was not as heavy as before, the belief that supported her was still to defeat Gu Chang'e fair and square, take revenge for the past, and pay back all the pain and suffering to him. Now Gu Chang'e was almost killed by her. Combined with his previous actions and words, Gu Xian'er was very confused. What secrets did the past hide that she didn't know? Why did Gu Chang'e dig out her Dao bone? But now he wanted her to work hard to cultivate so that she could take revenge. It could even be said that she didn't feel Gu Chang'e's killing intent from beginning to end. On the contrary, it was because she challenged him confidently that day, but was easily suppressed by him, which made Gu Chang'e very disappointed. Why was he disappointed in her? Was it because she was not strong enough, and her cultivation was not up to par? These days, these doubts reverberated in Gu Xian'er's mind. But she didn't know how to ask Gu Chang'e. After all, the two of them were mortal enemies. Moreover, Gu Chang'e, this guy, even said that only he could bully her, and he had bullied her several times. This made the proud Gu Xian'er unable to accept, let alone put down her pride and ask Gu Chang'e. It seems that all the senior and junior brothers are not going to make a move. Thank you for going easy on us. At this time Gu Chang'e's voice sounded, which made Gu Xian'er snap out of her thoughts. She suddenly felt a little nervous, and her white and delicate hands gripped the corner of her skirt tightly. Because Gu Chang'e was looking at her. She became more and more nervous, thinking that Gu Chang'e wanted to talk to her, because she hadn't thought of how to tell him what happened that day. But there was a faint expectation in her heart. After all, according to Gu Chang'e's previous actions, if he took the initiative to talk to her, it should mean that Gu Chang'e actually didn't care about what happened that day, right? To be honest, Gu Xian'er was still not used to seeing Gu Chang'e's face, which she hated in this period of time. She faintly felt that she didn't hate Gu Chang'e as much as before. Yes, the hatred was slightly reduced. At this time she saw Gu Chang'e walking in her direction, with a handsome and elegant smile on his face, which made it difficult for people to find fault with him. However, Gu Xian'er was stunned, because Gu Chang'e wasn't looking at her, but at all the direct disciples including her. Gu Xian'er opened her mouth stunned. She didn't know why, but she felt a little disappointed. If that's the case, then it would be impolite of me to decline the position of successor today. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. After saying this, he walked straight past Gu Xian'er as if he didn't notice her. And the voices of the direct disciples sounded respectfully from behind him. Congratulations, senior brother Chang'e. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian'er was stunned, and for a moment she felt a little lost. Why would Gu Chang'e ignore her? Chapter 123. Gu Xian'er's mind was buzzing. All the true disciples were congratulating Gu Chang'e. However, she was the only one who was still standing there like a fool. After quickly reacting, Gu Xian'er looked behind her. Gu Chang'e's figure had already walked over to the spectator seats. He didn't even look at her, let alone speak to her. Naturally, he didn't approach her like he usually did. He didn't show that annoying expression that made her angry. Now Gu Xian'er was a little worried. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e had taken the initiative to take that stab from her. He had also suffered pain. Many of his bones had been broken. He had even almost lost his life. He had already repaid a portion of her pain. What else could she expect from him? After all, there was no such thing as who was truly good to whom in this world. Wuxia wanted to take responsibility for the evil he had committed in the past. And he had paid the price for it. Although the two of them couldn't be said to be even, in fact they had resolved a lot of their hatred. Her clan members had already been taken back by Wuxia's people. Even the imprisoned clansmen had been released. Wuxia had shown her kindness from the start. But at that time she felt that he was high and mighty, looking down on her, and had other intentions. So she didn't accept it at all. Her masters had taught her to be more careful when she went out. So she had a suspicious attitude towards many things. It was because of this that she had accidentally injured Wuxia. So now she just couldn't accept it. She had put in so much effort, trained so hard for so long, and harbored so many years of hatred. How could it be so easily resolved by Wuxia? She hadn't even defeated Wuxia fair and square. How could he act as if everything was fine? He treated her as a stranger, a passerby, or even an enemy. Thinking of this, Wuxia fell silent. For a moment she was a little worried and at a loss. Very soon the ceremony was over. Wuxia directly left the high platform and came to the spectator seats. He started to chat and laugh with many young supreme experts. The great elder and the other elders also disappeared one after another, leaving the stage to the younger generation. For a moment, many young supreme beings congratulated Wuxia. After all, it was not that easy to become the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Additionally, Wuxia's other identity was that of the Longevity Gu family's young master. His identity was in no way inferior compared to the successor of the Heavenly Immortal Palace. In that case, in the heavens of the upper realm, there were very few young supreme beings like Wuxia who had multiple identities. It was indescribably expensive. Not only that, his fiancée was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. With such a background, as long as no accidents occurred and he didn't die, he would definitely stand at the peak of the world in the future. He would control the life and death of countless living beings and planes, and his power would be monstrous to the extreme. Everyone was well aware of this. Congratulations, Brother Gu. Brother Gu's strength is truly unfathomable. Seeing you today, you are truly a role model for us. Now that you have the identity of the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, we are extremely envious. The one who spoke was the successor of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Peng Fei. He had a full body of golden hair, and his entire body flowed with golden light. Although he was usually unruly and looked down on everything, he mostly showed his nostrils. However, in front of Wuxia, he restrained himself a lot. Today his words were also sincere. These words also made many young supreme experts nod and sigh. That's right. Even the arrogant and unruly Peng Fei, who thought that he was invincible among his peers, restrained his temper in front of Wuxia and said such kind words. It could be seen how great of a deterrent Wuxia was. Of course, these words did not mean that they were afraid of Wuxia. If they really wanted to fight, they would definitely not be afraid. However, they were not stupid. Why would they offend him for no reason? He was not a small figure with no background. Could anyone jump out and mock him? That was impossible. Hearing these words, Wuxia also smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, you are too polite." This was the benefit of identity. Everyone was at the same level, so they would not do anything that would lower their status or intelligence. Although it was a bit boring without face slapping. However, for Wuxia this was a good thing. At least until now. He had not encountered any idiots who jumped out to question him. Compared to this, it was always him who took the initiative to provoke others. Speaking of which, it was not good for a loser to turn the tables and slap his face. In front of them, if the loser was not strong enough, he could only be trampled on. Speaking of this, Wuxia thought of Yiling, who was now taking the blame for him. He was a child of destiny, with the inheritance of the ancient reincarnation Heavenly Lord from the immortal ancient era. He was originally destined to rise up from being weak, slapping the faces of a group of young supreme experts, writing a glorious record reaching the peak. Now he had become a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. He was just short of the day when he would truly become an enemy of the entire world. In this regard, Wuxia could not find anything to say other than to smile meaningfully. Then, he began to chat cheerfully with the group of young supreme experts. His expression was calm and leisurely. His gaze occasionally glanced at Wuxia in the distance, who looked a little down and lost. He did not seem to mind, but he was smiling faintly in his heart. Naturally, he could completely understand Wuxia's current thoughts. After all of this was intentionally or unintentionally pushed and guided by him. No matter how heaven-defying Wuxia's destiny was, and how she had those powerful and mysterious masters behind her to guide her, she was still a simple-minded and soft-hearted little girl. How could she be a match for someone like Wuchanga when it came to scheming? He could leave her behind who knew how many streets behind. Therefore, Wuchanga was not anxious at all. Everything was moving in the direction he planned. Next, he just had to find the right time. Brother Gu, what do you think of the recent inheritor of the demonic arts? At this moment, a cold and crisp female voice suddenly rang out. When Wuchanga heard this, his smile did not change as he raised his head to look. The person who spoke in front of him was a petite girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a colorful feather coat. Her facial features were snow-white and delicate. Her black hair was like silk, shining with luster, and draped over her shoulders. She was the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan Crimson Spirit. In his previous life she would be the standard legal lowly. The inheritor of the demonic arts is killed by everyone. What is there to ask, Crimson Spirit? Wuchanga looked at her and said with a smile. When the rest of the young supreme experts heard this, they also showed a strange expression. The recent inheritor of the demonic arts had caused a huge sensation, causing the upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, to be turbulent again. Many cultivators were even more frightened. Even the young master of the White Tiger clan was killed. A group of followers were implicated and suffered the revenge of the White Tiger clan. The far ancient royal family was incomparably powerful. Their forces involved various heavens in the upper realm, various heavens in the central region, and various states in the outer region. The branches of the far ancient royal family were even larger, involving many ancient far ancient clans. There were emperor-level existences, but they were called ancient emperors. Among the far ancient royal family, there were also clans like the far ancient Yi clan, whose ancient emperors became immortals. They were revered as the far ancient immortal clan, which was much more respected than the far ancient royal family. Of course, the main reason was that there were too many far ancient royal family members. Their strength was so terrifying that all clans and orthodoxies had to treat them seriously. Clans like the White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird clan had ancestors who were close to immortals. Their status was not inferior to that of the far ancient immortal clan. Isn't it too hasty for the inheritor of the demonic arts to be exposed? When Crimson Spirit heard Wuchanga's words, she frowned and said, throughout history, no matter when the inheritor of the demonic arts was exposed, it would shake the heavens and lead to a major event that would lead to the destruction of all orthodoxies. The strength of the inheritor is also unbelievably strong. However, isn't the inheritor of the demonic arts a little too weak this time? It's said that he hasn't even reached the regal stage. How did he kill Bai Lai, who had all kinds of life-saving techniques? This was the suspicious point that she found. Although all kinds of things pointed out that the inheritor of the demonic arts was indeed Yi Ling. The White Tiger clan had also announced that they would find Yi Ling's traces and avenge their young master. Recently, they had even sent out many powerhouses, bringing with them many treasures that could allow a cultivator to reveal his true form. However, she still did not believe it because she knew Yi Ling. She had met him in a mystic realm before. She had a good impression of Yi Ling, who had the heart of a powerhouse. He was a determined and smart man. Although his methods of obtaining opportunities were not honorable, he did not have the ruthlessness of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Moreover, she knew that Yi Ling's mysterious inheritance was more like the inheritance of some ancient heavenly lord. So, why would the inheritor of the demonic arts be involved now? That's right. How did Yi Ling kill Brother Bai Lai before reaching the regal stage? Actually, this is also something that I have been suspicious about recently. As the young master of the White Tiger clan, Brother Bai Lai has many life-saving treasures on him. I believe that all the other brothers have hidden many trump cards. How could he be killed without a sound? Although I haven't seen Yi Ling before, I've heard Brother Yi mention that he has some strange methods. He clearly does not have many resources, but his cultivation level improved very quickly. Moreover, recently many talented prodigies of various forces have mysteriously disappeared. The inheritor of the demonic arts has reappeared in the world. People can't help but link these two things together. To be honest, when I was catching up with Brother Yi some time ago, I also suspected this branch family member that he mentioned. Hearing that, Guchanga also revealed a thoughtful expression. He nodded and said some of the doubts that he knew. Then he analyzed it carefully. No matter what, at this time, he naturally had to stand on Yiling's side. Although Yiling threatened to challenge him, he definitely had to show his magnanimity at this time. In the eyes of the crowd, he and Yiling could not have much interaction. The two of them were completely from different worlds. Hearing that, Qiling also had an expression of agreement. A smile appeared on her cold and arrogant face. It seems that Brother Gu's opinion is actually the same as mine. She had always heard that Guchanga was a cold, eccentric and difficult person. However, today, she found that the rumors were indeed not true. It must be a rumor created by many people who wanted to smear his reputation. When he was talking to Guchanga, he made people feel a natural feeling like a spring breeze. His expression was gentle, and he was as handsome as jade. He was extraordinary. If this was a disguise, then Guchanga was really too scary. Qiling would rather believe that Guchanga's character was like that. In Qiling's opinion, the rumors of the Heavenly Palace being able to control the world were only because of Guchanga's overwhelming power and strength, which made it so that no one dared to provoke him. At this time, many young supreme martial artists nodded when they heard Guchanga's words. They had different expressions and felt that it made a lot of sense. However, at this time, Yilangtian, who was shrouded in a divine halo, stood up and glanced at Qiling. His expression was slightly solemn. The appearance of an inheritor of demonic arts needs to attract our attention. It's not a question of whether to believe it or not. Moreover, when I was talking to Brother Gu some time ago, I also mentioned this point. As he spoke, he saw that the crowd was puzzled and expressed the doubts he had all along. It also confirmed that Guchanga's analysis was true. As a collateral family member, Yiling did not have a lot of cultivation resources to support him. How could he compare to a successor? However, some time ago, Yiling's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had even left the family for a long time. No one knew where he had been training and cultivating during that time. Moreover, there was no news of Yiling joining any orthodoxy. There were many doubtful points and they were not without problems. As a member of the Yi clan, Yiling has done such a thing. The Yi clan will definitely give the orthodoxies an explanation. Then Yilangtian continued. He had already discussed this matter with the clan's elders, and now he was fully in charge of handling it. Recently, he had been thinking of ways to track down Yiling's whereabouts. Initially, he had planned to use Yiling's family to force him. However, Yiling had been ridiculed and ostracized since young. He probably would not care about the lives of his family members. This method obviously would not work. 580. Yiling's biological father had passed away some time ago due to illness. Yiling's mother had remarried when Yiling was still young. Therefore, he believed that Yiling's character was shaped by the environment he grew up in. Brother Ye's words do make sense. However, isn't it too presumptuous to conclude that Yiling is an inheritor of demonic arts based on these few points? Qiling frowned and said. She did not know why Yilangtian was so hostile towards Yiling. She was almost certain that Yiling was an inheritor of demonic arts. However, she could not say that Yiling's inheritance came from an ancient celestial venerable one, putting aside whether the others would believe it or not. Secondly, why did she know so much about it? Moreover, the temptation of an ancient celestial venerable one's inheritance was much greater than that of demonic arts. When the time came, it would attract even more cultivators to search for Yiling's whereabouts. Once this secret was exposed, Yiling's situation would not improve at all. Instead, it would worsen. Since Yiling is the inheritor of the demonic arts, how is it possible for all of us to know his apparent strength? It would be so easy for him to kill by lie. At that moment, a young supreme venerable one spoke. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in mist. Only his eyes revealed a deep look. The young supreme venerable one of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, who actually saw Yiling's true strength. All of this is just speculation. You can't wrong an innocent person. Qiling frowned. Her cold and delicate face showed displeasure. She wanted to defend Yiling, but the other young Supreme Venerables also frowned. Why did Crimson Spirit defend Yiling again and again? Innocent. Qiling, why don't you say that to the White Tiger clan? The successor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Peng Fei, could not help but sneer. Yi Longtian's expression was not very good. He said, "When I investigated Yiling, I found that when he was training in a mystic realm, Goddess Qiling happened to be there at that time, right? Could it be that you and Yiling know each other? Is that why you are defending him?" As soon as these words were said, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Qiling's expression changed slightly. Now that Yiling was known as an inheritor of demonic arts, there was no benefit to being involved with him. Even if she was the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, there was no way she could do anything if she was caught in the middle. It might even affect the clan behind her. Qiling was silent. "Brother Yi, let's not talk about this for now. I think Goddess Qiling is worried that we have wronged a good person. Otherwise, when all the cultivators are catching Yiling, they will let go of the true inheritor of demonic arts. If that happens, there will be a great disaster. We have to be careful about this matter. We can't underestimate it. She is also thinking for all living beings. There is nothing wrong with that. Don't worry too much about this matter." At that moment, Guchanga waved his hand and smiled. His smile, however, was somewhat meaningful. Hearing Yi Longtian's words, it turned out that Qiling was acquainted with Yiling. No wonder she spoke so much for Yiling. Before this, he didn't know about it at all. Chapter 124. Yi Langtian was slightly taken aback by Guchanga's words, but when he saw the smile on Guchanga's face, he understood a little. He might as well give face to Guchanga and stop making things difficult for Crimson Spirit. "Thank you for helping me out, Brother Gu." Crimson Spirit did not expect Guchanga to stand up and help her out at this time. She looked at him gratefully. Guchanga smiled. Crimson Spirit did not know what to say for a while. However, she had a better impression of Guchanga. If Guchanga did not stand up, she would probably be attacked by the other young supreme martial artists. After all, Yiling was involved in a huge matter, and she could not change anything by herself. Even if she did not believe it, she could not do anything. The power of one person was too weak. Unless she could find out the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts at this time. But that would be too difficult. Crimson Spirit also understood this point. She felt helpless inside. Seeing that Guchanga had stood up, the young supreme martial artists did not say anything more. However, they felt that there was more doubt in this matter, and that Yiling was the most likely culprit. The young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai, had always been his sworn brother. That night, at the banquet where Bai Lai was killed, Yiling and Bai Lai were suspected to have a conflict, and this could be confirmed by the Nine Lives fairy, Yin Mei. Later, Bai Lai was killed and Yiling disappeared. The timing was too coincidental. If Yiling did not do all this, why did he not dare to show up and prove his innocence? This meant that he had a guilty conscience. The young supreme martial artists were not stupid, and could figure out these things at once. However, they felt that Guchanga seemed to be defending Yiling intentionally or unintentionally, so they did not say much. In the territory of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, there was no need to offend Guchanga over such a small matter. Perhaps Guchanga did not want to embarrass Crimson Spirit, the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, for the sake of the host. They all guessed so. "Brother Gu, I'll take my leave first." At this moment, Yi Langtian also stood up and prepared to leave with his followers and Yilioli. Taking the time to attend the ceremony today was already the greatest respect he could give to Guchanga. Speaking of which, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. At the end of the day, Yiling was still a collateral descendant of the Yi clan. With such a huge incident happening, the White Tiger clan aside, even the other orthodoxies and forces were paying close attention to the situation. If he didn't handle this properly, the Yi clan might not be able to withstand the wrath of the orthodoxies. Although they were from the immemorial immortal tribe and had a long history, they still couldn't do whatever they wanted. There were too many things he had to take care of on a daily basis. Yi Langtian was also in a terrible fix. He did not treat Yiling kindly at all. As for the other young supremes, they all got up and left. After that, the matter of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace opening the immortal ancient continent was more important to them. For the time being, even if they encountered Yi Ling, they were not afraid at all. At the end of the day, Bai Lai was most likely killed because he was close to Yi Ling. He was caught off guard and lost his life. Watching the crowd leave, Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Everyone take care." After all, he had already taken the blame for Yi Ling coupled with the words he said today. Even if Yi Ling's acquaintances wanted to defend themselves, it would be impossible. After all, this small group of people in front of him were the successors or holy sons of various orthodoxies. Their words and thoughts would largely determine the actions of the forces behind them. As such, Gu Chang'e felt much more at ease. His identity as the inheritor of demonic techniques would not be a problem for the time being. This was the best time for him to grow stronger. Heavenly God Realm cultivation. Although he was ridiculously strong among his peers, there were still godly kings, quasi-sages, and sages above the heavenly God realm. There should be many ancient corpses in the immortal ancient continent. There might even be immortal corpses from the immortal ancient era. Tisk, when the time comes, it will be an unspeakable opportunity for me. There's also the immortal spirit that is about to be born. I've been planning this for a long time. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. Moreover, he guessed that Yi Ling had not left ancient Dao Celestial City. For a son of destiny, there were countless ways to hide his identity. Otherwise, he would not have been able to play dumb all the way. Yi Ling definitely had many ways to hide his origin and disguise himself. When the time came, Yi Ling would definitely find a way to sneak into the immortal ancient continent. As such, Gu Chang'e had many more countermeasures. No, when the time came, he would be able to throw a wrench in the works. If Yi Ling was not around, then it would not be convenient. At that moment, a cold and crisp voice came from beside Gu Chang'e, interrupting his thoughts. "It's my first time here. Brother Chang'e, can you show me around? The Dao Celestial Palace is so vast and mysterious. There are so many divine islands and mountains. It's fascinating," Qi Ling said. Qi Ling said. There was a hint of expectation on her delicate face. Her previous cold and arrogant expression was much more restrained. Although she looked petite, she was actually about the same age as Gu Chang'e. In particular, many of the younger generation could not compare to her meticulous thinking. She wanted to talk to Gu Chang'e on the way, not because she had any thoughts about Gu Chang'e. She simply wanted to talk to Gu Chang'e and see if she could get any help from him. After all, from what he said just now, Gu Chang'e also suspected that Yi Ling was not a true inheritor of demonic arts. This made Qi Ling feel like she had found a companion. Since Goddess Qi Ling says so, I am naturally happy to help. Gu Chang'e glanced at Qi Ling and smiled, but he secretly praised her for being interesting. Qi Ling had actually taken the initiative to find him. This saved him some effort. I'll have to trouble Brother Chang'e. At that moment, Qi Ling also smiled and left with Gu Chang'e. On the way, the two of them talked. Qi Ling was very petite, like a little girl. Walking beside Gu Chang'e, she looked more like a little sister than Gu Xian'er. This scene fell into the eyes of Gu Xian'er, who had been secretly watching Gu Chang'e from afar. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Her cold and proud little face showed a struggling expression. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the peak of the mountain where she cultivated. Next, she would work harder to cultivate and break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Then, she would defeat Gu Chang'e in front of everyone and make this guy who had always looked down on and bullied her regret. The enmity between them would not be resolved so easily. Brother Chang'e, from what you said today, could it be that you have some understanding of demonic arts? Qi Ling could not help but ask curiously along the way. Back in the mystic realm, Yi Ling had helped her. The two of them fought side by side and obtained the opportunity called the Fruit of Creation. Therefore, she did not want Yi Ling to be in such a situation. She wanted to do her part to help Yi Ling clear the suspicion of demonic arts. I know a little about it, but I read about it from the pages of ancient books. I know that this demonic art is very dangerous to the cultivation world. After all, the inheritor of demonic arts is killed by everyone. This is a well-known fact. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Is that so? In that case, Daoist Chang'e is quite a warm-hearted person. Hearing the answer, Crimson Spirit smiled. After talking with Guchanga for a while, she felt that Guchanga was very worried about demonic arts. From Guchanga's words, she also felt that Guchanga was full of doubts about Yiling being the inheritor of demonic arts. Guchanga raised many doubts that she had not thought of before, which made Qiling more certain of her thoughts. Yiling was definitely wrongly accused. With Guchanga's help, Yiling might be able to clear his name and clear his name. Then, it would not be impossible to catch the true inheritor of demonic arts. After all, Guchanga was not only the successor of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals, but also the young master of the Longevity Gu family. He was different from others. His words carried a lot of weight and credibility. I can't say that I'm warm-hearted. I just don't want the world to be in danger. At the end of the day, demonic arts inheritances are too scary. Once they appear, it means that there will be bloodshed. The consequences are unimaginable. In such a crisis, how can cultivators like us just sit back and do nothing? Hearing this, Guchanga showed a hint of worry on his face. He then shook his head and said with a smile, I hope I'm overthinking. After all, there have been so many disasters since ancient times, but they have been destroyed by the various orthodoxies. The appearance of demonic arts is just a matter of time. Although Brother Bai Lai and I have some grudges, I can't help but feel sorry for him when I see him in such a state. Brother Changa, I'm impressed by your righteousness. Hearing Guchanga's words, Qiling was deeply shocked. She could not help but sigh. The expression on her face was full of admiration for Guchanga. How many people in the younger generation were like Guchanga, caring for all the cultivators in the world and caring for the peace of the world? I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Miss Qiling. In fact, I also suspected that Yiling was the inheritor of demonic arts. However, thinking about it carefully, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Since Yiling dared to challenge me, he must be a confident person. How could such a person be the inheritor of demonic arts? At this moment, Guchanga continued, analyzing Yiling in detail. However, the expression in the depths of his eyes was getting more and more interested. However, Qiling did not notice this. She just kept nodding. Although she felt that Guchanga's words were a little exaggerated, she did not doubt his intentions. Previously, when Guchanga stood up for her in front of a group of young supremes, Qiling had a good impression of him. Now that Guchanga said so, she felt that it was normal. Yiling was indeed a confident and courageous person. To be honest, Yiling's character is similar to what Brother Changa said. That's why he doesn't believe that he is the inheritor of demonic arts, Qiling said with some emotion. Crimson Spirit said emotionally, if Brother Changa is willing to help, it should not be difficult to clear Yiling's name as the inheritor of the demonic technique. When the time comes, you may be able to become friends. Oh, is that so? Guchanga showed an interested expression when she heard this. Fellow Taoist Changa, you're such a warm-hearted person. Anyone can become friends with you. Qiling pursed her lips and smiled. A rare smile appeared on her cold and arrogant face. Guchanga did not speak, but he could not help but sneer in his heart. Guchanga did not know whether Yiling was a confident person or not. However, he knew that Qiling had been thinking of various ways to clear Yiling's suspicion. According to what Qiling said before about how she and Yiling met, this was a strong aura of trickery. In the long run, Qiling might develop into Yiling's harem, or something in the future. This was the trick that Guchanga was very familiar with. Trickery. Guchanga naturally liked it, and he could play it many times more smoothly than the original trick. Qiling did not want to ask for his help. She felt that he was a steady and reliable companion, who could work together to help clear Yiling's name of being the inheritor of demonic arts. So what if Guchanga acted like this? Am I wrong to be warm-hearted, caring for the world, and willing to help others? Chapter 125. Even if Crimson Spirit was beaten to death, she would not believe that Guchanga was the true inheritor of the demonic arts that she had always wanted to know. She would not know that Yiling's current predicament was all thanks to Guchanga. That was because Guchanga had never even met Yiling. How could there be hatred between the two of them? Even if there should at least be a conflict of interest. That was why Crimson Spirit had never thought in that direction. She was still happy and relieved because of Guchanga's help. Since Miss Crimson Spirit trusts Yiling so much, you must know his current whereabouts, right? Gu Chang'e suddenly asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know, but I can find a way to contact him. Crimson Spirit thought for a while and decided to be honest with Gu Chang'e. After all, she still needed Gu Chang'e's help. If she did not tell him the truth, how could she gain his trust? That's good. Gu Chang'e could not help but smile when he got the answer. He was still thinking of a way to confirm Yiling's true whereabouts. Now that Crimson Spirit had delivered herself to his doorstep, he really didn't know what to say. Then, the two of them chatted as they strolled around the various divine islands of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Finally, they arrived at the supreme peak where Gu Chang'e was. From afar, Crimson Spirit saw a beautiful woman in a plain dress standing in front of the splendid palace with her arms crossed. Her eyes were cold and deep, otherworldly and aloof. The mountain breeze blew and her hair danced in the wind. Her voluminous robe showed off her impressive figure. However, that gaze was like that of an empress looking down on everything. She felt uncomfortable and had a terrifying aura. Crimson Spirit shivered unconsciously. Brother Chang'e, is this the crown princess of Mingkong? Crimson Spirit asked nervously. At the same time, she forced a smile on her face. Although she was usually cold and arrogant, she was also a powerful young supreme martial artist. But under this woman's gaze, he couldn't help but lower his head in fear. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, She's been throwing a tantrum with me recently, so don't mind her expression. Throw a little tantrum? Crimson Spirit was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was 580. He was a little embarrassed. Just now, she and Gu Chang'e had walked together. Would this cause any misunderstanding? For some reason, she felt that she should explain to Yu Mingkong so that Yu Mingkong would not misunderstand. He wasn't afraid of Yu Mingkong, but he didn't want to offend her over such a trivial matter. At least in her opinion, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were very compatible. Nowadays, there were many young supreme martial artists in the upper realm who were engaged to each other, but she had never seen anyone like them. Regardless of status, appearance, or talent, they were a perfect match. Especially after talking to Gu Chang'e for so long, she had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. I'm worried that Crown Princess Mingkong will misunderstand, Crimson Spirit said. Misunderstand? She won't misunderstand. Gu Chang'e smiled. Seeing that Gu Chang'e said it so naturally, Crimson Spirit did not think too much about it. But today, it seemed that this Crown Princess Mingkong's power was really frightening. She was so young, but she already had the aura of a peerless empress. Then she was ready to leave. But before she left, Crimson Spirit thought of something and muttered. By the way, Brother Chang'e, I was thinking just now. If the real inheritor of the demonic arts were to appear among the supreme martial artists, who would be the most likely candidate? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's interest was piqued. He could not help but ask, Who do you think it would be, Miss Crimson Spirit? He did not believe that Crimson Spirit would guess that it was him. Now, he wanted to see who would become the second scapegoat after Yiling. In my opinion, it's very likely to be the young master of the Yi clan, Yilangtian. Of course, in my opinion, this is only a possibility. He has shown too much malice towards Yiling. Crimson Spirit was silent for a while. Then she said to Gu Chang'e. Although she knew that Gu Chang'e and Yilangtian were closer, she believed that Gu Chang'e would not gossip about Yilangtian behind his back. She still believed in Gu Chang'e's character. She was full of doubts about Yilangtian's actions. Oh, it's actually Brother Yi? Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh. Then he asked with interest, This is a little surprising to me. Why don't you suspect that I'm actually the inheritor of the demonic arts? Hearing this, Crimson Spirit did not even think about it. She shook her head and said, With Brother Chang'e's identity, your future is destined to be limitless. How can you be the inheritor of the demonic arts? This is simply impossible for you. Anyone in the younger generation could be the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, it was definitely impossible for Gu Chang'e. This was because there would be a day when the inheritor of the demonic arts would be exposed. Gu Chang'e's identity meant that he would not choose to do so, unless there was something wrong with his brain, and he was willing to give up the identity of the future leader of the Longevity Gu clan and the Heavenly Palace of Immortals. Or he was so confident that he could dominate the world and be invincible in the future. I didn't expect Miss Crimson Spirit to trust me so much. It's really an honor for me. Guchanga smiled. There was a deep meaning in his smile. Then Crimson Spirit turned into a divine rainbow and left. She was going to meet up with her clan to prepare for the immortal ancient continent. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared and she returned to the palace. Crimson Spirit, the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan. At the entrance of the palace, Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said calmly. Of course she recognized Crimson Spirit. In her previous life she was Yiling's confidant. However, in this life she was talking and laughing with Guchanga so casually. She was shocked by Guchanga's methods. Yiling had been set up by him and was now like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. He did not even dare to show his face and was hiding somewhere. However, Guchanga was now so close to his future confidant. They even seemed to be discussing something. Yu Mingkong did not know what to say. It seemed that Crimson Spirit was also a chess piece that Guchanga had deceived and used. Mingkong, you know her. Guchanga smiled and reached out to hug her slender waist. However, Yu Mingkong moved back slightly and avoided him. A pair of clear and cold eyes stared at him, without a hint of anger, as if she wouldn't let him get away with it. Mingkong, are you still angry with me? Guchanga sighed and looked like he had a headache. You've been angry with me since that night. Are you still angry? It would have been better if he did not mention this. Once he did, a cold light appeared in Yu Mingkong's eyes. She had been sending people to investigate these days but had not found out who the woman Guchanga had met that night was. Moreover, the news that Yiling was the inheritor of the forbidden demonic arts had caused an uproar everywhere. She could not find anything. Until now, Yu Mingkong did not know how Guchanga had managed to throw the title of inheritor of the demonic arts into Yiling's hands. If you don't tell me who the vixen was that night, don't even think about touching me. Yu Mingkong looked coldly at Guchanga, unmoved by his expression. I'll let you know what you should know. Don't ask about what you shouldn't know. But then again, it's been so many days. Mingkong, don't you suspect me? Hearing this, the smile on Guchanga's face gradually disappeared. He looked at her with interest. Yu Mingkong's heart trembled when she heard this. She knew what Guchanga meant, but she still did not show any abnormality on her face. She asked, suspect you of what? Guchanga shook his head and said regretfully, you're so smart. You should know not to play dumb in front of me. Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes. There was a vigilant light in them. Her hand, hidden under her robe, quietly gripped a dazzling rune dagger. She knew Guchanga too well. At this time, the more nonchalant he appeared, the more serious the problem was. During this time, she had been following Guchanga. She had seen everything that Guchanga had done. Guchanga could pin the title of inheritor of the demonic arts on Yiling. A very important part of this was Bai Lai's corpse, which had died at the hands of the immortal devouring demonic art. The exposure of this corpse indirectly confirmed Yiling's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. And Yu Mingkong knew better than anyone how Bai Lai had died. Coincidentally, Guchanga had left the courtyard at that time. Even if she had pretended not to know, this kind of obvious loophole could be seen at a glance. Any person would understand this at this time. Guchanga was either directly an inheritor of the demonic arts, or he was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. And no matter which it was, it involved Guchanga's greatest secret. Because she had been reborn, she had known Guchanga's secret for a long time. It was just that she had not revealed it and had always pretended not to know this secret. But with the current situation, it was equivalent to Guchanga already knowing. She knew the secret of Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. It sounded very awkward, but it was the truth. Guchanga had not exposed this secret for the past few days, because he wanted to see how she would react. His identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was definitely Guchanga's greatest secret. He would not allow others to know. So, she had been in a very dangerous situation for the past few days. Guchanga could kill her at any time. With Guchanga's personality, he would not care at all about the thin friendship between the two of them. The only difference was when Guchanga would choose to make his move. At this time, Yu Mingkong became vigilant when she heard Guchanga's words. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals was Guchanga's territory now. He also had a great Saint Realm follower in secret. If Guchanga wanted to kill her, his chances of success were very high. At this thought, Yu Mingkong's phoenix eyes turned cold. She recalled the scene of the wedding night in her previous life. This faintly discernible murderous aura was so familiar. She also did not expect that in this life, Gu Chang'e would lay his cards on the table with her so quickly. Although she had not interacted much with Gu Chang'e in the past few days as an engaged couple, and was occasionally teased by him, to be honest, Yu Mingkong was still very reluctant to part with him. She had never felt this way in her previous life. Buzz. In the robe. Yu Mingkong clenched the talisman sword in her hand tightly. In order to contend against Gu Chang'e, she had secretly made a lot of preparations. However, until now she only had a 30% chance of success. Mingkong, I'm liking you more and more. You're beautiful, sensible, decent and powerful. You're really an ideal and perfect wife. At this time, Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, he approached Yu Mingkong. Really an ideal and perfect wife? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. She seemed to be in a daze. Then, she realized that Gu Chang'e was trying to numb her with his words. It was obvious that he had already laid his cards on the table. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a chill on her back. Mingkong, you're so smart. Why do you have to play dumb? After so many days, shouldn't you have thought it through clearly? Gu Chang'e looked a little regretful and sighed. Gu Chang'e, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yu Mingkong stared at him coldly. However, she knew that Gu Chang'e was actually talking about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Are you still not going to tell the truth at this time? Gu Chang'e sighed. Actually, you should already know that Yi Ling is not an inheritor of demonic techniques. He's the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. You were the one who told me this. The rumors are so obvious these days. Are you still going to play dumb with me? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong fell silent. At this time, it was useless even if she continued to say that she did not know. So, are you going to kill me now? Yu Mingkong stared at Gu Chang'e and said, I know that you're actually the true inheritor of demonic techniques. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, see, wouldn't it have been better if you came clean earlier? There's no need to keep pretending like this. The matter of demonic techniques is very important. Actually, I want to kill you too. At this point, Gu Chang'e paused and looked a little regretful. Oh, then why aren't you killing me? Yu Mingkong was a little confused at this time. At this time, Gu Chang'e had revealed the truth to her that he was the inheritor of demonic techniques. However, why was he not killing her? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully and said, because I can't bear to. What? Yu Mingkong was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. She suddenly wondered if she had heard wrongly. She knew Gu Chang'e's biggest secret, but he chose not to kill her? At this moment, she was a little confused. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. You actually didn't kill me. Yu Mingkong was still in disbelief. It seems that Mingkong, you've misunderstood your husband. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, but he could not help but shake his head. If I really wanted to kill you, why would I tell you this? Chapter 126. Buzz. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was buzzing and even a little blank. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and hearing. In her previous life, she was mercilessly killed by Gu Chang'e on their wedding night, because she might have exposed the biggest secret of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. She still remembered that scene clearly in her mind. But today, Gu Chang'e had confessed all these in front of her. He even looked like he didn't care at all and said that he couldn't bear to kill her. To be honest, this made Yu Mingkong a little confused. All her previous preparations and speculations were overturned. She couldn't help but loosen her grip on the talisman sword in her robe. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e was telling the truth or not, but she couldn't deny that she didn't feel any killing intent from Gu Chang'e. So, the way he laid all his cards on the table was probably just to scare her? Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth a little. She didn't know what kind of mood she was in now. It was both bitter and indescribable. She didn't understand at all why Gu Chang'e didn't choose to kill her. Could it be that he planned to control her with the secret of the demonic arts? After all, it was possible, and the best time was when she was relaxed. But she also felt that she might be overthinking. Compared to her previous life, Gu Chang'e seemed to have changed a lot in this life. Although he was still very bad, ruthless, cold and heartless, he seemed to be quite good to the people around him. Yu Mingkong's mind was in a mess. The matter of the demonic arts can't be hidden even if you want to. Anyway, you guessed it, so don't pretend to be confused in front of me in the future. Seeing Yu Mingkong's slightly stunned expression of disbelief, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile casually. He walked towards her and hugged her. Yu Mingkong's body was a little stiff, but she quickly relaxed and became natural again. She didn't say anything. She only felt that she needed to sort out her thoughts. Gu Chang'e found it interesting to see Song Yunxian in a daze, especially when Yu Mingkong was so cold and determined to lay her cards on the table. This amused Gu Chang'e. If he wanted to kill her, he would have planned it long ago. Why would he wait until today? Yu Mingkong was someone who had been reborn. From the very beginning, she knew the greatest secret of her demonic arts. There were many reasons why she chose not to expose herself, but it was also very likely that she didn't want to face a situation where the entire world was her enemy. How could Gu Chang'e not feel the attentiveness of such a woman with a heart as orchid? Although Yu Mingkong did not personally experience the framing of Yi Ling, she could already guess what Gu Chang'e had done. It was nothing more than using the immortal devouring demonic art to kill by lie, then choosing the right time to throw the blame on Yi Ling. That way, even if she wanted to hide the fact that she knew Gu Chang'e's greatest secret, she could not do it. Gu Chang'e might as well open his heart and speak frankly. Of course, his words were only to express his attitude. At the same time, he wanted Yu Mingkong to lower her guard against him. Otherwise, she would be on tenterhooks and on guard against him all day long. To be honest, Gu Chang'e also felt that it was inappropriate. Of course, he also knew that it would not be so easy to resolve the pain and hatred that Yu Mingkong had experienced in her previous life so easily. But rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and every step had to be taken one step at a time. There was still a long way to go, so Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. Besides, Yu Mingkong was still very suspicious of him, and would not believe a word that he said. Besides, Gu Chang'e also wanted to know what had happened to Yu Mingkong in her previous life. After all, the one who killed her in the end was not her original body that was controlled by her consciousness. What if it was a so-called anomaly that allowed her to capture some fragments of the future? Or what if it was just her soul trekking in the long river of time and then witnessing some scenes of the future? All of these were highly possible. The child of destiny was protected by the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was full of malice towards an anomaly like himself. However, these were only Gu Chang'e's personal guesses. It was also possible that Yu Mingkong had really experienced such a life and then lived to the present. The Tao of time was the supreme power of the law. In this world, even immortals found it difficult to trekking in the long river of time. The fog represented the unknown and changes, not to mention directly peeking into the future. Therefore, it was unlikely that he could understand these things now. If you don't kill me, aren't you afraid that I will expose your secret? At this time, Yu Mingkong gently broke free from Gu Chang'e's embrace and stood 10 feet away from him. Her cold and beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. Afraid? How can I not be afraid? But if you want to do this, your husband can't do anything. When the time comes, I can only blame myself for being unlucky. How could I marry a wife like you? Gu Chang'e sighed. He was naturally not afraid. If Yu Mingkong really wanted to expose this secret, she would not have waited until now. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve. The most important thing now was to let Yu Mingkong lower her guard against him. Otherwise, many things would not be easy to carry out in the future. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong immediately let out a soft snort from her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "We are not married yet. We're not married yet. Who's your wife?" She also knew that Gu Chang'e's words were definitely beautiful words. Since he dared to say this, it must be because he was not afraid that she would expose this secret. Gu Chang'e's thoughts were meticulous and deep. There was nothing that he did not think of. No matter what plan he had, there would not be the slightest flaw. However, to hear Gu Chang'e say this, she was still somewhat happy. Then it will be in the future anyway. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e casually laughed and said, "You are already mine. Do you think I will still care about this?" Gu Chang'e, Yu Mingkong frowned. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e would say such shameless and mushy words, but it was hard for her to refuse. However, her eyes were still somewhat sparkling. Gu Chang'e only knew how to say beautiful words to fool and numb her. But in her heart, she liked to hear them. Although 9 out of 10 sentences were likely to be false, what if there was a hidden sentence that was true? At this time, the system notification sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind. Ding, the daughter of luck. Yu Mingkong's attitude changed slightly. Luck points increased by 800. Luck value increased by 400. With such a notification, Gu Chang'e was still a little satisfied. It was good that these words were not said in vain. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, an object suddenly appeared. He smiled and said, "You won't be going to the crowning ceremony today, so I thought you could pick a few of the treasures that those old fogies will give you." Gu Chang'e had a regretful expression. Wang! And the item in his hand was vibrating. Its appearance was beautiful, like a quiet little phoenix. It was emitting a dense brilliance, and many mysterious runes flashed, as if it was flowing with waves of immortal light. Of course, this was its usual appearance. As long as he activated his mana, it could become the size of a divine weapon. Gu Chang'e had the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd, so he naturally did not lack this Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum. Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum? Yu Mingkong was slightly surprised, and she recognized this magic tool. It was quite famous in the Dao Heaven Palace, and it was a precious treasure refined by an ancestor. Its divine power was astonishing, and it was very precious. Looking at Gu Chang'e's expression, he was actually planning to give it to her? One had to know that whether it was in her past life or this life, Gu Chang'e had never given her anything. And it looked like he had specially chosen it for her? Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes were a little suspicious, and she was a little skeptical. When did Gu Chang'e become so nice? It's good that you recognize it. Does it look good? Gu Chang'e looked at her and asked. Yu Mingkong nodded, and there was suddenly a little anticipation in her cold and beautiful eyes. It's good that it looks good. Gu Chang'e smiled, and after saying that, the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Drum disappeared from his hand with a buzzing sound, and he put it away in his storage ring. Seeing this, Yu Mingkong was momentarily stunned. Then, the expression on her face instantly froze, and her expression became as cold as ice. It was as if ice blades were about to erupt from her almond-shaped eyes, and they were about to pierce through Gu Chang'e's body. Never would she have thought that Gu Chang'e would take it out just to ask her if it looked good. At this moment, she finally understood how Gu Xian felt when facing Gu Chang'e. He was clearly infuriated, but he couldn't beat him. Look at how angry you are. Seeing Yu Mingkong's frosty expression, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, he was just trying to tease her. This is naturally for you. Gu Chang'e smiled. I don't want it. Yu Mingkong was beyond angry, and she turned to leave. She couldn't stand this guy anymore. He was full of evil tricks, and she was even a little touched just then. What the hell? Gu Chang'e shook his head. He had no choice but to use force. Boom! A battle started and ended quickly. The whole hall was rumbling, and the runes were flashing. The void was trembling, and there was a terrifying rumbling sound. The brilliance soared into the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. The disciples outside were quite frightened. In front of Yu Mingkong, Gu Chang'e used a little of his true strength, and then suppressed her. Asking for fresh flowers, it had to be said that Yu Mingkong was very powerful, much more powerful than a group of young supreme martial artists. Moreover, even Gu Chang'e didn't know what tricks she was hiding. Of course, for Gu Chang'e, they were already an old couple. There was no reason for him to see Yu Mingkong in front of him every day, but he couldn't eat her. So, Yu Mingkong was also tormented by him. She gritted her teeth and was secretly annoyed. However, the resentment that Gu Chang'e had some time ago when he went to find the vixen behind her back in the middle of the night had completely disappeared. However, she would still find a way to find out who the vixen was. Yu Mingkong would never let Gu Chang'e have any woman besides her. The successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qi Ling, was no threat to her. She was just a chess piece that Gu Chang'e used to deal with Yi Ling. After all, she knew Gu Chang'e too well. He couldn't be moved by her, and it was even more so for other women. If it was just a casual play, she believed that with Gu Chang'e's temperament, he would definitely do it. Therefore, she had to find out who the vixen was. During this period of time, the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were not peaceful. Divine clouds shot into the sky. That place was usually shrouded in a thick fog that flowed everywhere. An ancient and desolate aura gushed out from it. In the sky there was a wide and boundless crack. Strong winds stirred. It was dark and deep, and there was a thick ancient immortal aura permeating the air. It seemed to be connected to another world. The appearance of the immortal ancient continent attracted countless forces and orthodoxies. And this was the entrance to the immortal ancient ruins. Now, many old antiques and monsters from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had arrived. We've joined forces to guard the crack, but we can only stabilize the passage. If the natives inside come out, it will be quite a disaster, an elder said. His eyes were extremely deep as he stared at the crack. This time, all the orthodoxies sent their younger generation here. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. They shook their heads. Buzz! Streaks of colorful divine light shot out from the crack and flew in all directions. Within it were divine objects and immortal medicines. Just the aura alone was enough to make one ascend. There were indeed many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If not for the immortal treasures that suddenly broke through the fog and shocked all directions, it would not have attracted so many forces. Inform the younger generation of all the orthodoxies to gather here in 3 days. What a pity. If the older generation goes in, those big shots will be unhappy. But for the natives of the immortal ancient continent, this is also an experience. Many of the opportunities can only be obtained by us disciples from the outside world. A few old antiques discussed. They had already negotiated with the ancient existences in the immortal ancient continent. This experience was a competition between the younger generation, and the older generation was not allowed to interfere. Those ancient existences in the immortal ancient continent did not dare to provoke the people from the outside world. No matter how strong they were, they could not win against the powerful cultivators from the outside world. When the time came, this immortal ancient continent would be destroyed sooner or later. Soon, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals spread the news that the portal to the immortal ancient continent would open in 3 days. The younger generation of all orthodoxies and forces could come in to search for opportunities. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Countless cultivators and forces were shocked, and then they were pleasantly surprised. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals had a special meaning in the boundless heaven. They could even be called the Absolute Overlord. The news about the immortal ancient continent was only spread among the orthodoxies. It was not made public. Now that the Palace of Heavenly Immortals announced it, did it mean that it was official proof? Therefore, all the cultivators were shocked. They gathered in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. If it were not for their respect, the stairs in front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals would have been trampled into pieces. For cultivators without a strong background, the opportunities in the immortal ancient continent were no different from a chance to be reborn. Naturally, they were extremely excited. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals had already prepared a countermeasure. Buzz! In front of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, a super-strong cultivator arrived and directly built a passage to the sky. The golden light was dazzling, and it went straight into the depths. This was a chance for all the rogue cultivators. Otherwise, if they provoked public anger, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. During this time, the boundless heaven was in an uproar. All the cultivators were rushing over. The news about the appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts was shocking, but compared to the opportunities in the immortal ancient continent, it was not worth mentioning. Chapter 127. While the outside world was in an uproar over the immortal ancient continent, in a quiet and remote courtyard in ancient Dao Heaven City, Yiling had already disguised himself and changed his appearance. He had even changed his origin aura. Now, he had a fair and handsome face like an elegant gentleman. He was frowning and pacing back and forth. Old Tortoise, the cultivators of the White Tiger clan are hunting for me every day. Do you think they won't find me like this? Yiling said with a gloomy expression. Although he had changed his appearance and used the power of samsara to hide his origin aura, he did not dare to wander around outside. The White Tiger clan had said that they had brought many treasures that could reveal his origin. No matter how he hid, they would find him. That was why Yiling was very anxious. At the same time, he was very depressed, sullen, and angry. He clearly did not do anything, but he was blamed and became the inheritor of the demonic arts that everyone hated. He was in a terrible mood right now. Don't worry. How can anyone see through the Samsara ancient, heavenly Lord's secret technique? Don't worry. They can search however they want. If they can find you, it'll be my loss. A ray of light appeared in the pendant, and the appearance of a white jade old tortoise appeared. It looked a little sage-like, but its eyes were a little shifty-eyed. It looked very strange. It was obvious that it was not a proper tortoise. Hearing that, Yi Ling was relieved, but he still said sullenly, "They better not let me find out who is framing me. Otherwise, I'll definitely crush them." It's obvious that this has something to do with the man in white that night. It's very likely that he's the one behind all this. The so-called inheritor of the demonic arts is very likely him. Old Tortoise analyzed for him, but I've never seen him before. Why would he accuse me? Could it be an enemy of mine? Yi Ling's expression was very ugly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He even suspected that the person was Yi Langtian. After all, apart from Yi Langtian, he did not have any great enemies at the moment. If Yi Langtian had such means, he would have attacked me a long time ago. Although it's possible, it's unlikely. Furthermore, the recent appearance of the immortal devouring demonic art is too much of a coincidence. I suspect that the true inheritor of the demonic art has been cultivating near the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. He might even be a disciple of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. Yi Ling narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid. After all, to be able to come this far, he had experienced a lot of scheming. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Furthermore, the other party had also calculated that he was hiding a secret and did not dare to reveal it to the public. That was why he dared to throw the blame on him so brazenly. That's why this is called vicious. Combined with the fact that Yu Mingkong sent people to ambush me that day, she should have guessed that I have the inheritance of some existence and wanted to snatch it. Yi Ling analyzed and a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly he could not help but shudder. In broad daylight he suddenly felt a shocking chill. Even his soul was almost frozen. Furthermore, Yu Mingkong is Guchanga's fiancé. It's very likely that Guchanga also knows about this. The first person I eliminated was Guchanga, the successor of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace. However, now that I think about it, he's the biggest suspect. Thinking of this, Yi Ling was horrified. His scalp went numb. Who would have thought that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic art? If he had not analyzed this to be the most likely possibility, he would not have dared to believe it. The rumors about Guchanga in the outside world were mixed. Some said that he was cold and ruthless, while others said that he was as handsome as jade, extraordinary, and had the potential of a true immortal. Furthermore, he was now the successor of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. With such a status, he was indescribably noble. How could he be the inheritor of the demonic art who destroyed his own future? This is simply too terrifying. Under the nose of the Tao of the Heaven's Immortal Palace, their successor is actually the inheritor of the demonic art. Once this is exposed, it will definitely shock the upper realm. Old Tortoise was also frightened. His expression was solemn. Yi Ling's words were not without reason. The consequences were simply unimaginable. If an ordinary person was the inheritor of the demonic art, it would be fine. However, Guchanga was not an ordinary person. His status in the upper realm was definitely at the top of his generation. What was this equivalent to? It was equivalent to the emperor and emperor of his generation. This is a serious matter. The things that are involved are too terrifying. Furthermore, according to what you said, Guchanga is indeed the most suspicious. Old Tortoise's expression was solemn. However, only Yi Ling and it knew about this. Even if they told others, no one would believe them. Damn it, so it's Guchanga who's framing me. I've never seen him before. I just threatened to challenge him and he did this. Seems that he's really a petty person. Alright, I'll have a good fight with you this time. So what if you have the potential of a true immortal? So what if you have the inheritance of the demonic art? I'm not afraid of you. Yi Ling gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. At this moment, his eyes were full of anger. but his fighting spirit was high. After all, he had defeated countless powerful opponents along the way. Although Guchanga seemed to have the advantage now, Yiling also believed that he could turn the tables. This feeling of being casually played by Guchanga in the palm of his hand, and being silently framed made Yiling feel extremely humiliated and angry. Don't spread this around first. Even if you tell others, no one will believe you. When the time comes, you might even get yourself killed. Guchanga didn't do anything to you because he wants you to take the blame for him. Old Tortoise added. To others, this was a conspiracy. However, to Yiling, it was an open scheme that he could not refuse. Guchanga was too scary. Of course, it'd be best if we're wrong. It's really creepy to have such a terrifying enemy watching us in the dark. It sighed again. At this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard, followed by a cold and crisp voice. Is anyone there? Yiling, she's here. Hearing this, Yiling was delighted and hurriedly got up to open the door. He still trusted Yiling, who had fought side by side with him. Moreover, Yiling had already contacted him, and would help him find a way to clear his name. Soon Yiling came in. The two sat across a table in the courtyard, and Yiling poured her a cup of tea. Yiling, I almost didn't recognize you in your current appearance. Yiling looked at Yiling's current appearance and could not help but wonder. After talking to Guchanga, she left the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and returned to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's encampment. Then she contacted Yiling and came looking for him based on his information. Yiling sighed. There's no other way. This is the only way. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Then, he told Yiling about his recent situation. Hearing this, Yiling felt some sympathy for him. It was too tragic to be a scapegoat for no reason. Don't worry, Yiling. For the sake of our friendship, I'll definitely find a way to help you. Also, I've recently contacted a big shot. He also thinks that you've been wronged. When the time comes, I'll find a way to help you prove your innocence with him. Then Yiling said with a smile. She did not directly say who the big shot was because she knew that there seemed to be some conflict between Yiling and Guchanga. Yiling had once threatened to challenge Guchanga. If she said so directly, with Yiling's arrogance, he might directly refuse and not accept this matter. Therefore, she was prepared to confess everything when the time was right. Perhaps Guchanga and Yiling could become friends because of this. Hearing this, Yiling was pleasantly surprised. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Who's that big shot? I'll have to thank him properly. Yiling could not help but ask. I can't tell you now. However, among the younger generation, the power he possesses is unparalleled. Even I can't compare to him. Yiling could only tell him this. Hearing this, Yiling was even more surprised and excited. He was very grateful to the big shot. This was a great person who had helped him in his hour of need. Then Yiling discussed with him again and asked Yiling to blend in with her followers and head to the immortal ancient continent in 3 days. Yiling was naturally eager for this. He did not have any orthodoxy behind him. When the time came, he could only be an independent cultivator. It would take some effort to reach the immortal ancient continent in the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Yiling was the successor of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. She was very talented and had many followers. It did not matter whether he was there or not. It would save a lot of trouble. During this time, the cultivators in various ancient cities were in an uproar because of the appearance of the inheritor of demonic skills and the opening of the immortal ancient continent. On the other hand, Guchanga was even more fearless. Previously, when he used the immortal devouring demonic skill to cultivate, he had to conceal his whereabouts to avoid being noticed by the elders and disciples. Now he did not need to worry about that at all. The inheritor of demonic skills was Yiling. However, he had nothing to do with him. Master. Yinmei stood respectfully in the splendid hall. During this time, various orthodoxies were wary of the inheritor of demonic skills. They were even more wary of their young prodigies, afraid that they would be harmed. However, this did not affect her collection of cultivation resources for Guchanga. Most importantly, the nine-tailed celestial fox tribe's business network was very extensive. Their tribe was involved in many industries. For example, brothels, underground black markets, auction houses, slave trading companies. In such places, It was too easy for her to collect cultivation resources for Guchanga. Previously, she had been very careful because she was afraid of being exposed. However, now that Yiling was the scapegoat, even if these things were exposed, Yiling would be the one to blame in the end. Yinmei only needed to be careful to conceal her methods behind the scenes. In the past 3 days, we've captured a total of more than 300 young Soul Palace cultivators, more than 50 Holy Lord cultivators, and some Marquis and Regis cultivators. As for those above the virtual god level, there aren't many, only a few. Also, there are many ancient corpses whose essences have yet to dissipate. Yinmei reported to Guchanga that the number of resources she had collected in the past few days was more than what she had collected in the past half a month. Well done. Guchanga listened with a satisfied expression. Thank you for the compliment, master. Hearing the compliment, Yinmei could not help but smile happily. With Yiling as his scapegoat, it was much more convenient to do things. His current true cultivation level was heavenly god level. Due to the uniqueness of the immortal devouring demonic skill, there were no shackles on his cultivation level. When it was time to break through, he would break through when he had accumulated enough. With these resources, it would take him at most half a year to break through to the Saint Realm. Therefore, Guchanga did not care much about his cultivation level on the surface. No matter how strong the Dao Heaven Immortal Classic was, he had to obediently add points. How could it compare to the immortal devouring demonic skill? He did not believe that he would be exposed. Even if he was, he would not expose himself unless he took the initiative. At that time, his cultivation level would be enough to dominate the world. Who would dare to say no to him then? After that, Guchanga headed to the dungeon. This was a rather secluded place, and could be considered his base camp for communicating with Yinmei. He understood the principle of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. Therefore, there were different cultivation places nearby. For example, the dungeon that the White Tiger clan had found was actually deliberately leaked to them by Guchanga. Very quickly, after a few minutes, the pitch-black Great Dao treasure bottle bobbed up and down. Strands of black light fell down. Finally, it fell back into Guchanga's spirit sea, and the cultivation ended. It's not that easy to break through to the heavenly god level. It seems that these cultivators are still too weak. Guchanga shook his head, frowned slightly, and left this place. At the same time, he opened his current stats interface. Owner, Guchanga Aura. Destined Villain Weapon. 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity. True Disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity Gu Clan Bloodline Constitution. Demonic Heart Dao Bone Cultivation. Late-Stage Emperor Realm Techniques and Abilities. Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon, Myriad Transformations Demon Body, Innate Divine Will, Void Power, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra. Destiny Value, 15,000. Luck Points 3,000. System Store, Unlocked Inventory. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Divine Concealment Talisman X1, Luck Plunder Card X3. He did not choose to break through. For now, his current cultivation level was enough. He might as well leave the fate points for the inner world. Guchanga did not plan to rely on himself to study the Dao Heaven Immortal Classic. Although it was not difficult for him with his talent, there was no need for that. He then looked at the items in the system store. The Dao Bone was still useful for now. Soon he saw a talent and his expression was a little interested. Transcendence. This title was a little intimidating. In the Xuanhuan world, those who dared to use the name Transcendence were all extraordinary, and would bear the karma of the name. Transcendence is a kind of supreme talent. The specific performance is to transcend in action, unrestrained. It can be the bloodline, the bones, the heart, the soul. Guchanga looked at the introduction and was a little tempted. If it was used on the bones, the price would be 30,000 fate points per bone. 30,000 life points. I can use 3,000 luck points to exchange for it. Guchanga muttered to herself. After all, it was still calculated one by one. The human race had a total of 206 bones, which meant that he could change all the bones in his body. When he had enough fate points, he could change them all. Wasn't one bone only 3,000 luck points? Did he lack this little bit of money? Change it. Thinking of this, Guchanga did not hesitate and directly changed the bone next to his Dao bone. The supreme talent of transcendence was a blessing. In an instant, he felt a mysterious and magical feeling enveloping him. as if it was blooming and condensing on that bone. What was this like? The feeling of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and becoming a true dragon in the sky. This was a change in essence. At this moment, Guchanga had a deeper level of understanding and control of the many Abhijnas, Tao, and Tao legacies from before. For example, before it was only at the level of a spell, but now it was a change in the rules. One had to know that the existence of the saint stage had only just begun to understand and use the rules. And he could already control and use the rules? At this moment, Guchanga felt that the 3,000 luck points were not a loss at all. So, with my current true strength, I should be able to kill a saint? He pondered for a moment, then left this place and returned to the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Chapter 128. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, a large group of cultivators appeared. Immortal fog undulated in the sky, and all kinds of dazzling Dharma artifacts flew over. They were all geniuses riding different kinds of mounts. There were beasts that looked like black bulls with scales all over their bodies. There were also rocks that were surrounded by lightning and flying in the sky. Many huge flying boats and warships stopped here. On them were all the young cultivators from various sects and clans. Many cultivators from the immeasurable heavens who were qualified to come all came here. Once the young cultivators enter, life and death will be determined. Among the natives, the older generation will not interfere. Other than that, there are no other requirements. You can obtain your opportunities with your own abilities. An elder appeared in the sky and spoke to all the cultivators with a loud voice. At this moment, everyone was staring at the huge crack in front of them. Their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. They could already see the scenery inside. There were stretches of ancient immortal mountains that stretched out into the distance. One after another, they were majestic and majestic. They were entirely green and brown, but there were also 5-colored immortal mountains, which made people feel fearful. Further away, they could even see immortal light fluctuating, runes flickering, and Tao patterns crisscrossing. This was definitely a treasure land and immortal mountain that only appeared once in a million years. The other elders of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals also appeared in the sky. Beside them, one of them had mountains, rivers, suns, and moons embroidered on his sleeves. Another person wore a purple and gold crown, like an old emperor. There was also an old Taoist in a Taoist robe and a beautiful woman in a cloud-embroidered robe. They were all powerful existences from various orthodoxies. They were here to guard the entrance to prevent the natives from coming out after the opening of the immortal ancient continent. The Sikong family's prediction was right. The immortal opportunity this time will indeed appear here. Looking at the thick fog that swept in from the huge crack, the middle-aged man with the mountains, rivers, suns, and moons embroidered on his sleeves couldn't help but sigh. The beautiful woman in the cloud-embroidered robe couldn't help but smile proudly. She said, "Of course, our Sikong family's heaven amplification divine technique is known to be able to predict everything. It can see through life and death and break yin and yang. It's easy for us to predict this immortal opportunity. The trial this time is a mix of good and bad people. Moreover, the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared recently. We should be careful. Don't fall for it and be harmed by it." While they were talking, the younger generation leaders of the major orthodoxies also turned into divine rainbows and appeared in all directions. The successor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Peng Fei, whose entire body was dazzling as if he was made of gold. The ancient emperor Yi Langtian of the primordial Yi clan, Wang Wushuang of the incomparably mysterious longevity Wang clan, the successor of the undying lake. These young supreme beings all possess powerful and boundless auras. Divine light was faintly discernible, and they were born with symbol bones. The heavenly countenance was arrogant and tyrannical. When his eyes swept past, it was as if a heavenly blade hacked down. The void trembled, and with chong-chong sounds sparks splashed out. The hearts of many cultivators trembled. The training in the immortal ancient continent this time was actually for the younger generation. To them, this was just a chance to freeload some opportunities. When the time came for them to enter, they could not afford to clash with those young geniuses. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of divine rainbow streaked across the sky, coming from the other mountains of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. On the ferocious beasts that resembled the vermilion birds, a large group of young men and women wearing luxurious clothes of various colors rushed over. The leader had a petite figure, snow-white skin and delicate features. She was the successor of the vermilion bird clan, Qi Ling. Not far behind her there was a large group of followers. Yi Ling, who had changed his face, was among them. Yi Ling's gaze swept across the various divine islands and divine mountains nearby. He was filled with emotions. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was indeed worthy of its name. Such a place was far superior to the various sects that he had seen before. Along the way, he had not encountered any danger. No one had discovered his true identity, which made him feel much more at ease. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace is indeed a powerful force in the boundless heaven. This is only the tip of the iceberg. It is definitely not something that I can see through. Yi Ling looked at the spatial crack not far away and was secretly excited. After all, according to Old Tortoise, there was an opportunity left for him by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. When he obtained this opportunity, his cultivation level would increase, and it would be easier for him to clear his suspicion of being the successor of the demonic technique. At that moment, several terrifying divine rainbows suddenly pierced through the sky from the east. A large group of powerful heaven prides rushed over from that direction. The leader had a handsome face and a tall and slender figure. He wore a feathered robe with a star crown and white robes with wide sleeves. He looked extremely extraordinary. The large group of followers behind him, as well as the true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, all had imposing appearances. Their auras were extremely shocking, and their bodies were shrouded in a dazzling radiance. Guchanga. Yi Ling's pupils constricted slightly. Hatred and anger flashed across his eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. He had not seen Guchanga before, but he could recognize this man in front of him at that moment. He was the suspected successor of the demonic technique, and the enemy who had put the blame on him. However, Yi Ling was not a shallow person. His expression did not reveal much abnormality. He knew that at that moment, he could not let Guchanga see anything unusual. Furthermore, when he combined the figure of that night, he increasingly felt that the figure before him was very similar to Guchanga. Yi Ling could not help but clench his fists. However, very quickly he saw Qi Ling smile and walk toward Guchanga. Yi Ling was stunned and could not believe it. Fellow Taoist Changa, I hope you can take care of me on this trip to the immortal ancient continent. Qi Ling cupped her hands and smiled. She took the initiative to greet Guchanga. Guchanga stood on a mountain peak and smiled in response. Miss Qi Ling, you are too kind. Behind him were a group of followers and the true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Including Yinmei Jinzhou and the rest, they were all powerful young supreme beings. Their cultivations had already reached the king-ranked realm. In this trial, they were in charge of following Guchanga's orders. After that, Guchanga glanced at the followers behind Qi Ling. Finally, his gaze stopped on a handsome man and he smiled meaningfully. He naturally knew that Yi Ling would be among them. Yi Ling's concealment skills were indeed shocking. He could even use the power of reincarnation to conceal his origin. However, he could not hide from Guchanga's senses. After all, if he were to use the system to check, would Yi Ling really be able to hide that dazzling luck value? More than 5,000 luck points. This made Guchanga a little envious. Of course, he did not show it on his face. He was calm and composed as if he did not notice Yi Ling. If Yi Ling was not stupid, he would probably know that he was the one who set him up. However, what use would it be if he knew? Could it be that he could expose him? Guchanga only sneered in his heart. He did not care at all. If not for the fact that Yi Ling was still useful, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Ling. Moreover, this time he was waiting for Yi Ling to continue playing the role of a treasure-hunting mouse as the Son of Fate. The Son of Fate that he met in the lower world previously helped him enter the core area of the Tianyuan ancient mystery dimension unharmed. This time, it was Yi Ling's turn to help him find the way. Did Guchanga notice me? The moment Guchanga looked over, Yi Ling's heart tightened. He was a little worried that Guchanga had noticed his presence. However, Guchanga only glanced at him and did not care. Fortunately, I told Qi Ling not to expose my presence before this. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous this time. It's like walking on thin ice. Yiling hated Guchanga to the core. Then he looked at Qiling, who was talking to Guchanga, and felt very uncomfortable. Looks like I have to remind Qiling not to be fooled by Guchanga. This guy is the most dangerous inheritor of the demonic arts. Yiling looked around and soon saw Yinmei, who was wearing a red dress and looking haggard, among the palace of heavenly immortals. He frowned slightly. Looks like Bai Lai's death was a big blow to Yinmei. She definitely does not know that it was Guchanga who did it. I have to find a chance to remind her. Yiling still could not forget the charming Yinmei. It was said that Bai Lai was killed after he went to see Yinmei that night. Yinmei could be the witness to prove that he was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. Back then, Yiling thought that if Bai Lai was no longer around, he would take good care of his sister-in-law. However, he did not expect that sentence to become reality. Boom! At this time, thousands of rays of light suddenly exploded from the crack. It was as if the space barrier had been shaken open. The terrifying wind seemed to be able to tear people apart. The immortal ancient continent has opened. An elder shouted loudly, his voice incredibly loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Many of the supreme martial artists present had different thoughts as they stared at the spatial crack in front of them. In another direction there was a huge fluctuation in the void. Yu Mingkong's eyes were cold and deep. She stood proudly on the mountain peak. Her black hair and robes fluttered in the wind. She appeared with the people from the Wushuang immortal dynasty. She looked at Guchanga from afar, and then retracted her gaze. In the immortal ancient continent, the disciples of each orthodoxy had to form groups. Hence, she did not walk together with Guchanga. Moreover, the main reason was that she was worried that with Guchanga around, she would not be able to snatch the opportunities that she knew. This made her very angry. Guchanga also saw Yu Mingkong from afar and smiled at her. In the end, Yu Mingkong snorted coldly and looked away. Many supreme martial artists noticed the small interaction between the two, and were secretly alarmed. After all, it was fine in the outside world. Everyone was amiable. However, once they entered the immortal ancient continent, no one cared about that. Guchanga alone was enough to give them a headache. When the time comes, if he and Yu Mingkong joined forces, they would be at a disadvantage unless they were united. Yu Mingkong is not going with me. This is good. I'll let her have the opportunities. Guchanga had a faint smile on his face. Yu Mingkong was avoiding him because she was afraid that he would snatch the opportunities. Of course, Guchanga was aware of this. However, he only cared about the immortal essences and the opportunities related to Yiling's inheritance. After all, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was involved in the power of reincarnation, which was the time Tao law. Regarding this power, Guchanga was naturally very tempted. Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to Yinmei and gave her some instructions. Just now, when Yiling was secretly sizing up Yinmei, he did not escape Guchanga's eyes. It seemed that if he wanted to know Yiling's whereabouts, he had to rely on Yinmei. Yiling did not know that Yinmei was one of his people. After that, Guchanga glanced to the east. A cold and arrogant girl stood there. Her features were as exquisite as a painting, but her expression was as cold as ice. A big red bird was perched on her shoulder. Although she was alone, she gave off the feeling of an iceberg that no one could get close to within 30 feet of her. Guxianer, this girl's fate points have increased by a lot. It seems that her opportunities are also hidden in the immortal ancient continent. TSK. Forget it, I'll let her go first. At this time I'll cut Yiling first. After taking a look, Guchanga quickly looked away. He started to prepare a plan after entering the immortal ancient continent. When the time came, he would definitely be separated from the people from the palace of heavenly immortals. Even if he was the successor, he was not a nanny. They each had their own opportunities. Guchanga glanced at their fate points and did not bother to care about them. Most of it was still Yiling. As for the other opportunities, unless he met a genius with a special origin constitution, perhaps he would think of a way to scheme against them. However, Guchanga was actually more concerned about the tombs in the immortal ancient continent. As long as he could find an immortal corpse with a remnant origin essence, it would be a huge gain. It was much more valuable than any origin of a genius. And while Guchanga was thinking, in the distance Gu Xianer frowned. She was a little confused. Then she glanced at Guchanga from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. She had a feeling that Guchanga was looking at her just now. However, when she looked over, she realized that it was just her imagination. The immortal ancient continent will be my opportunity to surpass Guchanga, Gu Xian'er thought to herself. During this time, she had been immersed in cultivation wholeheartedly. She did not have many breakthroughs in her cultivation, but she did not feel as happy as before. Guchanga also seemed to have completely forgotten about her. Therefore, she could only cultivate. Only by cultivating could she calm her mind and not be disturbed by Guchanga. According to her master, her mind was now disturbed by Guchanga. This was not a good sign for Gu Xian'er. However, every now and then, she could not help but run to the mountain peak to take a look. But every time she was disappointed. Apart from Yu Mingkong, who came to visit her a few times, Guchanga was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the geniuses of many orthodoxies headed to the entrance of the immortal ancient continent. Gu Xian'er did not go with the group. She preferred to move alone. Most importantly, if there were fewer people, she could avoid bumping into Guchanga. He ignored her, but she did not want to talk to him. Gu Xian'er was confident that she could protect herself in the immortal ancient continent. She did not need to report to the sect. Boom! Then she saw Guchanga leading the Palace of Heavenly Immortals away. Gu Xian'er did not hesitate. She turned into a divine rainbow and passed through the crack. Gu Xian'er felt dizzy. She felt like she was passing through the barrier of a world. Various scenes appeared on both sides. She experienced many things. Finally, she landed. The scene in front of her shocked her. There were some small puddles with dense immortal mist. They were formed by the liquefied spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was unimaginable. It was almost liquefied. However, there were few poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It was a peaceful land. The place where she landed was a vast mountain range. It was very majestic. Here the immortal qi was dense. Essence qi soared into the sky. It was as if there were waves of dragon roars. The scene was extraordinary. Not to mention, the rules of heaven and earth here seemed to be better than many of the heavenly paradises in the upper realm. It was very suitable for cultivation. At this time, Gu Xian'er could not help but reveal her true appearance. She said excitedly, "Looks like the immortal ancient ruins is really as recorded in the ancient books. This is really a good place." Then she thought that there might be many good things here. She could not help but show some excitement. The big red bird on her shoulder could not help but roll its eyes. This girl's miserly nature was acting up again. She was really born poor. Chapter 129. The immortal ancient continent was very vast. The immortal mountains were majestic, forming an endless long dragon. It was as if they had arrived at a new world. The aura was ancient and primitive, as if it had given birth to all life. There was a thick immortal mist drifting between heaven and earth. In addition, there were many liquefied spirit qi puddles. For the young supreme beings of the orthodoxies in the upper realm, at this time, their first reaction was to bring their fellow disciples to meet up with them after they landed, so as to avoid being attacked one by one. Here, their enemies were their peers and the natives of this place. No one dared to let their guard down. Soon, Guchanga also arrived with the true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace and his followers. They landed in a valley. The terrain was very flat. There was a jade-like lake in the distance that was formed by spirit qi. "Master, where are we going now?" Among the followers, a tall creature that looked like a yaksha walked out and asked Guchanga. "To the east." Guchanga pondered for a moment and then said. At the same time, he glanced at Jinzhou and the rest behind him. To be honest, he did not want to bring these true disciples with him. Jinzhou and the rest were not weak. They were also young supreme beings and had many followers. If they all followed him and encountered some good stuff, it was inevitable that they would disagree. Guchanga was someone who did not like to be taken advantage of. He was too lazy to solve these problems. Since senior brother Gu wants to go to the east, we'll go to the west. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to meet in the middle area. Jinzhou and the rest were not stupid. They would not gain anything by following Guchanga. They might even work for Guchanga for free. At that moment they said goodbye and left. Guchanga looked calm and didn't bother to say anything more. This was what he wanted. Soon only Yinmei and Guchanga's followers were left. This time, he did not let Yanji follow him to the immortal ancient continent. This might expose Yanji's existence, which was not good. Furthermore, with Yanji's cultivation, it was very likely that he would not be able to enter. In this place, all young supreme beings had to rely on themselves. There were no protectors or similar existences. Therefore, for Guchanga, this could be his hunting meat. Any young supreme being that caught his eye would most likely not be able to escape being killed, devoured, or controlled by the magic bottle of speed. However, this kind of thing needed to be kept a secret. If they were discovered, the blame would naturally fall on Yiling. Let's go. As Guchanga spoke, he led everyone away from this place and headed east. If he wasn't mistaken, this was where the Vermilion Bird tribe was headed. Master wants me to find a chance to get close to Yiling. It seems that Yiling has also snuck in here. I'm afraid he'll take the initiative to look for me when the time comes. Yinmei followed behind Guchanga. She had her own thoughts in mind. None of the followers here knew of her relationship with Guchanga. It would be too easy to hide from Yiling. Guchanga always felt that his luck was not very good. Even though he spent half a day and walked tens of thousands of miles, he still could not find any native creature. He didn't find a single native creature, which made Guchanga wonder if he had stepped into some forbidden area. However, there were still many opportunities here. He found many divine medicines that were extinct in the outside world. They were very old and had a strong medicinal fragrance. Although Guchanga did not care for these things, the followers behind him were very happy to collect them. We can't keep looking like this. The immortal ancient continent is a little beyond my expectations. I should have asked the Grand Elder if he had any general information. Guchanga frowned. Then, a vast and boundless divine sense swept down from the sky like a surging wave. After all, there were no other cultivators here. He was not afraid of exposing the secret of his powerful primordial spirit. Soon, Guchanga sensed the aura of the Vermilion Bird tribe. It was a little further ahead, at least a few thousand miles away. However, from a place slightly closer, the sound of battle could be heard. Light shot up into the sky. Many divine talismans shone in all directions. It was obvious that the two parties were not weak. They were at least Emperor Realm cultivators. Within Guchanga's spiritual perception, there was a young supreme being from the upper realm. He was fighting over a stalk of sword grass that was like a star. The sword wool within it clanged, emitting clear vibrating sounds. It looked as beautiful as a star. There were patterns on the leaves, like the veins of the stars in the sky. This stalk of grass produced a strange scene just by growing there. There were strands of sword radiance descending from heaven and earth. His opponent was a ferocious beast that was about to enter the true immortal realm. They were locked in battle. Master, it seems that there are people fighting in that direction. Guchanga stood on the mountain peak. A follower behind him asked curiously, "Should we go and take a look? There's no need to interfere in this." Guchanga waved his hand and said calmly, of course he would not go. He came here mainly to find the Vermilion Bird tribe. He just wanted to create an opportunity for Yinmei. As long as Yinmei was not too far away from him, he would be able to sense where Yinmei was. When the time came, he would place Yinmei beside Yiling. Then, he would be able to confirm Yiling's whereabouts and wait to reap the fruits of his labor. Wouldn't that be easier and more convenient? At this moment, Yinmei also knew what Guchanga was thinking. Her eyes flickered and she said, "Senior brother Gu, since we're here, we'll part ways here." She naturally brought along her follower. It was because of this that she could not reveal any flaws. She had to put on a show. "All right. Junior sister Yinmei, be careful." Guchanga looked calm and nodded slowly. Then he watched as Yinmei left and rushed in the direction of the battle. She looked like she wanted to interfere. Guchanga nodded satisfactorily. He could not help but look interested. Hadn't Yiling been pining for Yinmei all this while? Now, Guchanga had delivered her to him. He had purposely created a hero rescuing the beauty opportunity for him. If Yinmei went to snatch the sword grass now, she would purposely appear to be at a disadvantage. When Yiling sensed the battle, he would definitely not be able to resist the urge to rescue the beauty. Guchanga had seen this many times. Today, he created this opportunity for Yiling. He was sure that Yiling would be very grateful to him when he found out. Then Guchanga did not stay. He planned to leave this place. After all, he had other things to consider. The immortal ancient continent was so big. He wanted to find the area where the indigenous people lived the most. Because there were indigenous people gathered there, he had the chance to find their ancestral tombs. Guchanga had always been thinking about immortal corpses. Even if there were no immortal corpses, emperor corpses would do. Of course, at this time, Guchanga hoped that the ancestors of these indigenous people would not be like the ancestors of the Gu family. They liked to bury themselves in the ground or lie in coffins for no reason. This kind of bad atmosphere in the Gu family was unacceptable. Just as Guchanga was searching for the indigenous people of the immortal ancient continent, Guchanga was very happy. Along the way she found many good things. Gu Xian'er was also very happy. She found many good things. The big red bird on her shoulder was not a simple thing. It had some kind of treasure hunting talent. As long as it was something good, it could not escape its eyes. Some mountain treasures hidden in the mountains would also be found by it. Gu Xian'er turned into a divine rainbow. Along the way she encountered many king-ranked beasts, but they were all easily taken care of by her. His cultivation during this period of time was not without reason. His strength was slowly increasing. But soon Gu Xian'er encountered disciples of other forces. This group should be the other sects and forces of the immeasurable sky. They don't look like human forces. They smell like the sea. Gu Xian'er recognized their mystiques and spells. Of course, their clothes were of the current generation. Only the leader, a young man surrounded by stars, was of the king-ranked realm. He did not fit in with the rest of his generation. He was very strong. The rest were all marquis realm. Most of the young disciples were holy lords. Little girl, which force are you from? Or did you come alone? The leading young man had a frivolous expression. He had a head of blue hair. He stared at Gu Xian'er and asked. At the same time, his group of followers surrounded Gu Xian. He was just asking casually. After all, in this place, who cared what force was behind you? The mist above the immortal ancient continent could hide heaven's secrets. If one died here, even the old antiques in the family would not be able to find anything. It's not good to be alone. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other. Haha. The young man stared at her without the slightest fear. Heat and surprise flashed through his eyes. Gu Xian'er frowned. She was very uncomfortable with this young man's expression. Another person who lusted after her body. Get lost. She did not have a good expression. Her face was like ice. Then she punched with her white jade fists. Fist shadows filled the sky and covered everything. Her body was very slender, but her physical strength was shocking. She rarely used her physical strength. She preferred to use the sword. However, when it came to killing people, she did not want to be long-winded. Boom! With just one punch, the group of cultivators in front of her was sent flying. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. The leading young man's expression changed. However, Gu Xian'er did not give him a chance to react. Her body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. An ancient treasure with runes on it, like a divine sword engraved with the most profound principles, slashed down. She was in a bad mood. This group of people just had to provoke her. Soon the bloody mist dispersed. A large group of people were all dead. You don't know what's good for you. Gu Xian'er patted her clothes. Her small face was cold. She took away all the space in their storage rings. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and left. Since leaving the Peach Village in the abandoned land of immortals, she had encountered many similar situations in the inner area. Killing people and robbing them was very familiar to her. However, because she was always bullied by Guchanga in the mountain gate, she acted like a silly girl. In fact, she was very smart. However, soon after Gu Xian'er left, a large group of people appeared. The leading woman was wearing a colorful feather robe. She had blue hair and scales on her forehead. Her expression was arrogant. After seeing the bloody mist, her eyes were extremely cold. Her face was extremely ugly and full of anger. I've always been the one killing others. Who is it? Who dares to kill my brother? Seventh princess, there are ferocious beasts here. They witnessed everything. You can search their souls. Among her followers, someone noticed the traces of the ferocious beasts not far away and said, Hearing this, the blue-haired woman did not hesitate. Her figure moved, extremely powerful. She directly grabbed those ferocious beasts. Ignoring their roars, she directly searched their souls to see what had happened here. Damn it! It was a little girl in cyan who killed them. I will make her pay the price she deserves. I didn't expect that just because I was a little late, my brother would be cruelly killed. Soon, the blue-haired woman's eyes were frighteningly cold. She was full of anger. She stared at the scene in front of her, trembling with anger. In the scene, from beginning to end, her brother only opened his mouth to ask a few questions. He did not do anything. In the end, the little girl in cyan was extremely ruthless. She directly attacked and killed everyone. My brother has many protective items on him, but he died at the hands of such a little girl. Her identity is not simple. But my ocean palace came from hundreds of millions of miles away. How can I suffer a loss here? Spread the news, I want to hunt that little girl in cyan. The blue-haired woman's voice was cold and angry. She directly ordered to hunt that little girl in cyan. Hearing this, her followers were even more frightened. When the ocean palace was angry, it could cause a huge earthquake. Next to the boundless heavens in the inner area of the upper realm, the Endless Sea clan in the Endless Sea was ruled by the ocean palace. In the vast sea of the upper realm, one could see the ocean palace. Even the major immortal forces in supreme orthodoxy had to give them face. Moreover, there were many affiliated sea clans in the ocean palace. Many of them were closely related to the 10,000 ancient clans. The ocean palace was definitely a force that was a headache for many orthodoxies. The followers' faces were all a little pale. Now, this girl had offended the 7th princess of the ocean palace. Her brother could only be considered as someone from her mother's side. However, as long as the blood of the ocean palace flowed in his veins, he was a member of the ocean palace. But now he was killed here. How could she not be angry? The followers could not help but tremble. There was not a trace of blood on their faces. This would definitely cause a terrible sensation and cause a terrible disaster. Even if the girl had the support of a supreme orthodoxy, it would not help. In the immortal ancient continent, life and death were not discussed. This was tacitly accepted by all the orthodoxies. And this 7th princess was so powerful that she was invincible in the Sea clan. This was the first time she left the Sea clan, and she encountered such a thing. She needed to kill to establish her authority. Soon, the news spread among the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, causing a huge commotion. The younger brother of the ocean palace's 7th princess was killed by a girl in green. She threatened to hunt down the girl in green to avenge her brother. Once the news spread, it caused a great sensation. The people of the Sea Monarch Palace, if possible, should not be provoked. But now, the younger brother of a princess was killed. Such a big event naturally caused a great shock. Many cultivators sympathized with the girl in green. At the same time, they were curious about who she was. After all, the people of the ocean palace were not so easy to kill. In a valley shrouded in fog, a young man surrounded by fog muttered to himself, "A girl in green? Is she the cousin of Guchanga's Nirvana supremacy?" The person who spoke was the descendant of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang. He came here alone and no one knew how he got the news. Interesting. If the people of the ocean palace fight with Guchanga, I can reap the benefits. After saying that, golden runes appeared on his body. He went straight through the fog. In another direction in a mountain range, a sharp golden light flashed. A golden-winged rock spread its wings and swept across the sky. Its whole body was golden. It killed a true immortal realm ferocious beast and tore it in half. Its body fell from the sky. It is said that Guchanga has a conflict with his Nirvana sovereign cousin. If that girl in green is his cousin, I don't know if he will intervene when the time comes. The ocean palace is not so easy to deal with. The golden-winged rock landed and turned into a tall man. It was the descendant of the golden-winged rock clan, Peng Fei. He frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Similar scenes were playing out at the border of the immortal ancient continent. There were many young people who came here. Some came here first. Some came later and fell behind the crowd. But they were also powerful. They were all young supremacies. Because the territory of their forces was too far away from the immeasurable heaven, it would take a lot of time to cross. During the period when the immortal ancient continent opened, some people encountered the natives here, and there were conflicts and killings. But for the natives here, it was also an experience for the younger generation. It was a rare opportunity. Are they all the natives here? On a low-lying plain, there was a patch of unknown tall golden plants swaying in the wind, as if it was a golden grassland. Guchanga raised his eyebrows and asked. In front of him, a group of creatures whose appearances and decorations were different from those of the outside world knelt on the ground in fear. Their legs were broken and blood flowed out. They couldn't withstand the terrifying aura that Guchanga emitted when he raised his hand. A small group of them were blown into a bloody mist by Guchanga's aura, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. When he passed by this place, he was suddenly attacked by this group of creatures. A few of his followers died. Where are you from? Guchanga asked with his spiritual will. Standing in front of him was a dark-skinned man in a beast robe. He wasn't very old and his ability was in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. But now his divine soul was about to be crushed. He was terrified and couldn't even lift his head. Under Guchanga's aura, they were even smaller than ants. The few young men and women behind him were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They used secret treasures to protect their bodies. But now they were also terrified and their divine souls were trembling. The young man in front of them looked about the same age as them. But how could he be so terrifying? He was even more terrifying than a young great emperor. Tell me, where is your gathering place? Maybe I'll let you go. Guchanga knew that he could understand his spiritual will, so he asked casually. Then, he grabbed the dark-skinned man in front of him and lifted him up like a chicken. Master, there is news from other places. Miss Xian seems to have offended people from the Ocean Palace. But whether it was Miss Xian or not, we're not sure. At this time, Guchanga's Yaksha-like follower came over and reported to Guchanga. They had the means to gather information from everywhere and naturally heard about this matter. Now, it was a hot topic among the younger generation. Ocean Palace? Guchanga frowned. Hearing this, he thought for a while and then said casually, "Don't worry about her. She won't die. In any case, she was the daughter of fortune. The Ocean Palace was just here to give Gu Xian experience. Of course, with her current ability, she might be at a disadvantage." Guchanga did not intend to be her nanny. Although the little girl looked down on everything and was cold and arrogant, as the daughter of fortune, she had a lot of opportunities. Naturally, she could turn misfortunes into blessings and turn danger into safety. Although there was an element of calculation, Guchanga was also sure that Gu Xian would be fine. At most, she would be a little injured and then run for her life. However, Guchanga considered that he had finished his work and could use this matter to his advantage. After all, since the last time he played the trick of injuring himself, he had ignored Gu Xian for a while. It was about time to see her. As for the Ocean Palace, who was it? She was Gu Xian's personal punching bag. Was she someone they could bully? If you don't want to die, lead the way. Guchanga came back to his senses and said to the group of creatures in front of him with a calm expression. Now they were still of some use and could lead the way. Guchanga was too lazy to search their souls directly. He was afraid that they could not withstand it and their spirits would explode. The indigenous people in the immortal ancient continent were a mix of various ancient races. Their strength was obviously much stronger than that of the outside world. Guchanga also felt this. But it had no effect on him. Now Guchanga was not even afraid of the existence of the Saint Realm, let alone the younger generation. "Sir, we will lead the way." The leader of the creatures was frightened and hurriedly replied. They felt horror from this young man. This kind of strength was already comparable to the elders in their tribe. It was simply too scary. Their attacks just now were all blocked by him and directly annihilated. But they did not know why this young man wanted to go to their gathering place. After all, it was in the depths of the continent. There were many experts. Soon after leaving this area, they went straight to the east. Along the way, Guchanga saw many grand buildings. They were incomparably ancient and had been abandoned. There were many stone carvings, the enlightenment of the Saint Realm, and so on. Brilliance shot up into the sky and divine clouds filled the sky. They could help people to cultivate and understand the way. It was a rare opportunity. In these places, the number of the younger generation and indigenous creatures in the outside world had increased, causing a lot of killing. Guchanga glanced around casually and soon lost interest. The indigenous people guarded the secret of the immortal ancient continent. The immortal spirit had been nurtured until now. Before he joined the palace of heavenly Tao, he had already calculated the time. When the immortal spirit was born, the entire immortal ancient continent would be shaken. Even the old antiques outside would be alarmed and come here. Chapter 130. At the same time on the other side, Qiling, Yiling and the rest were also in trouble. Not long after they entered immortal ancient land, they met a powerful beast that looked like a rhinoceros. It was at True God Realm. Although Qiling was a young paragon, her real ability was only at the beginning stage of Regal Emperor Realm. She could fight against some empty God Realm beings. Once she met a True God Realm being, it would be difficult for her. Even if she used her weapon, it would be difficult for her to kill it, unless she used some forbidden weapons or treasures. However, she could not bear to do so. After all, she did not know why she was so unlucky to meet a True God Realm beast as soon as she entered. The rhinoceros beast was at the middle stage of True God Realm and was very powerful. He opened his mouth and spat out, and there was actually a torrential blaze that surged into the sky. Divine light gushed out, and it transformed into a sea of flames that burned a few clansmen to death, causing the expressions of the others to become extremely terrified. Qiling, I'll team up with you. You're in charge of holding it back and I'll kill it. Just then Yiling, who had disguised himself among the followers, suddenly spoke. When they entered immortal ancient land, he had been hinting to Qiling in various ways to let her know that Guchanga was not a good person. He wanted Qiling to stay away from Guchanga. However, Qiling did not care about what he said. Perhaps it was because she did not understand or did not believe him. This made Yiling helpless. After all, Guchanga was too good at disguising himself. Moreover, he had an appearance that was very deceptive to women. Seeing this, Yiling could not help but stand out. He was confident. He was used to challenging people above his level and had many powerful skills and techniques. This was the time for him to show off to Qiling and the rest. Hearing Yiling's words, Qiling looked over but did not say anything. What did you say? You don't have to do this to show off. He's courting death. Even if he wants to show off in front of Holy Lady, he doesn't have to do this. The expressions of the rest of her followers changed. Some of them couldn't believe it, and they all cursed. To them, Yiling's actions were like showing off in front of Qiling. It made them, who were stronger than Yiling, look weak. Yiling was only at the Marquis realm. Was he courting death? How dare he attack a True God Realm beast and say such things? Do you want to die? At this time you're still thinking about how to perform? The group of followers and the other female prodigies of the Vermilion Bird sect couldn't help but look at Yiling strangely. Some of them couldn't help but mock him. Yiling was obviously used to this kind of mockery. After all, he looked like a mere Marquis realm existence. Facing a True God Realm existence, the chances of winning were naturally bleak. But don't forget that he has another identity. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Today, I'll let you all broaden your horizons. Yiling rubbed his nose and felt a little helpless. Then he sneered. He was prepared to use a powerful technique to slap the faces of this group of so-called geniuses who looked down on him. As he spoke, Yiling was about to make a move. A black and white light rose from his body. There was a mysterious fluctuation in it, as if it was going to bury all living things. Yiling is actually very strong. Crimson Spirit could not help but nod. He felt that with Yiling's help, they had a better chance of killing him. At this moment, Wang! The void trembled. However, a crystal clear and beautiful palm print was faster than Yiling. It looked like it was made of immortal stones. This palm print broke through the void. It was majestic and quickly fell from a small mountain not far away. With a poof, the True God Realm ferocious beast was horrified. Before it could react, it was severely injured. Its body cracked open and blood spurted out. The heart scales could not block at all. They were torn apart like paper. Hiss! This scene immediately caused the group of people to suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the small mountain not far away. A group of powerful geniuses appeared there. They were all wearing golden armor and riding various powerful ferocious beasts. They were like knights. The leader was a beautiful woman in a robe and black hair. Her eyes were cold and filled with indifference. It was as if an empress had descended to the world. It's her. Yu Mingkong, the crown princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty. The expressions of the vermilion bird tribe changed. They could not help but be shocked. The true god realm ferocious beast that Crimson Spirit could not deal with was seriously injured by this future empress with just one palm. She was too powerful. It was terrifying. So powerful. She is at least a mid-stage emperor realm cultivator. Otherwise she would not have such ability. Crimson Spirit could not help but be shocked. She had just broken through to the emperor realm. If she had broken through to the mid-stage emperor realm, she would not have been able to do this. It could be seen that Yu Mingkong was indeed much more powerful than her, even though they were both young supremes. After all, the young supreme beings were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Crimson Spirit was only in the middle level, but Yu Mingkong was obviously in the upper level or even higher. Yu Mingkong. Yi Ling was also stunned. Then a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. No matter when he saw this world-renowned genius, he couldn't help but be stunned. She was really too beautiful. Her face was like a painting, so beautiful that it shook one's soul. It was like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens, especially that peerless aura of looking down on the world. He could not help but be moved. Guchanga is really lucky. Damn it. Yi Ling did not expect that just as he was about to attack, Yu Mingkong would beat him to it and severely injure the beast. At that moment his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. He even felt indignant. He felt that Yu Mingkong's plan to kill him was entirely Guchanga's arrangement. Naturally, Guchanga was also the one to blame for this. However, Yi Ling was not worried. He was very good at hiding. Yu Mingkong could not recognize him. After all, even Guchanga did not recognize him previously. Thank you for your help, Crown Princess Mingkong. The young prodigies of the Vermilion Bird tribe reacted and thanked Yu Mingkong. Crimson Spirit also had a complicated expression. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Crown Princess Mingkong." She knew that Yu Mingkong might have helped because of Guchanga, and it was very likely that it was not a friendly gesture, but a demonstration of force, a declaration of sovereignty. Yu Mingkong had seen how Crimson Spirit and Guchanga chatted in front of Wushang Peak that day. She might have helped today, so it was very likely that she was demonstrating her power. This made Crimson Spirit smile bitterly in her heart. She did not know how to explain. It had to be said that women understood women. She clearly guessed that this was the reason why Yu Mingkong had helped. On the mountain peak, Yu Mingkong glanced at Crimson Spirit with a cold expression and did not say a word. Then she turned around and left with her followers, heading deeper into the forest. If Crimson Spirit was not here, she would not have interfered. Although she knew that this prodigy was just a chess piece used by Guchanga, she still needed to let her know that she could not mess with Guchanga. Speaking of which, this was also for Crimson Spirit's good. She did not want her to fall too deeply into Guchanga's schemes. Moreover, Yu Mingkong did not realize that Yi Ling would blend in with Crimson Spirit's followers. In her previous life, Yi Ling did not take the blame for being the inheritor of demonic skills. He came to a mortal ancient continent openly. Yi Ling seemed to have obtained many opportunities here. Other than that, she did not know much. Of course, the most important thing was that she knew how some of the young paragons obtained opportunities here. She knew where they were and where they were. Yu Mingkong was confident that this trip to a mortal ancient continent would help her to break through to the virtual god realm quickly. If she could obtain the immortal essence, it would not be impossible for her to become a divine sage. This was because the immortal essence was the source of immortals. Even paragons would be shocked by it. According to the time in my previous life, immortal ancient continent will be in turmoil soon. Some of the ancestral tombs of the indigenous people will be destroyed. In my previous life, I did not think too much about it. However, I think Guchanga must have snuck over there secretly. He has the devouring immortal demon skill. There are many corpses of immortal ancient experts buried in the ancestral tombs. As long as their corpses have not decayed and there is some source left, Guchanga will be able to absorb it. This is his natural breeding ground. When he leaves immortal ancient continent, I wonder how high his cultivation will be. Not to mention that Guchanga is still keeping an eye on the immortal essence that is about to be born. Yu Mingkong rubbed her forehead. She felt helpless and discouraged. Even if she knew all this, she could not stop this from happening. Guchanga was too terrifying. No matter whether it was his strength or his methods, they were flawless and impeccable. As a person who had been reborn, even if she could guess what Guchanga was going to do, she could not stop him. However, she could not stop him. What was the use? Although Guchanga said a few days ago that he could not bear to kill her, for Yu Mingkong, who knew Guchanga's temperament so well, the credibility of his words was obviously only temporary. Although she had slept much better these days than before. However, it was not easy to keep her life when she was with Guchanga. Of course, the main reason was that Guchanga had left too much of a shadow in her previous life. In fact, Guchanga's ruthlessness had not changed at all. Now he did not kill her and even treated her well because she was useful and valuable to Guchanga. Therefore, Yu Mingkong still had to think of various ways to make herself stronger. Xian'er's path has not changed much. She has offended the Ocean Palace. Although she will be hunted down, she will be more scared than in danger. Instead, she will have a breakthrough in battle. Yu Mingkong's expression did not change, but she had various ideas in her mind. Then, she led a large number of followers to the nearest opportunity point. She remembered that in her previous life, a young supreme martial artist found a corner of the emperor-level array pattern here. At this time, Yi Ling, who was looking at Yu Mingkong from afar, sensed the fluctuations of a battle not far away. He suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed. He saw that there was a figure in a red dress who was being attacked and was approaching in his direction. That is Yinmei. Oh no, she is in danger. Seeing this, Yi Ling's figure moved. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a divine rainbow and swept quickly in that direction. For him, Yinmei was not only Bai Lai's fiancée, but also an advantageous witness to prove that he did not kill Bai Lai. Yi seeing this, Qi Ling frowned but did not care about Yi Ling. After all, he was only mixed in with her followers. In fact, Yi Ling did not listen to her orders. She did not care, but the rest of her followers were dissatisfied. They were extremely unhappy with Yi Ling. This guy actually ran away on his own. As a follower, he did not listen to Qi Ling's orders. I felt that this guy was very unfamiliar. Did he mix in? At this time, someone was puzzled and could not help but suspect. Don't tell me he is a hidden inheritor of demonic arts who sneaked in and mixed in with us. Another person could not help but say. Many people shuddered when they heard this. Recently, inheritors of demonic arts had caused a lot of commotion, and people were anxious. They increasingly felt that Yi Ling was very suspicious. At this time, Qi Ling was helpless and could only find a random reason to explain. However, she was still a little dissatisfied with Yi Ling's behavior. She helped him out of kindness, but he did not seem to have any self-awareness and took it for granted. It seems that Yi Ling really can't compare to Brother Chang'e. Qi Ling shook her head. Although she did not say it, she could not help but feel a little disappointed in Yi Ling. On the other side, Yi Ling watched as Yinmei fought with a young supreme being who was shining with divine light. Mountains collapsed and sand and stones were blown away. All kinds of treasure light surged like a torrential rain. Runes erupted, drowning all sides. However, Yinmei seemed to be at a disadvantage. Her face was haggard, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her followers were also entangled with a ferocious beast, and could not go forward to help her. Yinmei is in danger. I have to help her. Yi Ling did not hesitate. He had experienced such an old-fashioned hero rescuing a beauty, and was almost used to it. Now that he did it, he was naturally very familiar with it. He took out a red short sword. Chi! A terrifying sound rang out. This short sword turned into a ray of red light and pierced through the sky like a rainbow. It burst through the clouds and attacked the young supreme being. Who is it? The young supreme being was shining with divine light. There were flames burning all over his body. He was clearly a powerful figure. He sensed the extraordinariness of this short sword, and used a divine ability to knock it away. He glanced at Yi Ling, who was attacking behind him, and could not help but frown. Moreover, he did not know why, but he felt that the Yinmei in front of him seemed to be showing weakness. She did not use any powerful techniques. Seeing that another person was attacking, he simply gave up. He did not want this sword grass and turned into a divine rainbow to leave. A strange look flashed in Inmei's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. She said with some gratitude and curiosity, "Thank you for helping me." According to Guchanga's instructions, this handsome man in front of her should be Yi Ling in disguise. After all, only this kind of person who was devoted to a woman would not care about the risk of being exposed and directly come to rescue the beauty. This made Inmei mock him in her heart. Hearing Inmei's words, Yi Ling was actually a little hesitant at this time. This was because once he chose to reveal his true identity, what if Inmei had malicious intentions towards him? Then he would be in danger. However, after thinking about it and considering what Inmei had done before, he still chose to believe in Inmei's character. He said frankly, "Inmei, I am Yi Ling, what?" Hearing that, Inmei's beautiful eyes immediately widened. She was shocked and in disbelief. Then she hurriedly said, "Do you want to die? How dare you come here and expose your identity? Why are you so stupid? What if I want to harm you?" Speaking of this, her expression became even more anxious. She was extremely worried about Yi Ling. If Guchanga was here, he would definitely praise her. This acting was indeed worthy of the nine-tailed celestial fox goddess. She easily defeated the so-called best actor in his previous life. Whether it was her expression or her words, there was not a single flaw to be found. Yi Ling was completely mesmerized by her. Seeing Inmei's worried and concerned expression, Yi Ling was also touched. There was one more person in this world who believed in him. Indeed, he did not misjudge Inmei's character. At that moment, Yi Ling lowered his voice and said to Inmei, "Don't worry. My concealment technique is very good. No one can discover me." Hearing that, Inmei also calmed down. However, she still looked a little worried. "You are too bold. How dare you come here? Don't you know that many cultivators are looking for you? Anyway, I was wrongly accused. I will find a way to clear my name. Moreover, there is something I want in the immortal ancient land," Yi Ling replied. Hearing that, Inmei nodded. "Inmei, don't you suspect that I killed brother by lie?" At that moment, Yi Ling could not help but ask. He was a little curious. Inmei shook her head. Then she looked directly into Yi Ling's eyes and said, "I never suspected you. Although Bai Lai was very angry after you left that night, he was not so angry that he wanted to kill you. He would not disregard the brotherhood between you for so many years. Moreover, I believe in your character. You would not do such a thing." Her tone was very firm. There was not the slightest bit of doubt. After hearing that, Yi Ling did not expect Inmei to trust him so much. This made him very touched. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will clear my name. Also, you have to be careful of Guchanga. I suspect that he is the one who framed me." After all, Inmei had already offended Guchanga. Hence, Yi Ling told the truth directly. He wanted Inmei to be on guard against Guchanga in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. "What? Senior brother Gu." Hearing this, Inmei's expression was one of utter shock, followed by a look of fear and disbelief. However, she thought to herself, "Master is right. Yi Ling is smart. He has already suspected him. Unfortunately, this guy is still too stupid." She shook her head secretly. Very soon, Yi Ling successfully appeared in front of Inmei's followers as her old friend. Qi Ling and the rest, who had just arrived, were shocked but could not say anything. At that moment, because of Yi Ling, Qi Ling and Inmei also decided to work together for the time being. The group headed towards the depths of the mainland. Yi Ling had a smile on his face. He gradually displayed some powerful techniques and convinced the group. In particular, his luck was really good. He actually encountered many rare divine medicines and other things. Even some of the divine weapons buried in the ground were found by him. "Old Tortoise, if we follow the direction you said, can we really find the enlightenment platform of the reincarnation ancient lord?" Yi Ling asked Old Tortoise in the pendant. He was very confident. Now he was the backbone of the group. "Don't worry. The Lord left it specially for you. Also, there are many good things left for you at the enlightenment platform," Old Tortoise said to Yi Ling. Hearing that, Yi Ling was even more excited. Inmei was paying attention to his every move. She was very careful to leave traces for Guchanga. She was worried that Guchanga would not be able to find this place when the time came. After all, the immortal ancient mainland was too big. Hence, just in case, she still made many preparations. And all this was not noticed by anyone. Looking at the excited Yiling, Yin Mei's eyes flashed with mockery. She could not help but laugh in her heart. Not only did you take the blame for Master, but now you're helping Master find opportunities. It's been hard on you. Chapter 131. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. In a vast area in the east of the immortal ancient continent, boom! A mountain range that looked like an earth dragon suddenly exploded as it was hit by a terrifying attack. A forbidden weapon that looked like a Tian Luo umbrella appeared in the sky. Thousands of rays of divine light fell from it and turned the mountain peak below into fine powder. Catch her, don't let her get away. A large group of sea creatures shouted as they chased after her. A slender figure dashed out from the crowd. She turned into a divine rainbow and was even faster. She seemed to have some kind of secret technique that increased her speed by many times. These people are really persistent. Why are there so many sea creatures involved? Gu Xian'er frowned and looked tired. She looked back and took out a long black knife. Runes surrounded it, and the knife chi was boundless. It pierced through the air and killed all the sea creatures that were chasing after her. She had been hunted for the past few days, and this was the third group of people today. If it were not for her sensitive senses, she would have been seriously injured by that forbidden weapon. That girl in green is still being hunted. It's too bad. She has offended the sea creatures. At least in this area, no one dares to help her. I heard that her surname is Gu, and she is related to the young master of the Gu family. I don't know if it's true. Even if they are related, I heard that she has some conflicts with the young master of the Gu family. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. Even the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace saw her, but they did not dare to help her. A large group of cultivators noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Over the past few days, this was a common occurrence in this area. The news had spread far and wide, and many cultivators came to join in the fun. The Ocean Palace was extremely powerful. Although they knew that the girl was suspected to be related to Guchanga, they were still unscrupulous and kept sending the sea creatures to hunt her down. This time, many sea creatures went to the immortal ancient continent, and they all obeyed the orders of the Ocean Palace. In particular, the seventh princess said that anyone who could help her catch the girl would be rewarded with supernatural powers and instruments, and even a favor from her. This reward was very attractive. However, many cultivators considered that this young girl's surname was Gu after all, and her relationship with Guchanga was hard to say. He did not dare to interfere in such matters. Thus, they could only watch the show from afar. Damn it, why are there so many of them? Gu Xian'er's expression was as cold as ice. It was not easy to get rid of one group of people, but before he could rest, he encountered another group of people. The void trembled. Boundless divine symbols rippled outwards. It was also a forbidden artifact that possessed great power. The mountain peak in front of her suddenly exploded. She was also affected by the shock wave. Her blood and chi roiled, and there was a sweet taste in her throat. She was injured by the shock wave. Even though Gu Xian'er had an amazing physique, he was still very tired after being hunted for so many days and not being able to find a chance to rest. This made her angry and aggrieved, but there was no other way. The oceanic race were like maggots in one's bones. He couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. There were even a few young supreme martial artists among them. Facing their combined attacks, Gu Xian'er had no other choice but to escape. Actually, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. That was to use the artifacts that her masters had given her. However, this was only a battle between peers. She did not want to waste them in such a place. Furthermore, this could be considered a training experience. However, now, Gu Xian'er regretted killing that youth. She had indeed formed a huge grudge. His gaze had indeed made her very angry. Her killing intent had soared. It's all Guchanga's fault. If he didn't make me feel bad, I wouldn't have killed that person. Anyway, it's his fault. I'll settle the score with him. Gu Xian'er put the blame on Guchanga's head again. Furthermore, didn't he say that he would not allow others to bully her? At this time, she was being chased by a group of small fries from one side to the other. Why couldn't he see his shadow? It would have been better if they did not mention Guchanga. The more Gu Xian'er thought about him, the angrier she got. Towards the end, she even felt a little wronged. In fact, she also knew that it was her own wishful thinking. After all, Guchanga no longer cared about her. Why would he care whether she lived or died? After all, if she died, there would be no one to take revenge on him. Guchanga should naturally be happy. The Ocean Palace was chasing her. This kind of thing had already alarmed the young supreme martial artists everywhere. Guchanga was so powerful and had so many followers. How could he not have heard of it? However, after so many days, he had not come to help her. This was enough to show Guchanga's attitude. Gu Xian'er, what are you thinking? What are you still waiting for? Very quickly, Gu Xian'er shook her head and discarded the distracting thoughts in her mind. She continued to flee. A pair of bright wings appeared faintly behind her, surrounded by runes. It was an extreme speed ability. Fortunately, her masters had taught her many methods. There would not be any major problems for a while. However, Gu Xian'er still felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Is this the gathering place of the aboriginals? At the same time, Guchanga was standing on a mountain peak with great interest. Looking from his direction, he could see that there was a valley in front of them. Outside the valley, it was surrounded by towering purple mountains. Each of them overflowed with purple gas and was incomparably hazy. The valley was very wide and boundless. There were large areas of ruins and cities. There were dozens of magnificent giant palaces, as well as many palaces and pavilions. It seemed that this was once a sacred land. Sir, this is where our tribe is. In front of Guchanga, these indigenous creatures were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale, and with fear they trembled as they spoke. They carefully led the way for Guchanga and brought him here. In the city in front, there were experts of their tribe who might be able to save them. At that moment, they seemed to be kneeling on the ground in fear, but in fact, they were secretly planning to use secret methods to communicate with them. However, Guchanga glanced at them with a strange look in his eyes. Then, with a poof, several clouds of blood mist directly exploded in front of them. The bodies of these creatures collapsed. They could not withstand the pressure of Guchanga's gaze at all. How could Guchanga not predict their little calculations? Even if he guessed wrong, it did not matter. You all wait for me here. Then, Guchanga said lightly to the group of followers behind him. After speaking, his figure became blurred. In the void, there was a distortion and he disappeared directly. Yes, master. The group of followers were already used to Guchanga's various powerful and mysterious methods. They did not dare to ask Guchanga what his purpose was. Guchanga asked them to wait here. Then, they would obediently listen to his orders and wait here. Soon, Guchanga's figure shuttled through the void. Buzz! He had already noticed that there were many creatures in the ancient ruins. Their auras were very strong. Most of them were in the God state. There were many in the true God state and divine God state. There were also some in the divine king state and even the saint state. However, they were sitting cross-legged in some of the palaces. Their bodies were flowing with divine light, and they were cultivating motionlessly. If it's a sneak attack, it won't be difficult to kill this saint state existence. But I'd better take a look at the ancestral tombs of these indigenous people first. At this time, Guchanga's figure was fused into the void. There was a bright golden rune shining in his palm. The divine concealment talisman could perfectly conceal his current aura. Based on the strength of this group of indigenous people, Guchanga guessed that the ancestors buried in their ancestral tombs were not too weak. They should be at least at the quasi-supreme state level. He felt that this time he could take advantage of the situation and break through to the divine king state in one fell swoop. As long as there was enough origin essence, the quasi-saint state was not impossible. As the saying went, riches and honor were found in danger. Not to mention this was not considered dangerous for him. Guchanga had many trump cards. Even if there were great saints or quasi-supremes hidden among them, he would not panic at all. Buzz! The void trembled slightly. This fluctuation did not attract much attention, and Guchanga also smoothly went into the depths of the ruins. He passed through a large number of buildings and palaces, shuttling all the way to the innermost area. From time to time there would be a majestic divine sense sweeping down. It was like the pressure of Mount Tai. Guchanga could not help but frown. In this small ruins there are actually existences beyond the quasi-supreme state. Of course, Guchanga was not worried. He still had the inner world. If there was an accident he would first enter it. Moreover, he knew the characteristics of these indigenous people's tombs, so he was not afraid that he could not find the real location of the ancestral tombs. The journey was safe and did not cause the slightest sound or fluctuation. About 7 minutes later, Guchanga finally saw a tomb cave. It was very tall and simple. There were ancient words engraved around it. The patterns on it showed that it was at least tens of thousands of years ago. In addition, he also noticed that there were many array patterns and a few altars here. In front of the tomb cave, there were two powerful creatures with purple faces and centipede-like appearances guarding. Their strength was at the quasi-saint realm. These tombs in the immortal ancient continent have been nourished by the essence of the sun and moon and spiritual energy for many years. There should be a lot of original essence left, at least several times more than the ancient corpses in the outside world. If they find out that their ancestral tombs have been dug up, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Yiling, you don't want to be the scapegoat. Guchanga's expression was a little playful. Just as he finished thinking, in the void there was a blur, and his figure stepped out instantly. At the same time, the demon halberd of desolation, which was full of demonic aura, was held in his hand. He directly slashed down, as if he was destroying the universe. Who is it? The two creatures in front of him were extremely shocked, but they had not yet reacted. There was a dazzling black light in front of them. Poof! Their hard scales suddenly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. One of them was swept by Guchanga's halberd, and his body was directly pierced through in mid-air. The body of the quasi-saint realm was like a piece of paper, and could not withstand the demon halberd of desolation at all. Who are you? Asking for flowers? The other creature was also stunned. It did not expect that such a young man would appear in the ancestral tomb. Moreover, its companion was severely injured in an instant and lost the ability to fight. If you don't want to die, please make way. Guchanga casually smiled, and did not have the slightest self-awareness of a sneak attack. You. The other creature was furious. It understood the meaning in Guchanga's mind. The majestic might of the quasi-saint was about to soar, but the black light broke through again. With a poof, its arm was directly cut open, and black blood splattered everywhere. Guchanga looked casual. It did not take him much effort to deal with them. Soon, he avoided the array patterns in front of him and entered the ancestral tomb. Boom! An ancient and decaying aura immediately rushed towards him. Guchanga swept the demon halberd of desolation, and broke all the coffins in front of him. With a series of thuds, corpses rolled out one after another. It seems that the harvest is not bad. Guchanga was a little satisfied. In his words, these were high-grade corpses. The corpses in front of him contained rich essence. There were men, women, old and young, and they wore different clothes. They belonged to different dynasties and periods, but they were all very far away from the present. This was a group of incomparably ancient dead people. When they were alive, the weakest was at the great saint realm. Now they looked incomparably strange. There was an old Taoist in a tattered feathered robe, and there was a rotten aura, as if he had just been dug out of a grave. There was also an ancient emperor, wearing a broken purple gold crown, as if he had just climbed out of the ground. There was also a heavenly lady in a heavenly silkworm robe, but her robe was tattered, as if she had been eaten by demon beasts. There was also a monk in a kasaya. His skin was dry, but it seemed to be cast in gold. There were also creatures of the 10,000 ancient races. They were very tall, but their wings were cracked and dry. As Guchanga attacked them, black runes of the great Tao appeared in his palm, turning into rules like order. These corpses began to float up and down. Wisps of sunlight like green light emerged from these corpses, like essence, but also like starlight, magnificent and magical. Guchanga sat there cross-legged, and a door vaguely appeared behind him. Wisps of black light fell, turning into a pitch-black treasure bottle of the great Tao, and all the light was swallowed by it. He was refining and absorbing these, and the aura on his body was constantly rising. Pitch-black vortexes appeared from between the cells, strange and mysterious. Time passed, and it had been 3 days since Guchanga entered the ancestral tomb of this small relic. At this moment in a vast mountain range, there was some blood at the corner of Guxian-er's mouth, and he looked forward with a cold expression. A vast expanse of white fog rolled in from all directions, enveloping an area of several tens of thousands of miles. There were runes flashing in it, and the aura of array patterns pervaded, extremely powerful. This group of sea race had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Numerous sea tribe ferocious beasts appeared everywhere. Their bodies were extremely huge and terrifying, and the runes on their bodies were blazing like small mountains. In order to hunt her down, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace sent many sea race geniuses. She would not rest until she avenged her brother's death. And during this period Guxian killed many of the sea race people she sent, making her lose face, and this made the seventh princess even angrier. Now she set up a sea race formation to firmly surround the area where Guxian was, in order to capture her. This place was shrouded in white fog, as if they had come to the sea. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a storm raged. It was extremely terrifying, and all kinds of runes intertwined, brilliant and brilliant. At the same time, it also attracted a large number of cultivators in this area, who all watched from afar with different expressions. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace is ruthless. She sent so many people to hunt down this young girl, and now even the sea race formation has been activated. Even a true god will find it difficult to escape. But the enmity of killing my brother is not to be borne under the heavens. Who can you blame? It is said that when the crown prince of the unparalleled celestial dynasty rushed over, he was held back by another young female supreme being. The two are fighting, and I am afraid it will be difficult for them to come over for a while. Many cultivators were talking about it. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. A shocking aura came, and the world seemed to be in a riot, and the sound of horse hooves came. It was hair-raising, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. Golden spears filled the sky, and the sound of killing shook the world. A golden warhorse was galloping in the sky. There were golden flames on the horse's hooves. A blue-haired woman sat on it. She was wearing golden armor and holding a spear in her right hand. Her expression was cold and disdainful. She stared at Guxian in the mountain range in front of her, whose face was cold and pale, and sneered. "Little girl, where are you going to run today?" Many of the nearby sea race saw this and said respectfully, "Welcome, seventh princess." All the cultivators who were watching from afar also changed their expressions. Hiss! This seventh princess of the Ocean Palace has such a powerful aura. She has broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. No wonder she is so bold. She is simply invincible. They were all shocked. This seventh princess's strength was really terrifying. It was not without reason that she dared to command a group of sea race prodigies and young supreme beings. Chapter 132. Wang. In the dimly lit ancestral tomb, ancient and incomplete corpses floated up and down, as if they had crawled out of their graves and were devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Such a scene was very frightening. If someone came here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Strands of green light fell continuously like a waterfall. A great Dao treasure vase floated in the middle, receiving the light and then turned into black great Dao runes, falling into the body of the young man below. His hair danced and his robes fluttered. Under the shroud of light it was bright and mysterious, deep and terrifying. Gu Chang'e was sitting there cross-legged. At this time his skin was like immortal jade, shining and translucent, and there was an indescribable terrifying demonic nature. One by one, vortexes appeared behind Gu Chang'e. Every hole contained multicolored light. There seemed to be many gods and demons sitting cross-legged, chanting and emitting a grand sound of the world. Wang. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's aura was rising continuously. All kinds of refined energy seemed to be opening a gate for his body. In the void, there were many strange and bewitching flowers rooted there. They had immortal intent, but they were even more sinister. Pop, pop, pop. These flowers were blooming, spewing out rich essence qi, which was absorbed by Gu Chang'e's mouth and nose. This was the power of the primordial spirit that had been refined by a secret technique, containing the comprehension and understanding of the primordial spirit level. Wang. In the sea of consciousness, the innate God consciousness was growing stronger, becoming brighter and more solid, like divine gold that had been refined, faintly shining. Finally, the terrifying aura here dissipated. Guchanga's true realm had broken through to the peak of the heavenly god realm. He opened his eyes, and then the divinity and essence of the ancient corpses in front of him disappeared, falling to the ground, looking more and more shriveled. Guchanga looked a little regretful. In his opinion, these essences were enough for him to break through to the divine king realm, but then he found that many of the ancient corpses were actually killed in battle, and their divinity was almost destroyed. I overestimated these ancient corpses' essence a bit. Even though there are two half-supreme being corpses, they were clearly killed in battle as well, long losing a lot of essence. It truly is a pity. Guchanga shook his head slightly and got up. He was not in a hurry to leave. The area that he had chosen for the gathering of the Aborigines was actually not very big. It was only a few thousand miles in radius. To the natives of the entire immortal ancient continent, it was just a small tribe. Guchanga was not at all worried that this matter would be linked to him. For the time being, no one would notice that something was wrong with their ancestral tomb. After all, who would come to see if the ancestral grave had been dug up for no reason? At that time, even if they were discovered, who would be able to confirm when it really happened? After all, he was not the only one of the younger generation wandering around the area where the Aborigines gathered. And Guchanga's ultimate goal had always been the Great Mausoleum. Those places where immortal corpses might be buried. This kind of small mausoleum was just a matter of convenience to accumulate some experience in digging up ancestral graves. At that time, if they were discovered, he would have at least dug up a few mausoleums. Therefore, Guchanga completely had enough time and means to put the blame on Yiling, who asked Yiling to run to the immortal ancient continent himself. At that time, even if the people around Yiling could prove that all this was not done by Yiling, what was the use? For most cultivators, they would only think that all this was done by the inheritor of demonic arts. Since Yiling had coincidentally mixed in, they might even think that the inheritor of demonic arts had an accomplice. Therefore, if not Yiling, who would take the blame? Thinking of this, Guchanga's expression became more and more thought-provoking. Then he took a step to avoid these array patterns. He casually glanced at the entrance of the ancestral tomb and conveniently dealt with the two corpses. In any case, they had the strength of a quasi-saint. It was shameful to waste them. Then the void in front of Guchanga blurred. He stepped into it and prepared to leave the place according to the path he had taken. With the experience of coming here, it was naturally safer to return. No one would notice at all. Before long, Guchanga's figure appeared again on the mountain peak outside the ruins of the city. Master! A group of followers who were hiding here showed up one after another and greeted him. Has anything happened recently? Guchanga asked. He turned into a divine rainbow and left the place first. If he guessed correctly, Guxian should not have had a good time recently. She had offended a huge power like the Ocean Palace. Other than Yu Mingkong, no one would help her. Calculating the time, it was about time for him, the elder brother, to show up. After all, he had been in the immortal ancient continent for some time, and he had not had a chance to show off. Otherwise, there would really be people in the younger generation who dared to look down on him. No, now that his sister was in trouble, as the elder brother, he had to support her. How could this be called showing off? Moreover, he could take the opportunity to teach the younger generation a lesson, lest some reckless fellows jump out and get in the way. Master, during this time there have been many battles in many areas. Many divine objects have appeared, causing the local creatures and the geniuses of the outside world to fight over them. In addition, Miss Yen is being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. Many young supreme beings are chasing after her. The situation doesn't seem to be good now. I heard that the Sea Tribe has used a great formation to firmly lock the heaven and earth. It is difficult to escape within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. Behind him, the Yaksha-like follower suddenly quickly followed and reported to Guchanga. The expression on his face was a little cautious. He could see that although his master had always been indifferent to Guxian, he had not missed any news about Guxian, so he was worried that Guchanga would be angry when he heard the news. However, Guchanga had always been expressionless, so he could not guess what Guchanga was thinking. After reporting this matter, he quietly retreated to the back. Although the Son of Fate has many opportunities, his ability to offend people is also top-notch. But this time it really surprised me. The Ocean Palace even set up a great formation of the Sea Tribe and sent several young supreme beings to kill her. With Gu Xian'er's current strength, it is possible to deal with one or two, but it is definitely difficult to deal with more than one. Although this is not a small training experience for her, according to this silly girl's character, I am afraid that she will not use those trump cards until the critical moment. That's an extremely stupid thing to do. Who doesn't use a powerful Dharma artifact and allow themselves to be bullied? The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. I have always been the one bullying others. This girl is quite bold. Seems that she wants to die. Hearing this, Gu Changa's eyes could not help but narrow. The expression on his face was a little thought-provoking. Subsequently, the void around Gu Changa became more blurred, and his speed increased a lot. After all, Gu Xian'er was his punching bag. How could she be bullied like this? Who does this seventh princess think she is? At the same time, in the mountains shrouded in a vast white fog, lightning flickered, lightning wreaked havoc, crackling with pili-pala sounds, as if an ancient giant was beating a war drum here. Gu Xian'er's dress fluttered as she stood in the mountains, looking ahead with a cold expression. In order to kill me, you sent so many people. It must have been hard on you, she said lightly. At this time, although she was injured, her breathing gradually stabilized and she calmed down. In the surrounding mountains, there were all sea tribe creatures, and there were even several young supreme beings. They were all in the early or middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. If Gu Xian'er faced them, she was not afraid at all. She even had plans to win. But with the addition of the seventh princess, this battle was very difficult. There was no possibility of winning. Her strength was only in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. It was not difficult for her to fight above her level, but against a young supreme being it was not so easy, because the gap between them would be significantly reduced. Since the other party dared to call himself a young supreme being, he naturally had powerful talent and many terrifying magical powers. Gu Xian'er had many trump cards, but she planned to save them to deal with Gu Changa, or to use them when she encountered a powerful enemy that endangered her life. Now she did not want to waste these trump cards in this kind of place. Although it seemed to be very dangerous, Gu Xian'er still saw a glimmer of hope. Less nonsense, a life for a life. At this time, a young supreme being with a head of golden hair shouted, already taking the initiative to attack her. His original body was a large golden fish with a dragon bone. His body seemed to be cast from gold, the scales fine, shining brilliantly. He raised his hand and shot out a large amount of symbols, like a rain of light, powerful and terrifying, drowning in front of him, as if it could shoot down stars. Hong! A mountain peak exploded in an instant, turning into fine powder, including all of the ancient wood creatures, all of them destroyed by this attack. So powerful! This kind of fluctuation made many of the younger generation's expressions change. They knew that if they were in the same realm, they would not be able to block it. This was the power of a young supreme being. Among the same generation, only young supreme beings could exchange blows with them. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was also a young supreme being taking action. Moreover, a female supreme being from the mermaid dragon race, arms covered in fish webs, a small half of her face covered in fish scales. She released a wave of sound waves, extremely crafty, like all kinds of divine light, interweaving in the void, able to penetrate clouds and crack stone, collapse all things, even able to injure one's soul. Bullying the few with numbers, you all only have this much ability. Gu Xian'er's eyes swept over everyone in front of her. Even though she was surrounded, her expression was still cold, yet also carrying an unyielding sense of aloofness. If not for the fact that her cultivation was not enough, she was confident that she could suppress these so-called young supreme beings with a single palm. Or in other words, she was confident that she was invincible in the same realm. Perhaps only Gu Changa could be her opponent. She wasn't blindly confident, but rather had a clear understanding of her own strength. At this moment when she finished speaking, Wang, her entire body released rich five-colored radiance, especially that immortal bone of hers that underwent nirvana rebirth, releasing resplendent immortal intent. The immortal light was dazzling. There seemed to be a true immortal sitting cross-legged within, about to come out and suppress the present world. At this moment Gu Xian'er exuded a sense of transcendence, standing in the air, pointing her finger towards the two people. At the same time Gu Xian'er raised her hand, shooting out chains of divine light, densely packed, completely the evolution of all kinds of divine abilities. This kind of divine might was incomparably vast, filling the horizon, enough to blast away everything in front of one's eyes, completely destroying the attacks in front of one's eyes. In any case, she was taught by the old monsters of the Peach Village, her abilities were strong, and now she was personally led by the great elder of the Dao Heaven Palace. It was impossible for her battle strength not to be high. Immediately, it was as if an immortal bell rang in the void. The terrifying sound waves were as dazzling as fireworks, disappearing in front of Gu Xian'er's forehead. In her sea of consciousness, the phantom of a peach tree appeared, resplendent, stirring up a rain of light, one flower, one world, containing a great amount of primordial spirit power. This was Tao Yao's primordial spirit technique, powerful and mysterious, as if it had been tempered thousands of times, indestructible. The divine ability of that young supreme being of the sea race was broken. Chapter 133. Boom! Gu Xian'er's eyes were cold. Wings of light appeared on his back as he quickly approached. His jade-like white hands clenched into fists. His qi and blood were astonishing as he directly punched down. Faint golden qi and blood pierced through everything. He was simply like an unparalleled ferocious beast. What? The young female supreme being from the Mermaid Dragon clan was somewhat shocked. She did not expect Gu Xian'er to suddenly appear in front of her. This speed was too frightening. It was as if he had completely disappeared into thin air. Pooh! She quickly activated her divine ability to resist. The fish web on her arms turned into sharp heavenly blades that could cut through everything. She wanted to resist Gu Xian'er's punch. However, in the next moment the sound of bones cracking was suddenly heard. Accompanied by a scream, she flew backwards. Her expression was filled with deep shock and disbelief. The arms that she used to resist were shattered by Gu Xian'er's punch. The small fist landed on her body, almost causing half of her body to explode. This scene caused many of the cultivators in the distance to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Although this green-robed girl looked very frail, her strength was simply too shocking. This is a bit tricky. The young supreme being who attacked frowned and could not help but take a few steps back. His cultivation was stronger than Gu Xian'er, but he did not gain any advantage in this attack. This shocked him and gave him a sense of frustration. As a young supreme being, and in existence at the upper middle level, he was actually not a match for a young girl in green. The young female supreme being who attacked together with him was even pierced through, blood spurting out. Gu Xian'er forced the two of them back with one attack. But his expression was not good at all. Instead, it became more serious. This was because the white fog was too dense, as if it was endless. It contained the ancient formation runes that the sea race had set up, covering the sky in all directions. For the sea race, this area became more suitable for them to battle. What trash! In the air, a blue figure riding a golden warhorse was charging over. She stood proudly in the sky, her eyes cold and disdainful. Seeing this scene, she spoke coldly. Her aura was too strong. Although the figure did not look tall, it was more shocking than the sea race that stood in the sky like a small mountain. In her hand, there was a long spear with a golden light revolving 21 times. Her aura was terrifying, and there was no doubt that she was a peak-titled Emperor Realm martial artist. The seventh princess did not personally join the battle. She was like a hunter sitting upright in the sky. Her eyes were cold and mocking, waiting to witness a great game of cat and mouse. Take her down. The seventh princess ordered again. She still didn't make a move. If she didn't torment the other party like this, she wouldn't be able to quell the pain of her brother's death. If she didn't kill the girl in front of her, the hatred of her younger brother's murder would be unquenchable. Damn it, how dare you destroy my body? That fish dragon clan young female supreme being was incomparably furious, but also felt a bit of lingering fear. Her body almost exploded, but then it healed in the distance, wishing to reconstruct her body. She had underestimated Gu Xian'er's strength. She did not expect it to be like this. She was no match for him in terms of physical strength. Therefore, he suffered a huge loss. Very quickly, she charged towards Guxian, with an ugly expression. At the same time, the other young supreme being also revealed his true body, crushing over murderously. His fish body rumbled through the horizon, releasing terrifying world-shaking sounds. In an instant, that place was filled with densely packed radiance. There were tens of thousands of them, all of them turning into blue symbols. They turned into streaks of lightning and rain mist, surrounding Guxian. A great battle erupted. Berserk energy spilled out crazily, as if stars were exploding one after another. Under this type of fluctuation, many of the younger generation couldn't bear it. They could only stay far away. Fighting 1 against 2, and even having the advantage, this green-clothed girl's strength is just too great. No wonder she could kill wave after wave of ocean race people. What a pity, she offended someone she shouldn't have. This made many of the nearby younger generation feel endlessly shocked. However, there were also some who felt pity. Naturally, there were also those who rejoiced in her misfortune. Finally, under the joint attacks of the 2 young supreme beings and the attacks of the other ocean race people, Guxian's face turned pale. With a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her slender body was like a kite with its string cut, directly falling towards the mountain range behind her. Kill! She's injured, this is our chance. A group of ocean race powerhouses were overjoyed. Even the 2 young supreme beings' eyes shone brightly. They used their strongest techniques, preparing to take down Guxian. Rumble! In an instant, this place was drowned in radiance that filled the sky. Under such radiance, all the cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes, feeling incomparably glaring. Now's the time, however, at this moment, seeing this group of people charging towards her, Guxian, who was flying backwards, suddenly had a hint of success in her eyes. She instantly stopped in her tracks. A dazzling golden rune appeared in her hand, and there were surging waves of energy coming from it. That was a dazzling sword radiance, terrifying murderous intent. Although it wasn't a trump card, it was a talisman treasure that she had obtained when she was ambushing others. It contained the power of a true immortal. Now that it suddenly erupted, it immediately caused the expressions of the ocean race people in front of her to change. Many people directly collapsed, their bodies splitting apart. What a cunning little girl, I can't let you live. Suddenly, the 7th princess on the golden warhorse snorted coldly. Her eyes were like lightning, staring at the golden sword talisman in Guxian's hand. Chi! She waved her hand, and the golden spear cut through the sky, tearing the sky and piercing through the void. Puff! Guxian's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly protected herself with a top-grade defensive celestial device, but her body was also severely shaken. She turned pale and lost all color. Even the golden sword talisman in her hand that was about to be activated exploded in an instant. Hiss! That was just a casual attack. So powerful. She can definitely kill a true immortal. Facing the attack of the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, everyone in the distance was shocked. Those who couldn't stand it even trembled and almost fainted. As the absolute overlord of the endless sea, the Ocean Palace ruled over many ocean races. This 7th princess was known to be invincible. Before this, they had never seen her appear. Seeing it today, all the cultivators were truly shocked. Invincible was not just a saying. Looking at all the young supreme beings, who had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm at this age, and a casual attack contained the battle strength of a true immortal. Even the young master of the Gu family, who was known to be a true immortal, was not so strong, right? As a young supreme being, she was already the best of her generation, and the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously the best of the best. The slender girl in green in front of her was definitely no match for her. And before this, the girl in green was besieged and hunted by many ocean races, and her cultivation was no longer at its peak. This was obviously unfair to her. And among the many young people, no one came forward to help. She was alone facing the 7th princess, who had many followers. How could she fight? It was simply bullying. Now many young men couldn't bear to see the girl in green and felt pity for her. Her beautiful little face was stained with blood, and her cold expression made them feel pity. No matter where it was all about appearances. Sigh, if only I was a little stronger. At this time, going forward to save the beauty, maybe. A young genius couldn't help but shake his head. I heard that her surname is also Gu, but it seems that the young master of the Gu family did not appear. Obviously, he did not want to interfere. This girl in green is said to have a very complicated relationship with the young master of the Gu family. There seems to be enmity, but also no enmity. So many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals did not dare to help. Yes, if this angered the young master of the Gu family, it would be bad luck for both sides. Around the mountain, many cultivators were discussing in low voices. They had different opinions about this matter, and they were all very emotional. The girl in green was not weak. She just lacked the time to grow. Otherwise she would be able to face the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. This made everyone feel pity. At such a young age you are cunning and cruel. You can't be allowed to live. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace sat on the golden warhorse. The golden spear returned to her hand, and said coldly, pointing at Gu Xian'er. Her group of followers, including the 2 young supreme beings, returned with ashamed looks on their faces. Just now they almost fell into her trap. If the 7th princess had not suddenly intervened, they would have been seriously injured here. Thinking of this, they looked at Gu Xian'er with a gloomy look. Today, in front of so many people, they tried to capture a girl whose cultivation was far below theirs. Not only did they fail, but they were also seriously injured and even killed. This made them lose face, and there was a very sullen anger in their hearts. They wanted to fight with Gu Xian'er hundreds of times and kill him. Oh, can't be allowed to live? I don't see you as a good person, you are just bullying others. At this time Gu Xian'er also flew up from below. Her voice was very calm. She stood in the air barefoot, her hair and sleeves fluttering. She was like the most perfect fairy created by the heavens, with a kind of fairy and the rhythm of the great Tao. She was young, but her face was beautiful, like a peerless fairy flower standing in the void. The discussions of many cultivators around fell into her ears. At this time she was unusually calm. Although there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, she was not afraid at all. She remembered the words of her masters, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she calmed down. If there was no other way, she would have to use those extremely precious magic tools. When she thought of the possibility of doing so, she, who had always been a little money grubber, felt pain in her heart. This debt Gu Xian'er calculated and inexplicably blamed on Gu Chang'e. Bullying others with power? That's interesting. At this time, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was also calm and composed, as if she was in no hurry to kill Gu Xian'er. Instead, she said with a playful and mocking look in her eyes, "If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is higher than yours, what are you?" Gu Xian'er said lightly, "Because my cultivation is higher than yours, I will kill you. Is there a problem with that?" Hearing this, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but laugh coldly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "No problem. Don't let my cultivation surpass yours one day." Gu Xian'er looked at her calmly. "You have no chance. Today no one can save you. When you killed my brother, did you think about this little girl?" Hearing this, the 7th princess's eyes were cold, and she remembered the scene she saw when she was searching for the ferocious beast's soul. Her brother was cruelly killed by this little girl in front of her. His body collapsed, and in the midst of his screams, even his primordial spirit was obliterated. This method could be called ruthless. He deserved to die, Gu Xian'er said lightly. Before, she was a little regretful and impulsive because of this matter, but now she was very calm. A sister like this and a brother like that, sooner or later they would be killed by others. "You are courting death." Hearing this, the 7th princess's face turned cold, and her eyes were even colder. On her indifferent body, it seemed very dark, and even a little twisted. Those who were familiar with her knew how much she doted on her brother. Originally, she wanted to bring him to the immortal ancient continent to seek opportunities, but she did not expect that he would be killed when she was not careful. This made the 7th princess furious. She would not let Gu Xian'er die so easily. She wanted to torture her. "You have chased after me for so long. Now that I am standing here, do you dare to kill me?" At this time Gu Xian'er's eyes had a hint of mockery, and she asked in return, "I know your surname is Gu. And I know you are the disciple of the great elder of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. But so what? If I want to kill you, who can stop me?" The 7th princess laughed coldly, looking at Guxian as if she was looking at an idiot. She could not understand how she could be so calm at this time. Could it be that she had other reasons? She was the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, and it was easy for her to kill her. A life for a life, and in the immortal ancient continent's training it was a matter of course. If you kill me, my brother Guchanga will not let you go. You will die more miserably than me. At this time Guxian was calmer, and she decided to use Guchanga's name. At the same time she wanted to draw some hatred to Guchanga. If things did not work out, she would use a secret treasure to break open the space and leave. Anyway, she would not feel guilty for tricking Guchanga. Moreover, she knew that Guchanga would not care about her. At this time she did not have any expectations. Guchanga, you are talking about him? The 7th princess did not expect Guxian to say such things at this time. She could not help but laugh. Don't think that I don't know about the deep hatred between you and Guchanga. Would he care about your life or death? Even if Guchanga appears, so what? Do you think that I will be afraid of him? I want to see how much of the so-called genuine immortal's talent is real. The 7th princess's eyes were cold. From her words she had seen through Guxian completely. If she did not want to make her despair slowly, she would not have said so much nonsense. Guxian heard this and laughed. Then she said lightly, "You are just an outsider. Where did you get the confidence to talk about my relationship with Guchanga? If you dare to touch me, you will definitely be killed by my good brother. If you don't believe me, you can try. He is only delayed because of one thing. Otherwise, he would have come here long ago." She could not help but praise herself for being quick-witted. Chapter 134. Guxian said it so casually. Especially when coupled with this indifferent and calm expression, he seemed to be quite serious about it. Of course, only Guxian knew the truth. She couldn't help but shake her head, a little disappointed. She also hoped that the truth was as she said. But she had tricked Guchanga. It would be strange if he cared about her. And she didn't even know where Guchanga was now. The immortal ancient continent was so big, he might be fighting for opportunity somewhere. Her own life was completely unimportant to him. Thinking of this, Guxian became even colder. Instead, she looked at the other party with the 7th princess. "You're finished. Look. You're really looking for death. If Guchanga knows that you're chasing me like this, all of you here will be dead. No one will be able to escape. You think you're very strong? You're just a peak immortal emperor. You can bully me. But in front of my brother, you're less than an ant. He can kill you with one slap." Guxian was still speaking calmly. Her words sounded like she was stating a fact, but also like she was telling everyone how strong Guchanga was. At the same time, she was showing how much she admired and worshipped Guchanga as his younger sister. But in reality, she was just thinking about when to use the forbidden weapon to break through the seal and sneak away. At the same time, she would draw Guchanga's hatred towards her. If the 7th princess vented her anger on Guchanga, she wouldn't feel guilty. She knew that Guchanga was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 7th princess. Of course, it was definitely not as exaggerated as she said. And when these words were said, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Many young geniuses' expressions changed slightly. They were a little shocked. Especially some disciples from the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. When they were in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Guxian and Guchanga's relationship was indeed very complicated. They really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that it's really like what we saw back then? They're brothers and sisters? Some disciples couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in their hearts. Guxian spoke so casually and naturally that it was hard to doubt the authenticity of her words. Like an ant? When the time comes, I really want to meet him. The 7th princess had originally planned to torture Guxian, but at this moment, she no longer thought about it. Her gaze was extremely cold and filled with anger. She, who had been invincible since she was a child, was actually belittled by Guxian as an ant? She couldn't stand this and wished for nothing more than to slap this little girl who had a big mouth but was still acting so calm and composed. "Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish." The 7th princess wanted to kill. She urged the golden warhorse under her feet to charge towards Guxian. Boom! The golden warhorse once again stepped into the sky and headed in the direction of Wuxia. This momentum overflowed into the heavens, as if a great army was galloping forward. Golden spears were striking down, terrifying to the extreme. The clouds were split open, and the sea race's great formation enveloped the area. Amidst the thick white fog, symbols flickered, and a great path to the heavens was carved out. The golden flames blossomed. At this moment everyone could see the scene clearly. The golden light was resplendent, stretching across the horizon. The seventh princess was simply like an unrivaled female war god. Her aura was vast, and with a sweep of the long spear in her hand, it could make the heavens collapse and earth rend as it swept down. Boom! In an instant this place erupted with commotion. Almost all of the cultivators were horrified. They never thought that under the seventh princess' full power, that kind of might was simply tyrannical to the extreme. Not good. Wuxia's expression changed slightly, even becoming a bit pale. She made her move using a supreme divine ability. The immortal aura beside her turned into an enormous bell, shaking the heavens. It shook slightly and the sound was tremendous, as if it was going to destroy everything. Boom! However, this place immediately exploded. The mountain peak was destroyed, turning into fine powder and dust, submerging heaven and earth. Too powerful. This is completely the power of a true deity. The seventh princess might not be able to find many opponents among the young supreme beings. This kind of strength is definitely not a problem for her to sweep through all of her peers in the immortal ancient continent. Everyone was stupefied, scared silly. Terrifying spatial ripples extended through the void. Wah! In the next moment the enormous bell shattered. Wuxia's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, scattering a stream of blood in the air. Her secret technique was very powerful, but the seventh princess' strength was too much greater than hers. This was already not a category she could match, especially when the seventh princess' attack was filled with anger. It could destroy mountains and split the earth. Die! The seventh princess sat upright on her mount, looking down at her with a cold smile. Radiance circulated on her long spear, containing exceptional sharpness. There's no other way. Wuxia's face paled, her blood and chi roiling. She tasted something sweet in her throat, blood gushing out. She never thought that the seventh princess would suddenly attack her. To directly attack like this, she was simply deranged. Boom! At this time, the seventh princess made her move again. Looking at Wuxia, her eyes overflowed with killing intent. She coldly said, "Go to hell. Such a disaster. I simply cannot let you live." Hazy golden radiance appeared on her long spear. Symbols resplendent, metallic killing intent surging out, blasting towards Wuxia. Boom boom boom. A large mountain range was turned into fine powder under this attack. Many cultivators in the distance were affected and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Wuxia's face was even paler. Just as she was about to use her trump card, her eyes suddenly widened and she was stunned. She seemed to be in a daze, somewhat in disbelief. She muttered, "Guchanga, how is it possible?" When she regained her senses, she could not help but open her eyes. She felt that the scene in front of her was too unbelievable, like a dream. Suddenly, in the sky in front of her, the void became blurry, and the figure of a young man in white walked out. His gaze was cold and calm. Then a terrifying gust of wind swept out. The golden light turned into waves that seemed to want to rush into the sky. Boom! In between heaven and earth, a golden palm appeared, incomparably solid and slapped down, like the palm of heaven of a deity. Huge and full of power, it was daunting and difficult to resist. This was the evolution of a sorcery. It was like the palm of the celestial, the arch. Although it changed, it was actually the embodiment of the rules and order. This was the Longevity Gu family's famous theurgy, the palm of heaven. With a bang, it was as if heaven and earth had collapsed. The golden spear trembled. The terrifying rebound force seemed to be able to destroy the universe, containing endless power. Immediately, the golden war horse let out a tragic cry. Puff! In the void, blood bloomed, incomparably bright. How is this possible? The seventh princess's arm shook violently. The terrifying power almost made her entire arm explode. The pain made her face contort. If it were not for her talent rune bone shining and protecting her, half of her body would have exploded. This made the seventh princess's expression change drastically. She was even a little shocked and a little in disbelief. As a result, her scalp was slightly numb. Boom! The giant golden palm fell. The golden light rolling cratered the ground, collapsed the mountains, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Many onlooking cultivators were hit by the palm. They did not have time to escape and were instantly turned into minced meat. "How dare you touch my things?" His casual voice resounded between heaven and earth, but all of a sudden, it caused all directions to become deathly silent. All the cultivators stared blankly at the figure that walked out of the void, and they could not help but feel fear and shock. Many people felt a chill run down their backs and their scalps go numb. "Greetings, successor." Around the mountain peak, many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' expression changed drastically. They hurriedly saluted, frightened by this shocking scene. They naturally recognized the young man who suddenly attacked. He was the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Wuxia. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, was seriously injured by this palm, and her warhorse exploded. Her right arm was dripping with blood, and her face was extremely pale, losing all color. This was too shocking, especially when compared to the domineering indifference from when he was sitting high up in the sky, overlooking everything with murderous intent and wanting to kill Wuxia. It formed a strong contrast, causing the hearts of all the cultivators to beat violently. In an instant she was knocked down from the clouds and was covered by a palm. Just as Wuxia said, she did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was not a match at all. This made them unable to help but be shocked. Just how strong was Wuxia? Could it really be like what Wuxia said? The expressions of the sea creatures also changed drastically. They surrounded the seventh princess from all directions, protecting her in the middle, and stared at Wuxia vigilantly. Under the situation where the sea tribe's array sealed off the world, he could still appear here silently. This was already unimaginably strong. Not to mention the scene just now, it made their minds buzz and blank, and they could not react for a while. The invincible seventh princess had never been in such a difficult situation before. Especially in the hands of someone of the same generation, this was simply unbelievable. Wuxia was too strong. His reputation was like a tree's shadow, and made them very vigilant. Interesting. Wuxia appeared in the sky and looked at the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace, who was not far away, who was extremely wary of him, and said lightly, "Now that I have appeared, why is the seventh princess still like this? Or are you saying that you only dare to bully my sister?" His expression was very calm, but there was a deep coldness that made the seventh princess's expression change, and the fear in her heart deepened. Her injuries had healed, but the pain was still there, and it was difficult for her to forget. Although Wuxia had suddenly attacked and caught her off guard, it was enough to show how strong Wuxia was. This made the seventh princess frown involuntarily. She was very wary, and her expression was uncertain. In her investigation there was a lot of hatred between Wuxia and Wuxia, and it involved a huge secret of the Longevity Gu family. But now why did Wuxia appear to help Wuxia? Could it be that it was really like what Wuxia said? "Wuxia, I admit that you are very strong, but don't think that you are invincible. In a battle of life and death, it is not certain who is weaker." Then coldness flashed across the seventh princess's face. She opened her mouth and said directly. The runes on her golden spear began to move, and it began to shine. She was expressing her attitude. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am not afraid of you." As one of the best, she would not back down because of this and choose not to fight. When the time comes, whether it is to her face or to her Tao, it will be a huge blow. To her, though Wuxia was strong, it was not like she had no chance of winning. And now Wuxia, who had come to her senses, also flew up from below with a look of shock and disbelief. She never thought that Wuxia would actually appear. This made her brain buzz and she didn't know what to say. Confusion, joy. All kinds of emotions mixed together, making her expression very complicated. However, very quickly, she regained her composure on the surface, but her mind was in chaos. She originally thought that Wuxia would not care about her, and would not care about whether she lived or died. But she never thought that at this time, Wuxia would appear and stand in front of her. This made Wuxia feel an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, and this feeling made her face turn a little red. After all, when she said those words to all the cultivators, she crazily attracted hatred for Guchanga. If Guchanga was in the crowd, wouldn't he have heard it? Guchanga would probably laugh to death at these words, and then he would definitely not let her go. Guchanga naturally also noticed Guxian behind him, but now he had no time to deal with her. In fact, he had been here for a while, but he did not show himself. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for the right time to appear. Otherwise, if he could not achieve the desired effect, it would be meaningless. When he heard Guxian calm speech, he was stunned. He never thought that this silly girl would use this kind of method to attract hatred to trick him. Although he did not take this seventh princess of the Ocean Palace seriously at all. At that time, Guchanga really wanted to throw Guxian into the bottom of the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years.